Uh, Good morning, everybody. My name is Maurice Button. I'm the CEO of City and Financial Global. And on behalf of our sponsors, Kirkland & Ellis, Alan Overy, and our partner, UK Finance, I'd like to welcome you to today's conference, which is the 2024 edition of the Economic Sanctions Summit. And I'd like to add a particular welcome to those of you who have joined us virtually. The proceedings are being live streamed. We have a very packed day ahead of us, so I don't want it to keep you too long. Suffice it to say that we have an amazing lineup of speakers, including government and regulatory speakers from the UK, Europe and the US, representatives from leading financial institutions, and top legal experts. And our objective is to provide practical guidance on compliance with these various sanctions regimes, particularly to the extent they overlap, and also on enforcement issues and so on. You'll find a feedback questionnaire on your desks. It'd be great if you could fill that in. Constructive criticism helps us improve what we're doing. There's also an app, which it'd be great if you could download that. Lots of information about the speakers and the panels. And we want today to be as interactive as possible, and for you to feel free to ask as many questions as you can. I know our chair is going to facilitate that. One very important point is that all of the proceedings today are being held under the Chatham House rule, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. But it is, when a meeting or part thereof is held under the Chatham House rules, participants are free to use the information received, but cannot reveal either the identity or the affiliation of the speaker, nor that of any other participant. So if you're tempted to post on social media, please bear that in mind. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce our chair for today, Marcus Thompson, highly ranked by the leading industry directories. Marcus is a partner at Kirkland & Ellis, where he advises corporate clients on a variety of business-related criminal matters such as anti-money laundering, anti-bribery and corruption, international sanctions, and company investigations. Prior to joining Kirkland & Ellis, Marcus was a barrister in independent practice, where he focused on prosecuting and defending trials in the criminal courts. He also served as a legal advisor on financial and international crime at the Serious Organised Crime Agency, and worked with a number of other government agencies. Marcus, over to you.
Thank you, Maurice, and welcome to everybody here in the room and who are joining remotely. As Maurice said, it is, when I looked at the programme, reminding myself of who was coming today, a very, very good lineup of speakers today. There are representatives from the FCDO, we're going to hear from Daniel in a moment, representatives from the NCA, from OFSI, from the European Commission, and from OFAC. So although we don't have representatives from Canada or Switzerland or Australia, all of whom have their own autonomous sanctions regimes, as you know, it's about as good a sweep from the public sector perspective as you will get. And there will be lots of opportunities for questions, and at this event last year, the Q&A, I think, was for many, certainly for me, probably one of the highlights. It was very interactive, it was very engaging, and I think it was very helpful. One plea I will make at the beginning, please, is this. Particularly for the representatives from government agencies and departments who are here, they don't need to be here today. They have chosen to come and represent their departments, their agencies, but they are not personally responsible for UK foreign policy or the implementation of sanctions. So when you ask the burning questions that you've been trying to ask for the last 3 months and haven't had a reply yet, but you've got someone pinned down on the stage, please bear in mind that these individuals are here by choice and they are genuinely here to help, and they will help if they can. But ask your questions against that context and against that backdrop. In the room, there are a mixture. Most of you, if not all of you, are at the coalface of having to implement and work with the sanctions regimes that we now have in place. And you don't need me to tell you how difficult that can be, particularly in a regime, the sanctions regime, which is immature and unsophisticated and undeveloped when compared to, as Maurice said, my background, financial crime, money laundering, bribery and corruption. Those are regimes that have been around a long, long time. Much easier to navigate just because there's a lot more precedent in history. The sanctions regime is not like that. In the early morning coffee gathering this morning, somebody asked me, what I thought the three themes might be for 2024 from a sanctions perspective. So I'll offer these three thoughts, and then we can get started, and we can see at the end of the day whether these are themes which people agree with or don't. But the first is pretty obvious. The first is enforcement. I think a trend this year, and everyone's been writing about this, will be enforcement. There hasn't been very much enforcement so far, with a notable exception of OFAC, which has a long and fairly storied track record when it comes to enforcement. None of the sanctions authorities, really, around the world have got very much experience at enforcement. There will be more of that this year. Frankly, if there isn't, the regimes which governments are keen for people to implement and enact will start looking a bit creaky, because without enforcement, those regimes simply won't work. So I think we can expect to see more of that, and we will all keep our fingers crossed that the level of sophistication, understanding, and awareness that's supplied by enforcement authorities in this country and elsewhere improves, enhances, and so on. That's the first theme. The second is, and today is a good exemplar of this, more public and private interaction. It is a fact, it's a trite observation, that the sanctions regimes globally are immature and unsophisticated compared to other regimes which try and achieve similar things. One of the ways in which I suggest that will improve is more and better interaction between the public and private sector, and that will come in lots and lots of different forms. But that is a theme I think that needs to develop and improve during the course of this year. And my last suggestion as a theme is a rather gloomy one, and perhaps a particularly gloomy way to start a Monday morning in a basement conference room without any windows, but bear with me, and hopefully things will cheer up after that. Theme number three, that there are going to be more and more complex sanctions against a backdrop of a more and more uneasy and uncertain world. Again, a trite observation, Russia and Ukraine continues with no end in sight, conflict in the Middle East, and so on. And all of those conflicts, the issues that the world faces, increasingly, sanctions is a tool which more and more governments will turn to, not as the only tool, but as a key tool to try and mitigate and address some of those issues. But as the world gets more and more fragile and fractious, and two very recent examples, yesterday Donald Trump, in response to the death of some American servicemen in Jordan, declaring that Biden's responsible for World War III, or the brink of World War III, and then last week, the current head of the army announcing that we are in a pre-war generation and suggesting that there may need to be conscription, which I'm sure the British government didn't approve, I think, that press release. But those are two little snapshots, two little tidbits of certainly what the media are reporting, and that's what we're all reading, and the organisations that we work for are working in that environment of a more and more fragile world where sanctions have become increasingly a tool of foreign policy, applied not just in the old days. Crikey, I mean, I've been doing sanctions work for quite a long time, and frankly, it wasn't that hard, really, was it? List-based sanctions, an asset freeze here or there, and maybe a travel ban. That world is gone, and I don't think it's coming back. And so the level of sophistication that all of you in this room are having to deal with is going to grow. And part of your jobs will be explaining to people that you work with, whether they're clients, internal or external, or customers, how this all works. Your job is going to get harder, not easier. So with that gloomy prognostication, I'd like to introduce Daniel Drake, who is the Deputy Director and in charge of the Russia and Belarus sanctions team at the Foreign Office, who hopefully is going to say that everything I've just said is wrong. The world is a much more cheerful place than I have just portrayed, but he's certainly going to help us understand what the policy implications of all this are going to be in 2024. So thank you, Daniel.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Marcus, and thank you, Maurice. And it's great to be able to be with you here this morning to lay out some of our latest sanctions developments in relation both to Russia, Ukraine, and also the ongoing crisis in the Middle East. And I think, first of all, I'll start with the situation in the Middle East. You may have seen that the Foreign Secretary was back in the region at the end of last week, setting out very clearly from our point of view what we believed to be the key elements for progress in addressing the situation. That means, of course, that Hamas must agree to the release of all hostages, that Hamas, given the atrocities that they have committed, can no longer be in charge of Gaza, and that the threat from their terror and rocket attacks must end. An agreement must also be put in place for the Palestinian Authority to return to Gaza, to provide governance and services and increasingly security. In the very short term, it's obviously extremely important that there is a further humanitarian pause in order for aid to get in and hostages to get out. And in the medium term, what he was also there to reiterate was our commitment to working towards a sustainable two-state solution. Sanctions have been one element of our response to this very complex situation in the Middle East, and you all, I'm sure, will be aware that offences under the Terrorism Act 2000 will continue to apply in relation to Hamas as a proscribed group. But since the terrorist attacks on the 7th of October, the UK has also designated 19 senior leaders and financiers, both of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, in close coordination with the US. And this built on the existing sanctions on Hamas and PIJ in their entirety. We've also used our new Iran sanctions powers, which were introduced at the end of last year, to target Iranian financial support for Hamas and PIJ. We're also very focused on the unacceptability of settler violence in the West Bank, and so with the Home Office we've put in place travel bans for those responsible for such violence. And also, as I'm sure you are as well, we're extremely concerned about the risk of further regional escalation, for example, in the Red Sea. And here again, sanctions can play a role. And that's why last week the UK and US imposed coordinated sanctions on the Houthis to disrupt their ability to carry out attacks on international shipping in the Red Sea and promote the peace, stability and security of Yemen. And that, of course, came alongside other forms of activity, both diplomatic and kinetic. So, very complex situation in the Middle East. I'm very happy if people want to come back to that in questions. And I know that you have other speakers today as well who may also want to talk about some of the actions that we're taking. But let me turn now to Russia-Ukraine, which, as Marcus said, is what I've spent most of the last 2 years of my career very much focused on. And I understand that there's a sort of certain level of base knowledge amongst this audience regarding the steps that we've taken to impose a campaign of economic pressure against Russia for its aggression against Ukraine. So I'm not going to go, as it were, back to first principles, but to make clear that we've had two very clear objectives for the sanctions that we've imposed against Russia over the past 2 years. The first are to bear down on Russia's key revenue-generating streams, whether that's through oil, other forms of energy, other extractive industries, and many other areas too. And the second is to constrain the ability of the Russian war machine to secure the components, the technology and the products that it needs to sustain the war effort. And as we approach the 2-year mark, and of course as it becomes clear that the Kremlin's determination to pursue this war is undimmed, it's fair that there should be some scrutiny of the effectiveness of these sanctions. And you will see commentary in the media saying, you know, the war's continuing, sanctions haven't worked. We were clear from the start that sanctions alone do not stop wars. Sanctions alone will not stop this war, particularly given the commitment of the Kremlin to pursue regardless of the consequences. But there are some significant indicators of the impact that we are having against these two objectives. So let me give you a few. First of all, the oil price caps contributed to a 25% reduction in government oil revenues and a 41% reduction in the revenues of Russia's largest oil and gas companies in the first 9 months of 2023 versus a year earlier. Secondly, Russia's own decision to restrict gas exports to Europe has backfired. Gazprom itself has warned that its core earnings were set to fall by 40% in 2023 versus 2022. Gazprom and Rosneft are now borrowing at 16% from the Central Bank of Russia, as opposed to the 5% they borrowed before sanctions were imposed. And many international investors have pulled out of Russia's flagship Vostok oil project, which in turn has weakened its hand in negotiations over less profitable gas exports to China. And an indication of this is the continuing delays over the signature of the Power of Siberia 2 gas deal with China. By the end of 2022, and this gives you an indication of economic growth over the period that we have been sanctioning Russia, Russia's economy was 6% larger than in 2013, so that's before any sanctions were imposed. In contrast, the economies of Poland, Georgia and Armenia, economies which you may consider in a similar position to Russia's, were all over 40% larger. China's and India's were over 60% larger. And the UK economy, which is in a completely different state of economic development to Russia's, was 14% larger in 2022 versus 2013. So all of these are indicators, and I've got lots more of these statistics if you would like to see them, of the underlying fragility of the Russian economy and the impact that sanctions are having. But what about the war machine itself? Now, of course, in this area, it can be difficult to assess the full extent to which sanctions and the other steps that we're taking are disrupting Russia's military efforts. But here are some indicators of what we do know. Sanctions are depriving Russia's military of key Western components and technology. Even though goods are still making it to Russia, quite often through third countries, they're not getting enough of what they need. And what does make it through is costing significantly more and is subject to severe delays. And we see that playing on the battlefield every day. Secondly, bear in mind that Russia used to be, before the war, a major exporter of arms. It was one of the significant markets for the export of arms. But instead, Russia is now turning to pariah states such as DPRK, is also turning to Iran for its equipment, and to buy back parts it previously exported to other countries. Russia had a dream of something that it described as technological sovereignty for its defence exports, but it's now relying on other countries' defence industries for the supply of both conventional munitions and modern technologies. And thirdly, Russia's imports of some of the key battlefield technologies, which have all been sanctioned in our jurisdictions, are down by around 40% in 2023 versus 2021. And from sanctioning countries, they're down by 98%. Now, there is plenty of data there about how Russia is trying to backfill this through imports from China, from Hong Kong and elsewhere. And of course, it is having some success in doing so. But what we are doing is constraining its effort to resupply the front line at the cost and the pace that Russia would like. And as you're all involved in designing sort of compliance strategies and making sure that you're fully meeting the requirements of the sanctions we impose, then please just bear in mind that you are playing a significant role in supporting that effort. Russia is militarily stretched and vulnerable, more isolated internationally, less influential as a result of the measures that we have taken. So much for the impact of the sanctions that we are having. As Marcus has said, the focus very much these days, as well as designing new measures, is increasingly on implementation and enforcement and tackling circumvention. And we've seen some significant innovations in this, and I know you'll hear more about this later today, over the course of this period. You're all well aware, I'm sure, of the oil price cap, which recently marked its first anniversary, but we've also moved into the banning of exports of services, much more than we ever have done in relation to any sanctions regime previously, and also undertook around this time last year that we would ban every item that Ukraine may find Russia, that the Ukraine may find Russia using on the battlefield. In the course of designing and enforcing these measures, we are, of course, aware that sanctions are not always a welcome development for businesses. They present you with new compliance hurdles on top of the AML and other requirements that you've had for many years, and they can risk putting you at a disadvantage in relation to your competitors in non-sanctioning jurisdictions. So what are we doing to try and address this? And I would highlight here the 3 C's. The first is capability. As you'll hear from other speakers as well today, there's been a significant increase in the capability of government to implement and enforce sanctions effectively. That includes a significant uplift both in OFSI, also in my team in the Foreign Office that's responsible for our overall sanctions policy, supported by an injection of £50 million under what's known as the Economic Deterrence Initiative. And as just one example of that, if you were to look at Office's annual report from last year, which I'm sure my Office colleague Chris will talk about later, the number of decisions taken on licensing applications rose from 170 in 2022 to over 500 in 2023. So that's an indication of the way in which this increasing capability is starting to play through to more effective implementation. So that's the first C, capability. The second C is clarity. We have issued, together with NCA, with OFSI, with other government departments and also with other partners, a series of red alerts, guidance, Q&As, webinars and other forms of advice to you in the private sector to make clear what it is that we are expecting you to look out for. That ranges from typologies of circumvention of goods to the role of financial institutions in dealing with circumvention, to the role of specific means of Russia trying to hide its wealth, for example, on gold. And we have also, with partners, published a list of the 45 common high priority items, which are those items that we know Russia has most actively been trying to secure via third countries. So we hope, and obviously you can be the judge of this, but we hope that we are providing ever greater clarity on what our expectations are of all of you. But the third is cooperation. We are very conscious that the private sector is at the front line of sanctions implementation and enforcement. And that means that where there's been a need to work with you to explain or contextualize developments or to respond to events, for example, when there is a flagship court judgment here or there, then we've been very keen to do so. I've been involved, for example, in webinars with the legal community following the Minsk judgment that some of you will be aware of. We've also amended some of our SIs through general licenses, the legal services, one being a case in point, and issued other general licenses, for example, to safeguard the provision of humanitarian assistance. All of this is about cooperation with the private sector and dialogue with the private sector, which I'm sure will be a theme of the presentations today. For those of you working for companies still with operations in Russia, we're also well aware of the growing threat of Russian countermeasures against you, and will continue actively to support you in managing this, including by providing licenses using the new divestment licensing ground. And we're continuing to do all of this in close cooperation with our partners, particularly within the G7, and engaging with third country jurisdictions in places like Central Asia, the Caucasus, Turkey, UAE, where there is a risk, a particular risk of circumvention of our sanctions. So very briefly, because I do want to leave time for some questions, where will we be going in 2024? And you'll hear much more about this over the course of today. We will, of course, shortly mark the two-year mark of Russia's full-scale invasion. And I'm sure you will see a renewed commitment from the G7 to maintain and build further this campaign of economic pressure. We've made clear as the G7 that Russia's sovereign assets will remain immobilized until compensation is paid, and indeed we're in an active discussion across the G7 on the means by which sanctioned assets may be used to support Ukraine. Overall, the message is clear, as our Prime Minister made clear to President Zelensky when he was in Kiev recently, that we will keep going as long as needed to support Ukraine. So to end, as Marcus said right at the start, the world does feel like a particularly volatile place at the moment, and where sanctions can play a role in the overall strategy and objective as we deal with major foreign policy crises around the world, then I'm sure our ministers will continue to want to reach for them. And I'd like to close by thanking all of you for your vital role in supporting these efforts. Please do keep engaging with us on policy developments, and I hope that today's programme will support you in your efforts. Thank you.
Daniel, thank you very much indeed. We've got at least 5 minutes for questions, so would anyone like to go first?
I was told that you were very talkative as well, so
It's still early.
I'm expecting someone to go first.
Go ahead.
Hi.
Yeah, if you could say who you are at the beginning of each question, that would be great. Thank you.
Hello? Good morning. Nicoletta Tuominen from Dentons in Brussels. I have two very controversial questions, so I'll start in an abrupt manner. In view of Israel's reaction to the terrorist attack, are there in any shape or form sanctions against Israel on the table for the UK? And then maybe I asked the second question as well. Seeing as the events in the US are unfolding and that Ukraine has already been deprived of the US support, in the very unwanted and unfortunate scenario that Ukraine is pushed in a corner and has to sign a peace treaty with Russia, whether in that case UK would consider dropping the sanctions against Russia or keeping them in place. Thank you.
So on the first question, I think as I made clear, as the Foreign Secretary was doing the latest of his trips of sort of shuttle diplomacy around the region last week, and we set out all of a number of steps that will be needed in order to try and de-escalate the situation. Obviously, what people are extremely concerned about is the humanitarian situation in Gaza, and also the need to de-escalate and avoid the kind of regional escalation that is a real fear right now. We're very clear that where there are actions that we disapprove on any side, we will respond to that, and the travel bans in relation to the settler violence is an example of that. We've also made very clear that no one wants this conflict to go on a day longer than it needs to. There needs to be an immediate humanitarian pause in order for aid to get into Gaza and also for hostages to get out. So, I'm not in a position to set out the totality of that strategy, but if you look, for example, of what the Foreign Secretary has been saying recently on this, I think you'll see that we have a comprehensive strategy. And I spent 3 years of my career in the Middle East working on the Middle East process, and I know that that is what people there want. They want to be able to live in peace and security, whatever their backgrounds, and that's what we need to be committed to continue working towards. Now, where sanctions can have a role in imposing a cost on those who disagree with that, then we will absolutely continue to use them, but we need to remain absolutely clear about what our overall objective is here, which is a sustainable two-state solution. On the point about Ukraine, well, listen, I mean, I spend a lot of time talking to the government of Ukraine about the sanctions that they have imposed and how we work together. They will keep going. You know, there is no way that Russia can win this war. There is simply no way that Russia can win this war. And leaving aside any, the fact that we have, I think, over 40 different elections taking place around the world, which probably adds to this sense of sort of uncertainty and, questions about where things may be going. That commitment for the Ukrainian people to fight for their sovereignty and territorial integrity is absolutely undimmed. And that's why, certainly in the UK, which is, the country that I can speak for, there is absolute unity within Parliament that we need to keep going and supporting Ukraine, and that those sanctions need to remain in place not only until the conflict ends, but until Russia pays for the damage that it's caused.
Thank you. Any more questions?
In Israel on October the 7th, and I know that the British government has now stated that they are not going to provide funding to that organisation. Can you comment on that? And also, finally, can you comment on the Scottish First Minister's statements that he will continue, that he remains interested in continuing to support UNRWA? Because that seems to run contrary to British policy.
I don't think I can comment on the second. I suggest ask the Scottish Government for their view on that. But on the first, absolutely. I mean, we were absolutely outraged, as I think many of our other partners were, at the allegations that employees of UNRWA may have been implicated in those attacks. As I understand it, they've been suspended, and there's an investigation that's active now to identify whether they were indeed involved. And so we have temporarily suspended our funding while that investigation proceeds. What I think I would also make clear, though, is that does not in any way affect our commitment to support the humanitarian needs of the people in Gaza. And indeed, that's why, coming back to the sanctions world, we issue these humanitarian general licenses to make sure that the delivery of humanitarian assistance should not be impacted by the fact that we have sanctions in place, and we have a very active dialogue with the non-governmental community around all of that. And indeed, we put more humanitarian assistance, a lot more humanitarian assistance into Gaza over the course of this conflict. And the Foreign Secretary, as you will have seen last week, was very clear that that assistance needs to be allowed to reach those people who need it the most.
Thank you. Daniel, in the 1 minute that, well, now 1 minute over time, and in 1 minute that we have left, and this is really for the benefit of newer readers to the sanctions world, and I really do mean in 1 minute, could you unpick the Whitehall acronym sort of alphabet soup of who does what in relation to sanctions? So, against the clock, ready, steady, go.
So the key primary piece of legislation, the Sanctions and Money Laundering Act, is owned by the Foreign Office, owned by myself and my team, as it were, which means that we lay the legislation. We also do the targeting, slightly different from the US system. All of that targeting for individual sanctions comes through the FCDO, and we sort of cohere and convene across government, as it were, on the overall picture. The implementation of sanctions, obviously, is very much led by the relevant part of the of government which has responsibility for that area. So OFSI, crucially, obviously, for financial sanctions, but also the Department for Business and Trade, who recently announced the launch of an Office for Trade sanctions implementation, and then actors like the HMRC and NCA for the criminal enforcement of sanctions. But obviously, given the breadth of the measures that we've imposed, particularly on Russia, we're working increasingly with departments like the Department for Transport, the Home Office, the Ministry of Justice, in whichever the relevant sector is. So it's a complex picture, but that point on capability that I was making applies across the board, and we're spending the money in order to support capability across Whitehall, not only by any means just in my department.
Very clear. Thank you. And can I ask you all to thank Daniel in the usual way? Can I invite Maya Lester, King's Counsel, up to the lectern? Hi, Maya. I don't think Maya needs very much introduction, certainly to the lawyers in the room. Maya is one of the leading, if not the leading, sanctions barrister in the United Kingdom. She spoke at this event last year, and her role now is to explain what's happened in the last 12 months, what might happen in the next 12 months from a legal perspective, which I'm sure will be useful to everyone in this room. So thank you, Maya.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed for inviting me. I am going to try to talk about developments in UK sanctions through the lens of court proceedings. I know that's a bit odd, and it might seem a bit remote to those lucky ones of you here who don't get very involved in litigation. But there is now quite a lot going through the courts, and I think some lessons can be drawn from what's happening in the courts on UK sanctions issues more generally. I'm going to touch on designations, so listings, licensing, sort of commercial contractual banking issues, and enforcement, as I say, through court proceedings. I'll try and rattle through fairly swiftly and leave time for questions. I certainly don't mind if I'm interrupted, so feel free to ask questions as you go along if that's allowed. First of all, then, listings, designations. Why is this important? Well, first of all, because we have a still relatively new system of decision-making in the UK. We used to do sanctions through the EU, as most of you know. So it's a relatively new phenomenon that we have a statutory scheme allowing courts to scrutinise UK designations. More importantly than that, though, the criteria for including people on UK sanctions regulations are incredibly broad. Now, they are, I'm not commenting on whether this is a good or bad thing, and I should say I'm very fortunate to act for both the government and against the government where conflicts permit me to do so. But as a factual matter, the criteria are incredibly broad. So, for example, it's enough to get you on a sanctions list in principle if you are associated with someone who is or has been carrying on business in one of 9 sectors of the Russian economy. So if you have a think over the course of today how many of you in this room potentially fall within even that category, or certainly know a lot of people who can. You will see quite how broad that goes. Why is that important? Well, it means that there is an enormous amount of power in executive hands at the moment to designate people subject to the principle of proportionality. So when the government makes decisions in this area, what they have to do is make sure that where human rights are engaged, they take those very broad criteria, but think about who would it be proportionate to allow on those lists. Other aspects of this power which make court review significant, and other aspects of the power that are very broad and intentionally so, are that there is no longer a requirement on the government to review these designations either annually or every 3 years, as there once was. So the only safeguard, as it were, the only opportunity to challenge is a request from individuals to have what's now called a ministerial review. Ministers look at it, and then if they don't like the decision, to go to a court review. There is no longer a requirement for the government to designate only where it is appropriate to do so, having regard to the powers, to the purposes of these powers. That's gone also. And of course, there's no time limit, unlike some EU sanctions. These are not sunset sanctions that apply for a certain period. And you compare that with, for example, the legal requirements for a worldwide freezing order on someone's assets, and you can see that the government power here is enormous. So the role of the courts is very important in this sphere. So what kinds of questions have come up in the courts? Well, some of the cases that there have been so far, and there have only been a handful so far, raise what I would call sort of hard-edged legal issues about things like the definition of an involved person. So am I properly regarded as within those various criteria for listing? And some, again, hard-edged legal questions about things like the Carltona principle, which is the government properly exercising its decision-making powers using the right people, public sector equality duties. There's a whole load of kind of legal questions. But I would say the main focus so far, and in light of what I've already said, you can see why it's important, is proportionality. So in other words, has the government properly conducted the proportionality analysis? For the uninitiated of you, proportionality means, first of all, everyone has so far accepted that the aim of these measures, which is the first part of the proportionality sort of template of questions, is sufficiently important to justify potentially targeted sanctions. Secondly, is this measure, this targeted sanctions measure, rationally connected with that aim, whatever that means? Thirdly, is there a less intrusive measure that could have been imposed? And finally, has a fair balance been struck between the likely impact on that individual and the kind of benefit overall, so a sort of weighing up process? So, so far, there have been a handful of cases on this. In a sense, it's annoying that this talk isn't happening about a month or so from now, because there's going to be a really important judgment on all of this shortly in a case called Schvidler, joined up with a case called Dalston Projects. And for any of you interested in this area of proportionality or public law more generally, I would somewhat surprisingly recommend the YouTube recording of the hearing, because there are a few passages in that where the Court of Appeal judges are really very, very engaged with and in debate with barristers on both sides on the issue of what should the role of the courts be in this area. And the key issue is this: how far, so the courts so far in this sphere have given the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office an enormous margin of discretion. In other words, they have said, and this is a pretty familiar formulation, that in this sphere of what is essentially foreign policy, national security decision-making, it is appropriate for the courts to be quite hands-off in their approach and to defer to the executive branch, whose job it is to make these fine decisions about who should be on and who should be off sanctions lists. And that general, well-accepted approach has been the approach of the courts. And really the puzzle for the courts, and particularly the Court of Appeal in Schvidler and Dalston projects, is how does that work where, for example, the government is making these decisions about the proportionality template a High Court judge then makes the decision about whether proportionality has been correctly or not decided, how far should the High Court be second-guessing the government's analysis? And as I say, so far they've said as long as the government takes a rational view on these questions of whether the aim is rationally connected or not, whether there was a less intrusive way of doing it and the fair balance, the courts aren't going to look at it. The Court of Appeal is then faced with, how do we approach the High Court judgment? Should we then defer a sort of another layer of deference to what the High Court has done because we're a Court of Appeal and so on? So there will definitely be a really interesting judgment on all of that. In the context of Eugene Schwidler's case, it's an interesting one because he is a British and American citizen who's never been Russian. And interesting issues there about proportionality because the impact, as you all know, of UK sanctions on British citizens is particularly acute because it is effectively has international, worldwide effect on what you do even outside the UK. There's also a really interesting discrimination argument because Mr. Schwidler is designated through the criterion of association. So there will also be interesting comments on what that means. So he is designated in part because of his association with Mr. Abramovich through a company that he used to be a director of, Evraz. And the discrimination argument is about the fact that of 9 Evraz directors, only the 3 Russian origin directors were designated. So there'll be also comments on discrimination. Another interesting one coming up on association is Angelika Khan, the wife of German Khan, hearing in her case last week, testing the legality and proportionality of this idea that you can be on a sanctions list as a family member of somebody else on a list. Finally, in this sphere, a really fascinating case I was involved in for the FCDO, a case called Graham Phillips. This was another case of a British citizen, so again, very severe impact. And he was designated for supporting or promoting policies which undermine Ukraine's integrity, i.e. promoting or supporting Russia's war, through social media posts. So he had been putting out very pro-Russian posts from the front line often, sometimes dressed in Russian military fatigues, of a very, as the government had it, glorification of war, supporting the war, propaganda in favor of war. Again, there's a very interesting judgment on the relationship between freedom of expression and sanctions measures, because his case, a very interesting one, was what about my right to free speech? I'm not paid by the Kremlin. I'm allowed to say what I want. I think the Western portrayal of this war is very one-sided. And why shouldn't I put out these videos as a British citizen? And he put out some pretty powerful arguments about the Orwellian state. You can imagine we were certainly portrayed as the great censor, but a really interesting judgment saying, actually, this is someone who is classically putting out propaganda in favor of war, which is something that governments worldwide have always been extremely and rightly harsh on. And this man is effectively a Russian asset. He's dressing so as to associate himself with the Russian military, and he's not sanctioned for his political expression. This isn't someone writing a piece in the Telegraph. It is someone who doesn't really deserve the word journalist to be attached to him. So some really fascinating pieces have been written about this, including by Peter Hitchens, who sat through the whole hearing and has written interesting pieces about what is a journalist in this context and so on. So again, probably not one maybe of much wider significance here if you're dealing with compliance, but certainly an interesting one in this sphere. Licensing, I would say, is also an area with very significant government discretion. And similarly, the courts so far, although they haven't looked at many cases, have been, of the view that the government should have a broad discretion in this sphere. So the most obvious recent example was the Fridman judgment, where the courts were this time reviewing a decision of OFSI not to grant licenses for Fridman. This really related to his enormously valuable house in Highgate, and he had made a number of applications for licenses, many of which had been successful, I think in the millions. relating to his security and his ability to continue to pay various members of his household. The courts upheld Ofsey's decision not to grant certain other licenses, and it's an interesting judgment on, again, Ofsey discretion in this field, but also some comments by the judge on a number of Ofsey internal policies on licensing that had come out and been discussed during the hearing but have not been made public, for example, on Ofsey's website. And the judge, Mr. Justice Saini, puts in a plea for Ofsey to publish those policies to be as transparent as possible. I don't think they have done so at this point, but interesting and perhaps the subject of discussion. I think, where are we on licensing generally? Not a huge amount of time to discuss, but I think that, for me, the one great benefit of Brexit, if there is one, is general licenses. So absolutely incredibly useful power the government now has that, I don't understand why, but the EU does not give member states the power to grant general licenses at all. So in EU member states, you have to go and get specific licenses for every single transaction. I think the government has used them and used them very, on a number of occasions and very effectively. And I think, you know, with some flexibility. So general licenses have been used, as Daniel pointed out. I mean, in relation to the legal services restrictions is a really good idea where I don't know if the government would go so far as to say the legal services restrictions went a bit further than they were intended to do. I think they probably would say that. But the general licenses have been used to try to make clear what was intended and what wasn't intended in relation to those restrictions. A large number of other legal services licenses. And I think it's also completely right, Daniel's comments, that a lot of these changes have taken place through engagement with the private sector, including, but not only, the legal sector. My feeling here, which I expect is shared by many, is that the most effective engagement with government has been dialogue through various industry groups. So UK Finance, Neil Wiley is here, the Law Society, and I think it's fair to say that the government find most useful, for obvious reasons, sort of collective views given by industry bodies insofar as possible. But there is now real engagement. So, you know, the normal complaint about government action here is a lack of speed in licensing. Ofsey is obviously staffed up enormously, as have other government departments. I don't know whether that's resulted in swifter decision-making, and I'm sure that will be the subject of other panels today. Presumably it will. Sort of anecdotally, I think it probably has a bit, but one is still hearing a lot. License applications that have been pending for a year or so on, and that is still, I think, the subject of great frustration. But it could be that just, obviously, a huge influx of new staff all need training and so on, and I don't know what the timescale on that actually seeing results is likely to be. Two other points then briefly. One, the more commercial side of litigation. There are a few cases coming through the courts about banking and sanctions. First of all, the whole area of debanking, of course, and banks either refusing to process transactions or closing accounts, refusing to open accounts. That's an interesting area of banking law, but particularly interesting insofar as it rubs up against equality law. So to what extent is it legitimate for banks, of course, to make risk appetite decisions based on whole jurisdictions? When does that create problems if it's perceived as just discrimination against Russians, Iranians, Syrians, whoever it may be? Also some litigation on how do banks actually return money, for example, close accounts where they're dealing with sanctioned individuals. How does that work, and so on. There's some litigation on that issue of discrimination, a case called XTX, some of you may have seen, where service providers are declining to provide those connected with Russia with financial products of different kinds. How far is that lawful? Litigation on ownership and control, which no doubt will come up repeatedly today. But I think the overall picture here is that there is an increasing effort to use the courts to try to get determinations on the important question of is a company owned or controlled by a sanctioned individual, partly because it has been so difficult to try to get clarity, I think it's fair to say, through the government, who don't regard it as its role to often to say, or at least say publicly, whether they regard a particular company as owned or controlled. And for many, the need for certainty in that sphere is so great that there is some litigation on this. For example, people trying to get declarations through court proceedings about whether an entity is owned or controlled. There's a Eurochem claim and others on this. And then, of course, the whole issue of is there ownership or control is then determined in court. On the ownership and control issue, I won't say too much. It's probably very familiar to many of you, but where are we now? As you know, there have been a couple of important court cases on the meaning of this vexed and, again, very broad test. Just to remind many of you, sanctions are targeted sanctions hit not only those expressly on the list, but those owned or controlled, but not named by people on the list. And in the case of UK sanctions, the real problem is, again, the breadth of the test in this sphere. So a designated person controls a company if there is reason to think that he or she would, if he chose to, be able to achieve the result that the affairs of the company are conducted in accordance with his wishes, in most cases in significant respects by whatever means, directly or indirectly. It's an incredibly broad test. And after another important Court of Appeal judgment holding that that test really might be as broad as it seems to be on paper, and you can't read it restrictively unless Parliament chooses to do so, by saying that actually President Putin can't be said to control potentially every company in Russia, and therefore the fact of his designation means the whole country is designated. That was followed by another judgment in Lukoil, where the High Court said, well, actually, they think that the control test is not about could the president step in at any point and wind up your company, but it's focusing on the existing influence of a designated person. Government then incredibly swiftly has put out, I think, helpful guidance saying it doesn't regard a company as controlled just by virtue of a designated person holding political office with a leadership function, but it's really all a matter of case-by-case evidence on actual control and not the application of presumptions. That certainly, I think, provides some enforcement comfort to companies that the government's unlikely to take enforcement action, one assumes, on the basis that the president controls all companies in Russia. You need evidence of actual de facto control. I think it's more difficult, though, and a great deal of legal uncertainty remains when you're not so concerned with enforcement, but what about, are we complying with contractual representations and warranties? How do we actually know whether we're dealing with a sanctioned entity or not? The answer at the moment is the debate is about how much digging and how much due diligence needs to be done in order to reach what degree of certainty on that question is still really one where there is not much certainty. So I expect the courts will have more to say on that. Final point, if I've got time for a final point, is on enforcement. So again, this is an area, and sorry to sound like a broken record, with intentionally enormous, perhaps most enormous, government power and tools at its discretion. So you've heard about the £50 million investment with a particular focus on sanctions evasion. Compare that with the lack of general money available to prosecute economic crime, and that is pretty significant. Huge expansions of the National Crime Agency as well as OFSI, and strikingly, strict liability for criminal offence, for civil fines, and therefore no need for the government to prove intent. Enormous reporting obligations, self-reporting and reporting by others on financial sanctions breaches. And in the criminal sphere, it's highly unusual to have effectively extraterritorial jurisdiction in relation to criminal matters. But if you are a British citizen abroad, not only do targeted sanctions follow you worldwide, but you can also be prosecuted for financial sanctions crimes anywhere in the world. Now, that is a pretty significant and unusual state of affairs. So, query, is it surprising that there hasn't been more public enforcement given how many tools are available to the government? It is apparently the case that there are lots of pending investigations. I think OFSI's latest annual report suggested almost 200, and it may well be there are more. Also, a large number of settlement letters, so cases being settled behind the scenes that we wouldn't know about. So there probably is a lot of enforcement going on. There's certainly a lot of enforcement through compliance. I suspect it's fair to say that in the UK, sanctions are most enforced, as across the EU, through people in this room and everywhere trying their best to comply with financial sanctions rather than public enforcement. I would suggest one disadvantage of the private settlement letters is simply that, unlike in the case of OFAC and US more public enforcement decisions, we don't have those quite useful lessons learnt, public statements of the factors that were taken into account that led to certain fining or other enforcement actions, which really is quite an important aspect of transparent sanctions enforcement. But we don't have that yet. Maybe we will have more. Since I'm talking about the courts, I think it is right to say that enforcement has not gone particularly well so far, insofar as the courts have had a look at it. Again, Mr. Fridman's case was an interesting one. So, as you may have read, in December 2022, 50 officers led by the new National Crime Agency Kleptocracy Cell raided Mr. Fridman's mansion, the same mansion that was the subject of the licensing applications. But by September 2023, the investigation had been completely discontinued. It turned out that the judge had put the wrong date on the search warrant. The warrant hadn't been signed by the appropriate NCA officer. The area to be searched hadn't been specified. The evidence was based in part on a 2008 dossier put online, found to have been put online to discredit Mr. Fridman. The NCA, who are here, may say this is an entirely unfair account, but this is what the court said. The NCA officers said he jumped out of the window and tried to run away, but in fact, the CCTV seemed to show him walking away calmly and slowly with his arms raised. Anyway, it doesn't look great. The government lawyers then conceded the raid had been unlawful. The NCA was liable in damages for trespass to land and goods. And a fairly similar story in Jersey with its economic crime and confiscation unit that then had to apologise to Roman Abramovich when it admitted that warrants it had obtained were unlawful and had failed to reach a sufficient level of evidence to justify the warrants. So let's see whether that pattern continues or not. I don't know whether the answer to this is some of that. There must be a serious political drive to do more sanctions enforcement. But obviously from those two cases, the lesson might be that political will to be enforcing doesn't mean that the boxes still don't have to be ticked. But that may be, as I say, completely unfair. It's just what one reads in the judgments. A final thought on this. It may be that instead of, or as well as increased enforcement, what we see is increased designations, to come back to my first point, for things that could be seen as sort of enforcement-related behaviour. What do I mean by that? Well, the initial waves of sanctions were very much on business people and people connected with business people and decision makers in Russia and so on. Now, interestingly, the trend is much more, I think, on enablers and those who aid circumvention, and therefore we're seeing far more non-Russians and non-Belarus people on these lists connected with all sorts of jurisdictions, Iran, UAE, Turkey, China, and so on, UK-based front companies, those connected with businesses circumventing, and so on. So query, is this a new form of enforcement that you will be designated if this is what you do, or you may be, rather than criminal cases brought for discussion? Finally, on enforcement and on my talk generally, as I've said, I think the focus probably is on compliance. I do think the government, though, have said publicly on a number of occasions that what they're driving at with enforcement is not people trying to do the right thing, who have done their due diligence and are really trying to comply in good faith with sanctions. They are looking for those enablers and more egregious examples of breach. I'm not sure that's sort of officially in policy anywhere, but I think that has been said a few times publicly, so one can take from that what you think. But those are my reflections very happy for questions if we have time.
Thank you, Maya. I think next year we need a longer slot. It's 2 years after the invasion, 2 years after the tidal wave of sanctions, and unsurprisingly, that's all now starting to filter through to the courts, which is why there is such a long, growing list of issues that the courts are grappling with that Maya has very helpfully just summarised. We've got time for 2 questions. We're going to limit it to 2 questions, so please go ahead.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
There's a microphone coming.
Thanks. I'm Rob Harkavy from the Global Legal Group. There's an increasing clamour at a sort of ever higher level of officials on both sides of the Atlantic. There's, at least according to the New York Times the other day, that assets which are currently frozen be seized. Perhaps that's because it's costing us a fortune, to support Ukraine or for reparations. But this is a call that is getting ever louder. Does the where does the current legal framework in the UK, and if you're able to comment, the EU, allow for that? How difficult is that to achieve if officials decide they want to do that within the current framework?
That's a very important question. There's a big difference, and it's not often highlighted in the debate, between seizure of assets frozen that are the assets held by individuals on targeted sanctions lists. So the sort of oligarch, why can't we just take Michael Fridman's mansion and house Ukrainian refugees in it sort of clamour. I think that certainly doesn't have a legal framework in place. It's very much freezing, not seizing. And we need a whole seminar on the sort of property law implications if it were otherwise. I think the real debate, and certainly one that a number of countries have expressed support for, relates more to Russian state assets. And there, the debate is also complex about which assets we're talking about. Is it central bank assets? There's a big debate about Euroclear. Is it the interest on that? Fierce political debate. I think that's more legally debatable. It's still a very complex one. But some countries have certainly lent support for that. But I think that's where the focus, possibly the action, will be. But there's certainly views that that would be disastrous for the euro. Lots of debate on the other side. So we'll have to see whether anything happens. But one can obviously understand the policy drivers.
It is a very good question, and I'm confident that at this conference next year, there will be more to say on it. One more question, and then we'll need to move on. Yeah.
My name is Alexander Rimsky. I'm from Hungary, and I have a question about the enforcement. Has it been developed in the same way in the UK territories, for example, the British Virgin Islands and Bermuda, which my experience are a bit less transparent than the UK?
That's a good question. My sense is that there's the same picture in the sense that there aren't public enforcement decisions. I don't know, Marcus, whether you know if there are any.
The landscape, as you'll know, Bermuda, Cayman Islands, for example, British Overseas Territories, essentially they have their own legislative requirements as far as sanctions are concerned, but bluntly, they take their lead and they take the letter of their legislation really from the UK and from the FCDO. And as far as I'm aware, in terms of enforcement in those jurisdictions, they are at a stage behind the UK, I would suggest. Okay, Maya, thank you very much. I'm sorry, we're going to have to
I know, I didn't give any. That was terrible. Shall I send a list of cases, or I'm very happy to note them down for you?
Or to save Maya's blushes, I could do a plug for a blog, which Maya is associated with, and you can give the reference for that.
I have a website, globalsanctions.co.uk, which has all of them. And actually someone here, James Marshall, can help you with how to access it. But I can certainly send a list. I didn't, partly because I think people get very bored with just a list of case names, but for those who want to follow them up.
Okay. Maya, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, so far this morning, you've heard from Daniel at the FCDO on the policy side, you've heard from Maya on the legal side, and the next panel, I'd like to introduce Jonathan Benson to come up and introduce his next panel. Jonathan is counsel at Allen & Overy. The next panel is all about life at the coalface and having to make all of this work in practice. So, Jonathan.
much. And I see my co-panelists are making their way. So, as everyone in the audience will no doubt be aware, an unprecedented wave of asset freezing sanctions has been imposed in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine since February 22. To take just a few figures from Office's most recent annual report, by the 31st of March of last year, 130 oligarchs and family members who had a combined net worth of around £145 billion at the time of the invasion had been sanctioned. Over 90% of the Russian banking sector had been sanctioned, and there were 4,000 designated persons who were subject to asset freezes across 35 regimes. And everyone, as everyone will know, those figures will have grown. Russia has also been hit by an unparalleled set of mostly novel, in terms of their breadth, financial restrictions on new investment, the provision of loans and credit, trading in securities, corresponding banking relationships, to name just a few. And all of those sanctions were imposed at pace and with a degree of coordination between particularly, but not exclusively, G7 states, against a backdrop of an enhanced political desire to enforce non-compliance and in the face of Russian counter-sanctions. So, as we approach the second anniversary of the invasion, and with sanctions regimes continuing to expand, I'm pleased to be joined by three eminent sanctions practitioners to discuss some of the key issues at this juncture for the city and its financial institutions, particularly in respect of the imposition of asset freezing sanctions. In no particular order, we have, I'm delighted to say, Chloe China, a partner in the London office of Morrison Forster and previously head of Global Sanctions Advisory at Deutsche Bank. We have Jonathan Burke, Managing Director and Global Head of Sanctions at Citi. And we have Rakesh Patel, Head of Sanctions Policy Oversight and Export Controls at HSBC Group. So turning first to you, Chloe. We are nearing the second anniversary, as I said. Briefly, what for you have been the most significant impacts of the waves of asset freezing sanctions that followed on the city and its financial institutions?
I'm going to answer with my sort of Deutsche hat on, and I was at a conference the other day and I was still saying we, so if I say we, it probably does refer to the banking sector, so I do apologise for that. I'm not quite in the zone of being in a law firm, but I think we've seen over the past 2 years the pace of change as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine result in an unprecedented wave of sanctions. I think that dust has now settled. We're obviously seeing new packages, new executive orders, and I believe that there will be more in the coming months, in particular on the third anniversary of the invasion. But amongst those novel sanctions, we have seen ones which were perhaps unthinkable before we actually entered into this new wave of sanctions. So if I think about the trade sanctions, the services bans, where we've seen sanctions imposed against pretty much every sector that perhaps wasn't ready for that. And if you're in a financial institution, looking at your client base, trying to respond to that and understanding how you implement it in an effective way, I think there has been a huge amount of upskilling within the compliance functions. That is one of the changes that we've seen. And of course, we've seen changes in areas like the oil price cap, which was something that we hadn't imagined. And there was no experience previous to the introduction of the oil price cap that would have led to us being able to put that into place in a safe and stable implementation manner. But what actually I think is positive as a result of these novel sanctions is the engagement and the guidance that we've seen across government and across the G7 as well. And what that has helped is basically the broader sectors, basically the public and the private sectors coming together, finding a position of strength by being able to identify where the weaknesses are in the measures themselves and what needs to be done in order to improve compliance with those. So I think that's been a real positive.
Thank you very much, Chloe, and we'll be picking up on some of those themes as we go along. Jonathan, any thoughts from your perspective?
You know, I appreciate Chloe's positivity behind it. I wonder, to hear the dust settles, I wonder if it's really settled or if we're just kicking up more dust in different ways. I think what we just heard from Maya was really interesting about a lot of the legal challenges and a lot of the uncertainties, and it's like we had a whole season of chaos 2 years ago, and now it seems like the chaos has just changed a little bit of shape. I mean, for me, I think the biggest impact is if you look at, I think OFSI reported almost 8 billion pounds in assets frozen under the Russia program. And that also speaks to how integrated Russia was into the British economy and indeed the global economy, which makes that program very distinct from other programs that we've seen in the past, where you have to untangle that. And I feel like that's been probably something I said last year at this thing, where there's this whole process to untangle all this stuff because they were so integrated. And that's been a huge impact, not just in the ability of sanctions to freeze that much, which is striking, but also in such a quick time, but also in the changes that have to happen and are happening in the compliance landscape across industries to try to meet these new and novel challenges, which aren't just about asset freezes, they're about other measures that have been put in place that are new, that are novel, that nobody really knows what the right way is to do it. And so that's, you know, I think creating a lot of change in terms of how we approach some of these sanctions.
Yeah. And Rakesh, of course, some of those sanctions have specifically impacted on the trading of securities. What would you highlight as the key challenges for financial institutions in that regard?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think securities have often been overlooked. I think we've seen a vast array of sanctions that have been imposed, and actually some of them have been directly targeted at specific securities. So if you look at the securities issued by the Russian sovereign, if you look at designated persons who've issued securities, those things are the obvious ones. But there have also been indirect implications as well on the security side, particularly the EU prohibition on being able to sell securities. Certain securities issued after a particular date can't be sold to a Russian national or Russian resident. These things pose significant challenges, I think, for financial institutions. We've also had sort of some very high-profile designations of companies that have issued securities that are traded broadly internationally on major stock exchanges. That means overnight those securities become subject to asset freezes and blocking sanctions. So these things, again, pose a challenge for banks who are operating on those exchanges. Similarly, we've had banks, major Russian banks that have been sanctioned. Most of these banks were heavily integrated in the global financial markets. So a lot of those banks were holding securities, sometimes Western-issued securities, sometimes securities that other banks had sold to them. All of those now become subject to asset freezing. And then you've got the complication of all the corporate actions, the dividend flows, the coupon payments on bond issuances, noting that if you don't pay on a bond, you're in default. And that has a major implication for your credit rating. So all of these factors, I think, often are not thought through when designations are made or when sanctions are implemented. The big challenges for the banks, I think, have been, number one, identifying the securities that are subject to sanctions. Some of this is fairly straightforward, where it's a designation, you can easily find it, but even then, you might have an entity that's 50% or more owned or controlled by another entity that's issued securities. Are those securities then caught by the blocking and freezing? So identifying securities is very difficult. The EU in particular, I think, the challenge around not being able to sell EU-denominated securities to a Russian national, Russian resident, or a person connected to Russia in the context of the UK, once the security has been issued after a particular date, is sometimes very difficult. Well, not sometimes, very difficult overall, but in some cases impossible. So if I give an example, BMW ordinary shares, issued for a long time. If BMW tomorrow issues new shares, new ordinary shares, those particular shares can't be sold to a Russian national, Russian resident, unless they have dual nationality in the EU. Now that poses a significant problem for banks because the identifier, the ISIN as they call it for their share, will be exactly the same as the old ordinary shares. So how does a bank work out when they're dealing in shares, whether it's a new share or whether it's an old share? It's actually impossible. So again, these things have not really been thought through when the sanctions were imposed. Understand what the implication was or what the intention was, but I think sometimes you get these complexities which come out as unintended consequences, but leaves banks in really difficult situations. Another example which highlighting is many banks will have sold securities to Russian banks. It's very common practice to sell bonds or coupons and notes, as they call them, and a lot of the time it's very hard because they're transferable securities. A lot of the time it's not possible to work out whether that Russian bank still holds the securities, because once you sold them, they could be held on behalf of an underlying customer. They could have sold them on to another entity. And a lot of these are held in central depositories, so like Euroclear or Clearstream. And Euroclear and Clearstream have said that they can't disclose who ultimately owns the sanctions. Now, what has been helpful in this context is the US certainly issued a general license allowing banks to continue processing payments to Euroclear and Clearstream on the basis that both of those entities had confirmed that they would comply with OFAC sanctions. So if they did receive any income where they knew the underlying holder of the securities was sanctioned by the US, they would block those funds. The UK similarly indicated that while they haven't issued a general license, their view was that if there was a risk, so i.e. if you thought or you believed that those sanctions, that those securities were held by a sanctioned bank, but you didn't know for sure, you could continue processing those payments on the basis that Euroclear and Clearstream had indicated to the UK government that they would block if there was a UK designated person. But in the case of where you know for sure that an institution is holding the securities, we would still have to block them at source. So again, a very complex picture. So again, just sort of highlighting those key challenges for banks. I won't go into some of the operational stuff that banks have to do in terms of screening and how operationally we manage securities that are subject to sanctions blocking.
Thank you, Rakesh. That was brilliant. And certainly in my experience, these sanctions have thrown up some really thorny issues, particularly, but not exclusively, when the NSD has been involved. And I think what the commentary you've given so far has really eloquently demonstrated is the fact that everyone knows this, the sanctions are not completely aligned as between jurisdictions. That's obviously never going to be totally possible. That would be utterly unrealistic. But where do you think that there are key differences of approach as between the allied countries, where there could be some smoothing out, and where the lack of that smoothness is causing challenges for financial institutions?
Yeah, again, I think we've discussed this at various industry forums and bilateral meetings with the key regulators. Completely understand that, look, it's impossible to get complete alignment because the policy drivers, the ways in which sanctions impose are different across jurisdictions. But I think when you have a program like Russia where there is a broad alignment in terms of what the policy objective is, I think there are things that can be done to smooth out the process. If we talk about designations, I know this is a common theme and been mentioned many times. Timing of designations, would be great if we could get broader alignment. You don't want, the UK sanctioning someone and then for a period of 6 months nothing happens and then the US suddenly sanctions them. Now, I think most global banks generally apply a broader policy position where they may apply the sanctions, one jurisdiction is saying as a policy position globally. The timing of sanctions then has the impact on, when that transaction related to that sanctioned party is flowing through a jurisdiction where the sanctions aren't applied, what do I do in those circumstances? So I think alignment of designations would be something that would be great and more often as close as possible. There is the whole question of ownership and control, and I think Maya touched on it. We see a lot of cases, particularly in the UK and the EU, which extends the thing to control, whereas the US, it's a much more objective measure around ownership. But even that in itself has some challenges. But if we could get some sort of alignment, because there are a lot of people who get designated from a US perspective, it's straightforward. If anything, they own more than 50% is also designated. But from an EU and UK perspective, you end up with this concept of control. and that's very subjective, and banks are left in a very difficult position to try and assess whether someone is controlling an entity or not. And I think the family member stuff that was discussed on the previous speech from Maya, is particularly challenging, particularly now that you're getting cases where authorities are sanctioning the spouses, for example, of designated persons. So is the assumption for the bank to say, I wait for family members until there's a designation, or do I take the risk that actually that family member, he transferred his shares to his son or to his wife? Is he still controlling the sector? So I think on the control aspect, that is something where perhaps we get alignment, because the more alignment we have, the more sort of consistency there is in terms of who is sanctioned and who isn't sanctioned, the more effective the sanctions will be. And I think some of the ineffectiveness and some of the time that's wasted by banks trying to understand whether somebody's sanctioned, I think is detracting from what the end goal is.
Yeah. And of course, what I think is already coming out of those thoughts is the fact that public and private dialogue, partnership, dialogue, engagement with regulatory authorities is obviously really key. It has been positive that given the way in which the Russia sanctions have developed, that dialogue has developed in parallel. But Jonathan, what would you say that good public-private partnership on sanctions looks like, and what are, in your view, the benefits on both sides?
So I think Rakesh hit on some of this, which is, to me, and as a former U.S. government sanctions policymaker, the key thing behind sanctions regulations, and what makes them unique, is they are underpinned by foreign policy objectives. So the partnership between government and industry really should focus on what those policy objectives are, and I think it does to a large degree. I mean, you think about some of the complexity that Rakesh mentioned around securities. Sanctions policies cannot predict all the technical complexities in terms of how to implement them. They know, policymakers know what they want to accomplish, but they don't really know how it's going to work once it goes out there. And so, in the industry, institutions, whether you're banks or corporates, understanding what that policy objective is allows a greater ability to manage and navigate what do we do where we have things that we can choose, and also what can we give governments to help them understand better some of the constraints and some of the limitations so that there can be more effective implementation around that. So I think what you get out of that is you get a transparency so that policymakers have a better idea about how sanctions regulations can be implemented, and that can help to inform what are the expectations from the government about what industry should be doing, and also gives the industry transparency about what is it that the governments are trying to accomplish, so that, as we put this into practice, we can try to meet the spirit of the regulation, even if there are complexities or the security goes by that you didn't see, you had no reason of knowing, and you draw comfort, not from the comfort letter that you know you're not going to get, but you draw comfort that what the government's policy objective is something that you are aligned with and you're working towards that. I think that's where that, we see, if we forget what the policy objective is and what we're all trying to accomplish in the implementation, and we focus on just the letter of the regulation and how, is this transaction permissible, is this transaction prohibited, then it looks like you're trying to navigate in between all of the sanctions, which is not always the case. But there are constraints on industry for what you can and can't do, and choices you do have that you can make, and things that you don't have a choice about what you make. You have blind spots where you just don't see things that come through, and you want to make sure that you're applying controls effectively. So I think that transparency, understanding those foreign policy objectives, and having the back and forth to show what the challenges are really what going to create better public-private partnership.
Brilliant, thank you, Jonathan. And changing tack slightly, Chloe, the Western sanctions have obviously not been created in a void. Russia has, to some degree, had a voice too. We've seen extensive Russian counter-sanctions that have touched on a broad variety of different transaction types. What would you say that regulators in the West can do to help mitigate the impact of those Russian countermeasures?
It's a great question, and I think flexibility is what we need in the West. I'm going to use one example that I was thinking about, which sort of illustrates the problem, because Russia has become more nimble. It doesn't have the same sort of constraints that we perhaps have because they're ambitious and they have greater flexibility in order to counter the effects. I mean, of course, there is generally an interest there to do so, but from my experience in banking is that that flexibility is really undermining to a certain extent some of the sanctions measures that we've seen put on the table by the West. So if we think about Decree 95, which requires for any foreign currency to be paid in respect to a loan repayment outside of Russia, you need the Ministry of Finance or the central bank's approval for that. It's a really effective tool for the Russian. Now, in the first part of 2022, early on in 2023, we also saw those authorizations from the Ministry of Finance or the central bank being granted for certain loans which were being sought to be repaid by Russian corporates who were seeking to, on the one hand, I suppose, maintain some credibility in the international or the global markets by having those loans repaid. We saw those authorizations being granted. And actually what we've seen over the past 6 months, and there are a number of different reasons why this has happened, is those authorizations being removed. And so what does that mean? If you are a multinational or engaged in some form of financing and you are no longer in receipt of the repayment of those loans because the Russian countermeasures have allowed for them to be more effective, what does that mean that you can do with your home regulator? Essentially, we've seen banks going to the member states, going to the Commission and saying, listen, if we are in a position to not be allowed under the provisions that currently exist in terms of the guidance that's out there on investment and what you can and cannot do with amending a particular agreement, because we can't receive the funds anymore in a particular currency because the Ministry of Finance or the central bank are no longer granting that authorization. If we were to amend that underlying agreement, we would be in breach of the investment provisions because an amendment would constitute new investment. Essentially, we're allowing the Russian countermeasures to have a better effect than actually what our own foreign policy objectives are. And if you think about a syndicated loan where you've got a number of different jurisdictions involved, even if one member state agrees that this is actually an effective way of managing those countermeasures, if you don't get alignment across the European Union, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And so I think the one thing that we could look at going forward, if we're taking a strategic view of what the countermeasures are actually capable of achieving, is being more flexible and nimble, like they are doing so in Russia.
Two great words, Chloe, flexible and nimble. But Rakesh, in light of the fact that there is a shift now towards Western countries enforcing sanctions, do you see that private partnership relationship being under strain?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're already seeing signs of that. Look, I think if there is one good thing, if anything good can come out of this whole episode, is the level of engagement that we've seen over the past 2 years between private sector and government regulators. I think it's at a scale and a level that was unparalleled, just in the same way as sanctions. So that has been the big positive. I think we've seen a huge amount of engagement. We've seen even authorities coming to us beforehand and saying, you know, we're thinking about this. What do you think in terms of operational? So there's been great engagement. But I think as we start moving towards more enforcement, more measures being taken, I suspect there will be some weakening of the certainly the information sharing that's been going on. You know, I think it's important that authorities, you know, recognize that the period over the last 2 years has been enormously stressful for banks in terms of the volume, the scale of the sanctions. We've had to act very, very quickly in some cases overnight. And that inevitably means that there will be instances and cases where perhaps actions took a little bit longer and you know, we weren't fully compliant within the 24 hours. You know, I think there has to be some acknowledgement and recognition that the period of time that we're operating. People often have short memories, and you'll forget what you were dealing with on that particular day, with maybe 20 or 30 designations, and perhaps one account. There was one product for one account that wasn't blocked in a timely manner. So those things are going to come out, and inevitably with the reporting, that requirements, we have to report any sort of potential breaches, and I'm assuming that regulatory authorities will use that reporting in order to enforce and impose penalties. But it's just a plea to the regulatory authorities to take into account the environment that we were operating in, over the last 2 years, particularly in terms of the resource constraints, particularly in the sense that you had completely new and novel type of sanctions that are never seen before, and it's impossible for a financial institution to put a control in place, within hours, indeed within days, to deal with completely new types of sanctions. That, I think the way and the manner in which authorities start taking action against banks or the financial institutions or the private sector, I think will drive some of the future collaboration, the future information sharing that happens. I think if it's proportionate and it's balanced, then I think we can see engagement going on. But I think if it feels if it's very one-sided, you might find that financial institutions start retrenching a little bit and taking a more of a defensive posture, which is, I think, is unhelpful, because I think it's important that at the end of the day, we're all trying to comply with the requirements. We all have the end goal in mind. It's not as if banks are going out there and purposefully trying to evade the sanctions or circumvent the sanctions. I think one final point, which I did want to bring up in this case, because I think it does have a direct implication, is the new US Executive Order 14114, which is essentially threatening secondary sanctions on foreign financial institutions or non-US financial institutions who engage in activity that's in breach of the sanctions regulations. I think this has particular implications, particularly for non-US financial institutions, in terms of how much information sharing they undertake with US authorities. I think there has been quite a lot of open sharing information where you've got concerns about somebody behaving in a way that may be in breach of sanctions prohibitions. I think there may be a little bit of reluctance for banks to share that information now on the grounds that they may then become the target of those sanctions. Now, while the US authorities have given assurances that banks of the G7 are not necessarily the target of these sanctions, there isn't anything in writing, and there isn't anything specific that we can rely on to say that we will have that safe harbor or that safety net, that if you're trying to do the right thing and inevitably there is a breach, you would have some protection from secondary sanctions. So I think that sort of executive order does, if it's an indicator of the direction of travel, then potentially that could have quite a big impact in terms of intelligence sharing and information sharing.
Thank you, Rakesh. And Jonathan, Rakesh has already alluded to some of the challenges that the industry has faced. But what, in your view, is stopping the industry from perfectly adhering to sanctions, a concept that I find difficult to recognise in any event?
Well, I know Rakesh and I have talked before. We have slightly different views on the secondary sanctions side of things I can come back to. But I'd noticed in the OFSI report, annual review, they had almost 500 suspected breaches last year, which was up from 147 the year before. I'm guessing that at least some of those are self-disclosed, perhaps most of them. And I think that this public-private partnership, I think there's a lot of learning happening on both sides about these things. I have no doubt that policymakers and enforcement bodies in the UK are learning about how complex some of these things are and what that means, and hopefully that will guide their discretion, and they'll recognize it's not a gotcha game. It shouldn't be. And the US has been clear for years it's not about playing gotcha with these regulations. It's about trying to achieve robust implementation that supports those objectives. But I think there's two things that really are challenges for the industry and for the government, the way the sanctions are put out, that make compliance imperfect. One is imperfect information, and two is everything's a process. So on the imperfect information, when conceptually it makes a lot of sense that you put a name on a list or a security on a list, you screen it, you block it, it's all done. But anybody who's dabbled in KYC knows that names aren't just names. There's lots of different types of ways of spelling names, and you have fuzzy logic, and you have lots of different things in the system you try to compensate for imperfect data. I mean, how many people noticed that the BIC codes for banks weren't put on the UK list when the banks came out, right? In the US, they are. So banks can be identified by BIC codes, not just their names, in certain transactions. So then you have to source that information. If you look at control information, because somebody's sanctioned and any entity they control is also subject to the sanctions, but they're not on the list. So you have to find that information, you have to source it. There's different ways of doing that. So data alone and the information you're given to work with is inherently imperfect. And it can be strengthened. Lists can be augmented, they can be updated, you can do that. But that's the second problem, which is everything's a process. It takes time. So when you're looking at sanctions are effective immediately, there is not a lot of other regulations will have a time to implement. You have a notice of proposed rulemaking. You'll have a proposed regulation come out. You can figure out how best to ingest that into your environment, into your ecosystem, make sure that you have appropriate controls for that. Sanctions don't give you that luxury. So you've got to kind of build or fix the airplane while it's in the air. And so, you have a process associated with all these, and then when you do find something, now you've got to say, well, we've got a better process in place, but that means that, over the past days, weeks, maybe it's just a few hours, maybe it's a few minutes after the sanctions were effective, something went through and now we have to disclose. And then you've got to have this whole apparatus set up to support the administrative activity of disclosing and engaging on, very technical details around, how this works and why it wasn't effective immediately. The bottom line is there is no magic button. So when sanctions come out, I don't know anybody that's got a magic button where you just push it and everything's taken care of. I think that the industry is making strides towards some of the things that even technologically the capabilities weren't there. I mean, previous sanctions programs were not, at least for most Western banks, you weren't used to having clients that became sanctioned, maybe on occasion. But a lot of times banks had already isolated themselves from sanctioned jurisdictions, sanctions actors, the whole traditional sanctions programs. When you have such integration and banks have customers who are exposed to that, then the systems and processes and technology that's been in place to address a different type of risks are now need to be augmented, looked at, revised, something to make it faster and try to address the risk of today, but that takes a bit of uplift too. So I think these are some of the things that, and some of the complexity that we've seen go into place that make it really an imperfect system. And I think there are efforts again on both sides of that public-private partnership to learn what those are, how do we work together to make these things better so that the information coming out of governments when sanctions are enacted is more helpful to the industry trying to implement that. And then when the industry has challenges, the public sector can also address that and try to make sure that we're all going in the same direction, not trying to play gotcha or whack-a-mole as it used to be.
Yeah, I'd agree with all of that. Chloe, turning back to you, lots of decisions were obviously made at extraordinary pace with potentially imperfect information back in particularly 2022, but I'm sure not exclusively. What challenges do you think that financial institutions are facing in defending those decisions now that, as Maya has talked us through, litigation is now very much on the cards?
It's interesting because I think when I was in government, the sort of challenges that we faced regarding the decisions that we made were either that a particular case that you'd advised on appeared in the press, and of course then you had a public debate over the advice that had been given, and depending on how that went, you either felt comfortable with the advice that you had given at the time, or indeed there would be, for example, a judicial review, which perhaps may happen 2, 3, 4 years down the line. But again, it's kind of public hearing of the advice that you had given at the time. What has happened now in the context of Russia is exactly the same, and we've seen it repeatedly over the past couple of years. We have seen decisions that banks have had to take that they've otherwise previously defended in front of their auditors, or indeed if they have a monitor, they've had to defend those decisions and explain how they came to arrive at a particular answer. But actually what we've seen over the past couple of years is those decisions being aired in public, either in the press or now in the courts, both in the domestic courts and in the European courts. And so what we're seeing is at the beginning of February 2022, we saw decisions taken at pace. People were working at times through the night, making assessments on ownership and control, and having to grapple with unprecedented sanctions, with a lack of information. We've talked about data points. Sometimes you were having to make a judgment call based on perhaps outdated KYC, an unaligned jurisdictions that were unaligned, so you were perhaps making a decision in one jurisdiction without necessarily being backed up by a designation from another. But you were thinking, well, if we've got assets here, because of the global nature of assets and how they do straddle multiple jurisdictions, you were making cautious decisions, which meant that you were freezing perhaps in a jurisdiction that you didn't necessarily have the legal basis to do so. Those decisions are now being litigated in both the commercial courts through international arbitration. Across the UK, we've seen a number of different cases being brought. And I think it's that uncertainty that something that you did perhaps 1.5 years ago at pace in a very different environment from when I talked about the dust has settled, without access to all of the material that you perhaps now, and when you look through a lens with hindsight, it's actually so much easier, especially if you've been able to piece together an otherwise incomplete jigsaw. And so I think it's that uncertainty now which banks face in terms of the challenges, and that's where we need the support of government in order to back up some of those decisions that we made back in 2022 and early 23.
Yeah, and that's of course before you factor in the fact that Russian counterparties might be litigating against you in Russia as well.
Absolutely, and I think that's a really nice technique that's being deployed by the Russians, much more intelligent, much more flexible. You know, why waste your time? And I mean, of course there are parallel proceedings in the domestic courts here, but why waste your time in a domestic court here when you can get a very positive outcome in Russia and then hoover up the assets in another nefarious way?
Yeah. A final question for Jonathan, very briefly, because we should give a few minutes for the floor. What do you think needs to change to move from what I think would all describe as, to some extent, cat and mouse sanctions implementation to really immediate effects?
So some things in sanctions don't change, and this cat and mouse game was written about 12 years ago when it came to implementing Iran sanctions. It was written about a year ago on Russia sanctions. I think there's two things that we can do. One is connecting the dots. We all see things through our little prism of whatever we do. One of the things we noticed is you can see how certain industries get connected. Shipping is a great one, right? So my experience in Iran sanctions was looking at, ships were changing their name, but you can use the IMO number to verify, because that doesn't change. But people weren't connecting those dots. So once governments can see some of these things and bring those dots that are open source, is just different ways of thinking about problem sets, evasion, which is the background to the cat and mouse game, and you can kind of see, here are some of the things to look for. Here are the dots you can put together and have a better approach to implementing sanctions, or something that's more effective and kind of cuts off some of these tactics that historically have been years in the development to try to evade sanctions. Here, I think we're also seeing that the government moved very quickly to sanctions evasion as a concern, and is trying to target secondary sanctions and others, because traditionally, sanctions evasion came out when the channels had been narrowed so much that there were only certain nodes that sanctions targets could go through and try to find how to get what they needed that weren't actually touched by other sanctions. And so I think, the other challenge we have is that banks were able to make a choice on business. So when the dots were connected and they say these are the risk points, when banks became aware of that, banks could say, yeah, I don't want to have anything to do with that. So they would remove themselves from that equation because they have inherent blinders to what's happening in evasion anyway. And we've heard, I think, today that banks are struggling now with being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Like, I can't not do this transaction unless it's illegal, but I can't show that it's illegal, so I have to do it. What do you do, and how do you start to make risk decisions? But I think, to try to get to more effective and immediate implementation and try to combat circumvention, it's about connecting those dots and the government providing information about how to do that, and then showing institutions how they can make choices to change their behaviors so they cannot be wrapped up in some of the evasion activities that might be out there that they have no idea.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jonathan. I think we have time probably for 2 questions. I have an immediate hand. I think there's a microphone coming.
Thank you. We are a global sanctions data specialist. Question is to the panel. Retaliatory sanctions, or what you refer to as counter-sanctions. If I take the example of China and the MFA, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, have designated several US and Western entities as part of their ongoing program. One of those entities, for example, is Lockheed Martin, which we find deeply embedded in many security structures that are issued in the Western markets, the Western capital markets. So the question to the panel is, are you actively dealing with this situation, and if so, how? Because just from our initial analysis, there are about 490 exchange-traded products that contain Lockheed Martin, which are potentially being distributed in those Asian markets, which would be against Chinese law if it was a Western organization or institution doing that.
I don't know if we have a particular taker for that question. I'm happy to offer some very short views. I have to say, in my experience, this question has not come up. Clients have not raised at this point with me. And indeed, whilst I'm beginning to see certain questions relating to the China counter-sanctions, if that's what you want to call them, beginning to filter through, they're not particularly high in volume. I think for the most part, non-Chinese entities are not concerning themselves with these China counter-sanctions. Obviously, if you have a very large exposure to mainland China, it's going to be a particular issue for you. But I think there's a recognition that largely these sanctions are political in nature, that they are signalling as opposed to intended to have direct and enforceable consequences on non-Chinese counterparties.
All I would add is we haven't come across, no, I certainly haven't come across that particular topic, but as a result of the sanctions that were we were almost caught out following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, I think most financial institutions perhaps in the September, October of 2021, put together a playbook looking at the potential sanctions that could be introduced depending on what the trigger was and how that would impact their financial institution. I think most corporates, most financial institutions have now looked at that in the context of China and have looked also as an item or a line item in the playbook, what would countermeasures look like? And so it's really being thought through. Of course, it's for some on the back burner because there are other topics like Gaza or a further increase in hostilities in the Middle East, which means that some of the resources that have been used for China and preparation for China have been reserved. But I do think that counter-sanctions is a feature in most financial institutions' playbook, but not to perhaps the granularity that you're thinking about.
Great, thank you. Another question here at the front.
I have a very technical question. Nicoletta Tuominen, lawyer with Dentons, based in Brussels. Have the Russia sanctions also forced banks to cooperate and collaborate more with each other? And concretely, if one of your customers wants to execute a payment on towards a designated individual who holds the account with another bank, would your bank allow that payment to go through, or would you block already the payment and not rely on the other bank, basically enforcing the asset freeze and the account freeze? And in the same sphere of, if you will, under the guise of overcompliance, which you have probably heard about a lot in the last 2 years, if your bank was the payment agent for a designated Russian issuer, and the payment was executed with your bank, what would you advise the investors? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Rakesh.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, in terms of your first question around relying on other banks, we can't, is a simple answer. The regulatory obligation applies to the bank. So if we processed a payment, even if we know the downstream bank is going to block, that would be against the regulations, and we would have to file a breach or a potential breach because we process the transactions. It comes down to questioning whether your controls are working. In terms of collaboration, I think we would love to be able to share this information. We tend to share it with the regulatory authorities, particularly where it's a non-listed person. So if it's somebody that we know through ownership and control is potentially caught as a sanctions target, we share that intelligence quite a lot with the regulators in the hope that they end up on a list. Because once it's on a list, then everyone knows about it. But often we're not allowed to share information beyond that because, again, data privacy, but also customer data protection. We're not allowed to share information about our customers with other financial institutions or indeed broadly. So there are some challenges there. I think, there is quite a lot of work that could be done around that because often if you're banking a customer, you will know the ownership structure. A counterparty who doesn't bank the customer won't know the ownership structure. So it will be helpful for us to be able to share that information via a regulatory body where we disclose the information and then potentially they end up on a list. And that makes life easier for everyone and makes the sanctions more effective. So I think on that first point, that would be helpful, but at the moment we're not able to do it.
Can I just add, I think on your first question about cooperation generally between banks, I do think there's a lot, especially now, more so than before, in part because some of these measures were brand new. And everybody, you try to put in the controls you think are the most appropriate, but then you have to go to your colleagues in the industry and go, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing about this? And there are, forums where we can do that and try. And I think there's a big advantage to the policy objectives and for the industry in trying to implement in consistent ways. It gives you confidence that you're doing it right. It gives you the ability to share what could be considered best practices. It gets buy-in from governments who also don't have an answer for what you should be doing. So I think that's very good. And on the point about kind of collaboration or cooperation on specific questions, we have had cases that this concept of control, which is an independent determination, but some people that's a big pain point because people have different determinations. But we have had cases where we're able to share information, obviously with permission from clients, because to Rakesh's point, sometimes the best information is when it's your client, but you might have to make a determination of control on an entity that's not your client, and so you don't have that information. But if you have a counterpart that you can work with and get with, permission from clients that, for privacy purposes, can share information that allow you to meet the determinations in a more consistent manner, that can be helpful.
Just to add quickly to Jonathan's point about cooperation, I think benchmarking has become really popular and it's become much faster as a result of the trust that we now have amongst the banking sector. I think if you want to not be the outlier, then you will quickly benchmark and you will do that on an ad hoc basis in a generic way depending on what the issue is. And we know for sure that that's what the regulators are doing. I mean, if OFAC wants to know what Citi thinks about something, they'll also be asking another financial institution what their view is. So if you're not doing that benchmarking yourselves, then you may find that you're an outlier in a particular space.
Fantastic. I'm afraid we'll have to draw the conversation to an end there. But thank you very much to my three panelists. That was absolutely superb. Thank you.
Thank you.
back in here, please, at 11:30. And after the break, we've got speakers from OFAC, speakers from the European Commission, and another industry panel. So look forward to seeing you at 11:30.
Yeah.
Are you coming through? Is it just,
Thank you, everybody. We're going to make a start, so if you could please take your seats. So a couple of quick housekeeping reminders. First of all, just a quick reminder about the Chatham House rule. There's only one rule, and that is no attribution of any person or organisation if you are going to quote or produce information from today's conference. So thank you for everyone for adhering to that. Secondly, there are some questionnaires on the table, and the conference organisers would be very grateful indeed if at some point during the day you could fill in those questionnaires and just leave them at the front desk. So, with all of that said, it gives me great pleasure now to introduce Elena Nadir. Elena is joining us remotely from Brussels, at least I hope she will be in a moment. She is in charge of the sanctions unit at DG FISMA. Elena, can you hear us okay? I think we can now see you. Fantastic. Okay, great. Elena, thank you very much. Over to you.
Good morning and many thanks. Thank you so much for having me and very happy on my side to be with you today, although it's only remotely. These wonderful things of agendas, budgets, and other sorts of issues that unfortunately prevented me from being physically there with you today. Still, great pleasure to be around and to be able to talk to you about something that is actually very, very. I personally hold very, very important and almost dear. I would say, if it were such a dry subject in itself. And that definitely the European Commission is very keen on, such as enforcement of our sanctions. So you will see in what I'm going to say that most of my examples will refer to the Russia sanctions. That is because, as we all know, and it's no surprise, it's the topic of the moment. But I think it is safe to say that most of the trends that we are identifying now, and most of the actions that the Commission and Member States are set to take in this context will probably serve as a model in future cases when we want to focus on enforcement of sanctions. Perhaps let me start by a word of caution, and I'm pretty sure that you actually know what I'm just about to say. Enforcement of EU sanctions is first and foremost a task of the national competent authorities, so that the enforcement authorities of the member states, the EU 27. And you may have seen, I of course cannot speak on their behalf, but I just want to point you to more and more frequent items in the news on enforcement action that is being taken by member states. Some are particularly active, or at least publicly active. Others are less present in the press with their enforcement action, but I can assure you that there is quite a lot happening at national level. In many cases, member states do not make public their enforcement investigations until they're quite sure of having a bulletproof case that can actually stand the test of courts. Hence, there is a lot of undercurrent, I would say, enforcement action that is not out there, but it is happening. And you can also start seeing some enforcement by the courts and some ping pong between administrative and judicial authorities when it comes to enforcement. Now, for what I can say, and for what you probably wanted me here with you today, is where are what is hot on enforcement on the side of the European Commission. And I'm very happy that we are in Chatham House. This definitely helps us to be a little bit more open. Although I suspect that much of what I'm about to say you will already know. Perhaps what I'm going to say is simply going to put things into a bit more perspective. I would say perhaps if we had spoken about a year ago, or maybe 1.5 years ago, I would have said that the master word for sanctions at that time for the European Commission was implementation. And we were extremely busy, and I would say at times even stressed, in trying to get out there as much guidance as possible to make sure that the private sector, but not only, would know how to implement the faster and faster coming sanctions, at least when it came to Russia. We wanted to make sure that people understood what they were supposed to do or not do, particularly what they were supposed to not do. And to understand the exact shape and scope of these measures, which were quite unprecedented. Now, things have slightly changed. I won't say that we're not very keen on implementation. Quite on the contrary, this remains a big focus, but enforcement and anti-circumvention have really become the master words of everything we do. And that's because we have come to realize, and this is again in the context of the Russia sanctions, that after 2 years of imposing sanctions package after sanctions package, and after issuing more than 600 FAQs on the Russia sanctions, it's no longer about let's understand what we're supposed to do. It is to a certain extent, but it is very much about let's make sure that we have what we have put in place and what we should have understood by now we're supposed to be doing or not doing, because there is so much body of guidance out there and there is so much engagement as well by national authorities with the private sector, that all these things are now actually being done. And when they're not done, that there are consequences and there is follow-up by the enforcement authorities. So on anti-circumvention, I will say only a very brief word because I've been speaking about anti-circumvention at several events lately, and I don't want to bore you again with this. On anti-circumvention, the EU sanctions envoy has been extremely active. Don't ask me how he does it, because I confess I do not understand. He is somehow everywhere all the time, all at once, if I can paraphrase a very famous recent movie. He has very active engagement with lots of third countries, and he has managed to get some of them, and not of the easiest clients, I would say, to actually commit to do something about stopping circumvention of EU sanctions via their territories. So we're very happy on the achievements there. Now, every time we go and speak to third countries, the first thing that they tell us is if your prohibited goods end up in Russia via our territory, it's most likely because some of your own operators have sent them to us without checking what is going to happen with those goods. So basically, anti-circumvention starts at home, and at-home anti-circumvention is just plainly put enforcement action by the member states on their own operators. And you will have seen perhaps the 11th sanctions package and also the 12th sanctions package have been, I wouldn't say entirely, but overwhelmingly focused on enforcement and circumvention to a certain extent. So overwhelmingly, because most of the provisions that you see in there, even those that seem slightly more innocuous and not so relevant, are actually targeted at making sure that enforcement is easier, is faster, is more effective, and is actually not taking away all the resources of the member state, because precisely it has been rendered by the legislation a bit easier. I will just mention a few measures, and these are actually the measures where I would say, and then of course this is just me speaking, and the Commission is luckily a much bigger entity and with much wiser and strategic people than I am. My take is that the measures that I'm about to mention, most of which have been brought in by the 12th sanctions package in December, are going to be the ones that occupy us in the months to come when it comes to enforcement. You will have seen that we have strengthened that we have introduced. We have introduced something that we assumed would be somehow even unnecessary, which is the no re-export clause. It's an article in the sanctions regulation concerning Russia, which prohibits the re-export by clients in third countries, particularly, of certain categories of goods that have been exported from the EU. This is a very clearly oriented enforcement case. For those EU operators which have not, to our great surprise, and I'm very honest in saying that, and perhaps a bit too blunt, for those operators which have still not managed to include a no re-export clause in their contracts concerning sensitive goods, goods such as firearms, goods such as aviation-related ones, common high priority goods. So if by now there is still an operator which has not included such clauses in their export contracts to third countries, well, it is about time that they do, because now it is mandatory. And we would have expected that practically everyone who was engaged in trade of such significant and sensitive items would have such clauses. Again, to our surprise, we understand that some haven't. And hopefully now, to their surprise, there is no way around it. They have to have this in place. What will this do? It will facilitate enforcement, because if you show up at the border trying to export a good that is among those which would need to have a no re-export clause in the contract, customs authorities from now on do have the right to say, can I see the contract on the basis of which you're exporting these goods? Oh, you don't have a no re-export clause. Well, sorry, your goods are not going anywhere. So this will facilitate the work of the border control. No export is a new thing. There will be guidance, ample guidance, I would say, coming up very soon, including potential templates for such a new clause, which can or cannot be can be followed or not, up to the operators. But I do see quite a bit of work around this. Of course, for operators to update their contracts, there is a period of time allowed for them to do so, and also a lot of work for the national authorities, particularly customs, in following up. Another very important point where we are focusing on enforcement, I can only predict that we will focus more and more in the months to come, because it is extremely necessary and because it is very, very relevant as well, is the oil price cap. Oil price cap, which has been there for quite some time. It's, as you know, a measure agreed with our partners in the G7. It's a measure that had a very significant impact in the very beginning in cutting down revenues of Russia from the sale of the black gold to international markets, while at the same time not creating any energy shocks around the world. What we are seeing, though, and it happens in all sanctions measures, is that in time, operators and Russia itself, of course, become more and more creative. Well, in time, they also have the opportunity to test, try, and perfect the evasion measures. So we are seeing more and more deceptive practices, as we call them, which are aimed at specifically avoiding the oil price application, maintaining the benefit of insurance financing and so on and so forth by EU and allied operators, while nevertheless carrying Russian oil above the price cap. So what we are trying to do as well here is to make sure that the enforcement of the oil price cap becomes easier, and that the circumvention and the evasion of those measures become more and more difficult. And this is first and foremost a matter of transparency. You will have all heard more than once about the dark fleet. What on earth is the dark fleet? It's very hard to answer that question. Where is the dark fleet? Who has it? Well, that's even more difficult to answer, although there are some quite enlightened suggestions out there in the press and doctrine. Now, how do we make sure that we don't contribute to strengthening this dark fleet? There is only one very clear way of doing that. In the absence of actually managing to get the dark fleet, because they are outside our jurisdiction, what we can do is to make sure that we don't contribute in any way whatsoever, and particularly by providing the dark fleet with the vessels it needs, with the tankers it needs to move Russian oil above the price cap. So that's where also the 12th sanctions package has brought in a new provision, which requires that any EU owner of a tanker which decides to sell such a tanker will need to notify that sale to a national competent authority, will also need to explain to the national competent authorities to whom exactly they are selling. And this will allow our national authorities and the Commission afterwards to be able to see who is hoarding up on tankers and thereby where to focus enforcement action, where to look closer, where to look for the most important touch points for oil price cap enforcement. In addition to this transparency, which is going to be brought by the new notification obligation, and why did we want to put in place this notification obligation? Because, as I'm sure you know, the EU remains one of the biggest producers and owners, certain EU operators, biggest producers and owners of tankers and in general of vessels. So in addition to trying to weigh in the international trade in Russian oil via the financial part, again, because there is a hook there for us partners in the G7, the actual supply of tankers can happen very easily via the EU, because there are owners and there are old tankers that an EU owner would not want to use. They're too old, they're not safe enough, and so on and so forth, but that others might be interested in having. So that is why we went for this sort of transparency instilling provision. And the other very important provision related to the enforcement of the price cap, where I think there will be quite significant results in the near to medium future, and I do expect it to have an important impact on against, let's say, the evasion of the oil price cap measures, is the prohibition to sell tankers for use in Russia or to Russian persons. It's obvious why we would do that. It's obvious what this will do once it comes into force to the dark fleet, to those who are trying to get tankers for their oil price cap. Will this be the silver bullet? Will this stop the grey shady trade of Russian oil above the G7 agreed price cap? Well, of course it won't. There are other producers of tankers out there. There are other owners of tankers which are not subject to the EU jurisdiction, which we, of course, cannot force not to sell to Russia, to Russian persons, and so on and so forth. But we are significantly reducing the margin for the dark fleet, and we are obliging them to go to even older and less well maintained tankers, which will increase quite considerably the costs for those actually operating those old vessels. So it will, we estimate, and we hope to be right, because this is all you can do in your policy making, hope that you're right and that this is going to work, that these increased costs will make it not worth carrying oil above the price cap, and not worth having such a booming, apparently, dark fleet business out there. Some other measures that are trying to support in enforcing the oil price cap prohibitions, well, the new itemized costs obligation. We have seen some attestations for oil price cap transport, which had a very small amount as price for the oil, but then huge amounts for transport, huge amounts for insurance, huge amounts for other ancillary concepts, which made many national authorities think that in fact those costs were inflated, and that the oil price cap was artificially deflated on the bills. And thereby that the trade in Russian oil above the price cap was actually bigger than we expected. So we are now making mandatory the provision of attestations which explain each and every one of the costs incurred by by the trader or the transporter of the oil. These can be, it's not mandatory to provide them every time, but it is perfectly feasible for anyone in the trade chain to request them, and then once requested, the operator is obliged to provide them. Again, transparency instilling and telling the operators it's not going to be business as usual. You can be asked, and our estimate is that they will be asked, because we expect the financial sector to want to see those itemized costs before they provide insurance, before they provide financing, and so on and so forth. Those who still provide such services for oil trade, Russian oil trade, of course. So we expect that this will end up being via also private enforcement by market operators, that it will reduce the space of activity for those carrying oil above the price cap. Now, let me stop with price cap and mention something else, because I think we're running out of time, and I would really want to hear from you also your questions and suggestions with regard to enforcement. Let me mention something that is extremely new and that we are still waiting to see, to hear a feedback from industry on implementation. A very new measure and absolutely unprecedented as well. The obligation for EU entities which are owned by 40+% by Russian persons, Russian entities, or residents in Russia, to notify to the national competent authorities any transfers of funds above 100,000 outside of the EU. Where is this coming from, and where do we hope to be going with it? It's coming from the rather anecdotal but potentially true information that the Kremlin is still receiving quite significant revenues from abroad, from well, some call them, and I would not want to call them that, but since they're called like that by the articles I have read, it's just easy to refer to that, puppet entities of the Kremlin abroad, in the EU, but not only. Entities which are not owned or controlled by listed persons, so they carry out legit activity from that perspective. Entities which do not engage in prohibited trade, so there is no other alarm signal that would make national authorities look at them, but which make quite significant profits in the EU, because that's where we are able to legislate, and which one way or another end up transferring those significant profits to Russia, which, as we
Can you hear us?
idea.
Okay, you're back. Sorry, carry on.
Thank you. I take this as a sign that I should be shutting up very soon, and I promise that I will do in a few phrases. So this is basically the idea. We want to warn these companies. Well, not even to warn them. We just want to make sure that we know where they're transferring their funds to. And actually, we just want to make sure that they're not transferring those funds into Russia. It's not a prohibition. They can go ahead. We can't prohibit them to do whatever they wish with their money as long as it is not illegal. But we just want to see where the Kremlin still gets the money, and if this financing is indeed coming from entities that they own or control in one way or another within the EU territory. So this is going to be very interesting to implement. There is also a sort of catch-all, some call it, or safety net provision, which requires banks to also notify, independently of these entities, to notify the transfers that they have initiated for such entities. So there will be quite a lot of engagement that we are foreseeing with the entities which are owned by more than about 40% by Russian interests, but also with the banks to make sure that this new provision is properly understood. And this will lead also to better enforcement of many other financial and financially related prohibitions which are currently in the regulation. I will stop at that. The only other thing that I would mention on enforcement is that you are very, very likely to see a renewed focus on anything that has to do with common high priority goods list. So those goods which are very, very likely to end up on the battlefield, or which for the most part have ended up on the battlefield, hence have been used to kill soldiers and civilians in Ukraine. Everything that looks and smells like common high priority goods is going to be subject to very, very close scrutiny. So this is one of the other hotspots for enforcement. And the one thing that you do not see, but that is contributing in its own way, and more than one would imagine to enforcement, is a quite intense exchange of information between the Commission and the Member States, and between the Member States themselves. We have quite a few new IT tools in place. And again, this is not something that you will see or that we will communicate about, because it's the boring, bureaucratic back office of enforcement. But it is incredible how much clearer the enforcement picture is when you put all the pieces of the puzzle together, which means when you put the information from 27 member states in one single big and easy to use IT tool like we have just done. And one would, of course, wonder why only now. Again, as I've started my intervention, budget, bureaucracy, and other issues have prevented us so far from doing it, but it is a reality. And now, as promised, I will just shut up, and I really do hope that we have at least a few minutes for questions. Thank you.
Alina, thank you very much indeed. I can tell you, I'm not sure how much you can see of the room, but when you were describing the proposed measures about the remittances of 100,000 or more, I think almost everybody in the room was taking a note of that. So that's very interesting indeed, and thank you for your time. I'm just going to ask one question on behalf of everyone in the room, I hope, and then I think we're going to have to move on just to keep us on track for the rest of the day. But my one question for you is this, and maybe the answer is obvious and I should already know the answer, but does the Commission publish, or will the Commission be publishing, information about the activities of national competent authorities across the EU 27, so that if I'm sitting here in London, or if I'm in New York, or if I'm in Australia and I want to understand the approach that's being taken by, I don't know, the Spanish National Competent Authority or the Dutch National Competent Authority, is that information that the Commission is going to be publishing, so that there is a one-stop shop to get that sort of information?
So for the moment, we are not really doing that, but the plan is that we will, from different perspectives, publishing, or at least taking over information that the national competent authorities are publishing, information also from the press, or on very important or relevant enforcement cases. Those should go on our website. We also want to have we have already started a project with national jurisdictions. It's a little bit more complicated to convince judges to publish what they're doing, but we think it's extremely important that they speak to each other, or at least make public to one another what they're doing on sanctions enforcement. And something that we had not considered, and I have to confess, but we are looking into right now, because we're seeing quite a booming market, or at least some a flourishing, let's say, perhaps we're not yet at booming, is working with private providers of such information. There are a few very promising out there, whose names I can, of course, not mention, which are extremely active in gathering information from the national authorities on enforcement cases and in publishing it. So we want to discuss with them to see how they're doing things, to see if we can support them in doing so, or if we could somehow take over the information that they're their publishing and making it even more available to the public. Again, just a word of caution, it's not because information is not public that nothing is happening, but authorities are extremely wary of publishing that they're investigating something as long as they're not 90% sure that this is going to end up in, for instance, prosecution and conviction, because otherwise it looks like they've not done a proper job. But the very short answer to this is yes, we're looking into that and we're seeing what the best way to make publicity to these cases is.
Okay, Alina, thank you. On behalf of everybody in the room here and on behalf of me, thank you very much again for your time.
Thanks to you and have an excellent event. And next time promise to actually be there and answer questions during coffee.
Thank you. Can I invite, please, Leslie Stubbs to join the stage? Leslie is a sanctions officer from OFAC. I spend a lot of my time advising clients on sanctions sitting here in London. I would say at least half of the time, the first question that clients have is, what will the Americans do to me? And so part of today's session is to hear from OFAC itself. So, Leslie, thank you very much for your time. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And just to let you all know, I've been recovering. I lost my voice on Friday, so I'm slowly getting it back. So apologies in advance if I need to cough or take a break for water. I just want to start by saying the conference and this topic, they're always timely, especially after having recently joined a UK conference focused on this very topic just a couple weeks ago. There are a number of steps and actors that are involved when it comes to implementing and enforcing sanctions. But a specific topic that I really wanted to highlight today, and it's really just an undercurrent of our sanctions work, is our enhanced coordination and cooperation that goes into implementing and enforcing our sanctions. The life cycle of sanctions may begin amongst government agencies, discussing first and foremost whether and then how sanctions would be a useful and appropriate tool to achieve our foreign policy goals and objectives. However, that cycle quickly moves to involving those who are here today, including our foreign partners here in the UK, as well as the EU and others, and the private sector that helps implement our sanctions. Russia's further invasion of Ukraine really highlights that need for intensified coordination and cooperation on all fronts. Our most recent Russia sanctions, launched almost 2 years ago, have truly been a multilateral economic pressure campaign of exceptional speed and breadth. The private sector, you all are our eyes and ears on the ground, letting us know what's working, what isn't, and sharing ideas on how to achieve a desired goal or outcome. You all are providing us with insights that help inform our approach, as well as good ideas that can help inform our thinking. Documents like our price cap guidance or our instant payment guidance, they came out of dozens of meetings with industry to understand exactly what guidance would be helpful and needed. And finally, through our enforcement actions, both our public actions as well as our private responses, we are promoting compliance with our sanctions programs and preventing the necessary funds, goods, and resources from going to Russia, terrorist groups, and proliferators of weapons of mass destruction. OFAC and other sanctions offices can leverage what we learn from our investigations into potential violations to identify trends and inform the private sector on topics like evolving red flags and sanctions evasion tactics, which ultimately helps prevent violations by others down the line. Now, on international coordination, the US, the UK, and the EU, as well as many other parties involved, have been so closely coordinated throughout this pressure campaign. And from a policy perspective, that's a great thing, which means our sanctions against Russia are more effective and having the intended effect in restricting Russia's ability to access the international financial system and to import many goods directly that support its war effort. Our recent and ongoing efforts are to target Russia's domestic production to degrade its ability to develop its long-term military-industrial complex, specifically by making it harder to import manufacturing inputs and technologies. But achieving international coordination also meant we had to come to terms with the realities and challenges of selecting common targets, jointly calibrating our measures, and harmonizing licensing and enforcement approaches at a breakneck pace. These challenges have elevated our awareness of a need to deepen ties with fellow sanctions administrators and related partners around the world. And that's something that was touched on this morning as well. So I feel like a lot of what I'm saying today is going to be a bit of a repeat from this morning, but I think that's a good thing. We've also heard and become acutely aware from industry that differences in our sanctions regimes can create compliance challenges. We are working in earnest with our closest foreign partners to account for that. I wanted to highlight a good example of our enhanced coordination engagement with our foreign partners, and that's with OFAC's counterpart here in the UK, the Office of Financial Sanctions Implementation, or OFSI. In October 2022, the director of OFSI, Giles Thompson, and then Director Gacki announced an enhanced partnership between OFAC and OFSI. This kicked off a series of in-person and virtual technical exchanges between our two offices that have greatly increased our common understanding of respective sanctions authorities, processes, and practices. Through these exchanges, we have shared respective best practices, lessons learned, and are able to start to understand how we can help each other and address any gaps in our respective regimes. Additionally, OFAC and OFSI set up a personnel exchange as part of this enhanced coordination to send a representative from each of our offices to their respective counterparts in London and DC to further enhance our coordination and learn from each other. My being here today is a result of that effort, as I'm the first OFAC secondee to OFSI, and I'm very excited that OFSI will soon be sending someone to OFAC in the coming months. This enhanced cooperation has extended beyond the Russia program, as you've seen the US and the UK take joint action against ransomware and other malicious cyber actors, Hamas financial networks, and Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. But it's not just the UK. OFAC has begun to conduct similar outreach with the EU's DG FISMA and EAS, holding similar technical exchanges to deepen our understanding and identify areas for further cooperation and joint action. These types of engagement with our foreign partners will continue at various levels. As EU member states continue to develop their own sanctions enforcement capabilities, we will also continue working to build up our engagement with our counterparts there. And to highlight that, OFAC recently traveled to Europe to meet with colleagues in Switzerland, the Netherlands, Germany, and Czechia to discuss our approaches to sanctions enforcement and implementation. While these exchanges are great and very helpful in bringing our systems and regimes closer together, in reality, there continues to be differences in the legal regimes within our jurisdictions. However, we do and we will continue to work together to harmonize where we can, such as the implementation of the humanitarian exemption in UN sanctions regimes. Over the last few years, and in the wake of Russia's further invasion of Ukraine, the UN humanitarian exemption, designation of the Houthis as a specially designated global terrorist, and humanitarian crises, OFAC has engaged in extensive outreach with the financial sector, NGOs, fintech, insurance, maritime, and many other industries. Russia was really a breakthrough moment in our public-private partnership on the sanctions front. We worked very closely to take feedback from industry partners vis-a-vis the region, even proactively in some cases. Industry partners would reach out to us and let us know that if this sanction were to be in place, then this is what's going to happen. Here's how we would implement it, and here's what are the challenges that would remain. That information really helped us to identify the pressure points, potential effects if we were to designate certain targets. Our engagement with banks also helped us to scope prohibitions in a manner intended to maximize the intended impact on Russia while minimizing the collateral consequences. And as you've seen, we've issued hundreds of FAQs and dozens of general licenses as well. And then we would set up calls with industry. We would walk them through the sanctions that we had just issued that day, take in their questions, and have follow-up calls as needed to answer any areas of confusion that remained. And when we needed to clarify something after the fact, oftentimes based on industry feedback, we would issue updated FAQs or general licenses. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to be able to take on every idea or fully answer every question that you put towards us, but even if we don't, it does help inform our thinking for the next action that we consider taking. So do reach out to us. As much as we plan for sanctions to have the intended effect, be understood by the compliance community, and be implemented by industry, we understand that there are compliance challenges, and we do want to hear about those. So as I said, reach out to us. We want to hear from industry. We want to know how you're complying with our sanctions and what the challenges are to doing so. So bottom line, don't be shy. And I know we've heard from many people in this room today, you're not shy, but please do reach out to us. Tell us what you're seeing, what those challenges are, and where additional guidance is needed and would be helpful in clarifying our sanctions regimes. I wanted to touch on a common theme that we hear, particularly from banks when they say that they are spending too much time on sort of the less productive compliance tasks versus thinking about the more innovative or advanced analytical, proactive investigations that they can conduct and do into evasion. From our perspective, We very much want banks to be focused on that higher value activity. You know, encourage experimentation, look at those new information sharing platforms, utilize AI capabilities, and just overall increase the efficiency and effectiveness through which you can do your sanctions compliance. We share that goal, and we're taking steps towards that and promoting these innovative thinking. And that's an area where we want to continue working with banks on. So when you do let us know what compliance solutions you're testing out and how they're being effective, share those with us. That's great information for us to include and be thinking about in the future. Additionally, for the financial sector, we've seen how sanctions and anti-money laundering policies complement and reinforce each other. When both sanctions and the AML teams are able to work together, they can identify and help prevent sanctions evasion. For example, possible evasion networks are more likely to be detected by proactive or complex investigations that are run by the financial institution's AML teams, rather than just the OFAC filter on its own. It's critical not only to understand and keep updated information on your customers, but to leverage that information into your analytics and investigations. Additionally, publicly available data and derogatory information is another critical source of intelligence. We have been issuing a number of advisories, I think, at a greater rate in the last few years to share red flags, to share evasion typologies that we're seeing and hearing about, to help detect and report potential suspicious activity. And we're including more information in our press releases about the targets that we're sanctioning, as well as their tactics to help inform your screening and due diligence practices. Our goal is to get more information into the hands of banks, where you can then use AML tools to identify, track, and report this evasive activity related to OFAC's sanctions targets. So we put more information out there. Banks are able to use that to identify evasive activity, report that through their suspicious activity reports, which we can then use to build out networks and target them, further advancing our policy objectives. And this really becomes a virtuous cycle that helps inform banks' illicit finance risks, and in turn helps the US government to combat sanctions evasion. Now, the other side of this is enforcement. And I'm going to speak primarily about civil enforcement. So when it comes to civil enforcement, we like to say we promote compliance through enforcement. In particular, OFAC's public enforcement actions help ensure compliance with our sanctions regulations. And we are aggressively using our enforcement authorities, particularly in relation to our Russia sanctions program, to investigate potential violations. We have been and will continue to put even greater resources into developing proactive cases, including by working closely with our law enforcement colleagues. I know that sounds a bit scary to some, but I do want to note that we know mistakes can happen, and they do happen. And we're not looking to play gotcha, so reinforcing what was said this morning, or we're not trying to second-guess sound risk decision-making processes. Our public enforcement actions, as I stated at the outset, are really meant to illustrate compliance breakdown so that industry can learn and prevent further violations. Just as our sanctions designations are meant to change behavior and prevent malign actors from accessing and benefiting from the US financial system, our civil enforcement cases guard against those who seek to violate or evade our sanctions regulations. Now, as is typical, the vast majority of our cases that we closed last year, for example, were closed with non-public actions. So these are our no action letters or our cautionary letters. But 17 of them did result in public actions. But that serves as a good reminder that the vast majority of cases that are voluntarily self-disclosed to OFAC result in non-public actions. And we do encourage self-disclosures, voluntary self-disclosures. If you make a mistake, the outcome is far likely to be much better for you if you come forward, report it to us, as opposed to trying to hide it, and we end up finding out about it later. And even in the public cases where they did involve voluntary self-disclosures, you'll see how their cooperation, the firm's cooperation with OFAC, was considered to be a mitigating factor in determining the settlement or penalty amount. So it continues to be a factor that we'll consider throughout the investigative process. Now, I know we only put out a handful of public actions a year, so you don't really have great insight into the private actions we take. But I do want to highlight a couple themes and examples of our non-public actions. So the cautionary letters, no action letters. And those include those where the activity could have caused a violation, but may technically not have actually been a violation, so it's potentially a risky activity. The firms had a strong compliance program, but the apparent violation in the activity itself was an isolated or technical lapse. We've also had companies proactively identified apparent violations, they fixed it, they put in place procedures to prevent it from happening again. And lastly, when we just kind of reviewed the whole conduct in relation to the overall general factors, we just didn't think it rose to the level of a public action. And that can be based on a number of different factors, but it's certainly most likely to result in that outcome if it's unintentional, not a systemic issue or breakdown, and you've taken steps to address it. Some other enforcement trends include an increase in enforcement actions involving non-banks. So 3/4 of our cases are not involving financial institutions. Some of those root causes include a lack of sanctions compliance programs, a misinterpretation of the regulations, screening failures, and using the US financial system. Now, we look to our enforcement guidelines in every enforcement investigation, and it's very clear you can automatically cut your potential liability in half if you voluntarily self-disclose it to us. Additionally, substantial cooperation with OFAC, including through voluntary self-disclosures, providing all relevant information regarding the conduct, responding promptly to information requests, as well as others that are outlined in enforcement guidelines, can have a substantial impact on the type of enforcement response you'll receive from OFAC. Our enforcement guidelines include a dozen different factors that we consider in each and every case. And first among them is the level of intent and knowledge. So a case that involves an isolated technical lapse is likely to have a very different outcome than those involving willfulness or recklessness. You can look to the other factors that we'll consider, such as the level of sanctions harm, the overall compliance program in place, remedial measures, and so forth. So I thought I would close by sharing some enforcement priorities as well as we continue to actively use the full range of our enforcement authorities to promote compliance by both individuals and companies, wherever they're located. This includes cases that further articulate OFAC's compliance expectations, including in industries in which sanctions compliance is lesser developed, such as emerging technology and payment systems, so cryptocurrency. I think there have been a number of actions in that sector, decentralized finance, technology platforms, as well as gatekeepers, such as in the shipping industry, and novel fact patterns and conduct. Egregious cases, or those with willful concealment, will also continue to be a priority, as well as cases that leverage OFAC's comparative advantage, or where OFAC can provide a unique value in the investigation. Sanctions programs in Iran, North Korea, and Russia will continue to be high priority programs for us. And you've seen that in cases last year with Murad, where we brought actions against both the company and a former executive for an apparent conspiracy to violate our Iran sanctions, as well as the settlement for the statutory maximum with British American Tobacco. We are living through a major transformation of the financial services sector, incorporating new forms of value such as cryptocurrency, new forms of fintech, structures, and an ever-expanding incorporation of the world into the US financial system. So sectorally, you can expect to see a number of actions across all industries. So in closing, your screening, your customer due diligence, the verification, and the questions that you're putting forward to sanctions policymakers and implementers are essential to the effective implementation of sanctions. Not only do your compliance efforts cut off malign actors' access to the financial system, they also increase the costs and time for these actors if they choose to continue in their malign activities. Thanks.
Leslie, thank you very much indeed. Very comprehensive and very clear. So people will, I'm sure, want the opportunity to ask questions, and Leslie has kindly agreed she will take them. Just a quick note on timing. We will start the next session at 12:30. That means we'll finish that session at 1:15. We'll then have an hour for lunch, so we're going to push it out. We're going to eat into the lunch a little bit, but we had an hour and 15 for that. So if that's all right with everybody, unless there's any wild dissent, we'll take the opportunity now to have 10 minutes or so of questions for Leslie. So, questions, please.
Leslie, that's good. That was interesting. You talk mostly about the US, the UK, various European countries, which, from a kind of macroeconomic point of view, can absorb the hit of not trading with Russia, annoying as it might be. But what is the OFAC or the Treasury doing to work with those territories, perhaps in the developed world, which are very, very tied in to trading with Russia, and who actually will take a sort of existential hit if they were to implement the kind of sanctions that we're seeing in the developed world? And I just wonder if the US Treasury is doing anything with those territories to mitigate the effect on those countries of implementing more stringent sanctions than they might otherwise afford.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I think that's something that you can see, particularly in the first year or so, where we did a lot of work with coalition partners to make sure that the impact of our sanctions were not harming developing nations, particularly when it comes to humanitarian efforts. We put out a lot of advisories and guidance and did engagement to make sure they understood what the restrictions were and, more importantly, what wasn't restricted for them to continue engaging in humanitarian food purchases, medical, so forth, with Russia. Russia in particular, I think, is just, as I said, like, it is a very fulsome response by many countries. And we have done a lot of engagement with third countries to make sure that they understand what the goals are, what we're hoping to achieve through it, and with their compliance, particularly when it comes to the high priority code items, to really prevent items from getting to the battlefield and supporting Russia's military-industrial complex. And that's a big priority, and that's been a topic that we've been doing a lot of engagement with third countries on as well.
Okay, any other questions? I'm going to take the opportunity to ask you one question. You touched on the voluntary self-disclosure regime, the VSD, so-called VSD regime in the US, and OFAC has been involved in enforcement of sanctions for a long time, and certainly has a long record and a history of enforcing sanctions, and no doubt has learned a lot as an enforcement authority as a result of that experience. What advice would you offer to your off-sea colleagues or to the national competent authorities in the 27 EU member states who have much less experience at enforcement? Pick one or two lessons learned from the OFAC regime, some of your favorites. What would you encourage them to do, and maybe equally, what would you encourage them not to do based on OFAC's experience?
I think, having been here for a few months, I've seen a lot of great aspects of the UK sanctions enforcement regime and mechanism overall, and I think in general, I would say information sharing is something that's just so critical with not just the industry that you're enforcing sanctions against, but also within the other government agencies or the national competent authorities. It's really helpful in coordination and ensuring consistency in approaches. I think particularly with the EU, that's something I'll be interested to see how that is accomplished as well. And I think something that we've gotten some good feedback on too with our public actions is the lessons learned and trying to highlight where the breakdowns in compliance occurred and what our expectations were in those instances. I know our public actions, the web posts are getting lengthier, but I think I hope industry is taking the good information from that and implementing that and taking notes from what others have done as we try and highlight those risks and where the issues were and ultimately what led us to take that public action versus handling it in a different way.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no other questions, then we will move on to the next panel, and thank you again, Leslie. Okay, can I invite Shriti Chandok, who is a partner at Kirkland & Ellis, to come and chair the next panel. Thank you.
Afternoon, all. I was speaking to some of my colleagues in this community and asking them 12 months ago what we would have said was kind of the buzzword or how we would have described sanctions at that point. And helpfully, Chloe reiterated that this morning by saying unprecedented. It was just a flow of a huge number of sanctions with huge complexity coming out very quickly at us. Moving on 12 months, I was trying to think of how we would describe sanctions now, still unprecedented, but anything else that we could glean. And except for challenging and then a few very colorful words, I heard multipolar quite a few times. And I think that really is something that everybody's juggling, multiple different sanctions regimes and competing authorities and trying to work out how exactly they would mold compliance with those. So unprecedented developments, not stopping anytime soon, and multipolar world to work in, so a number of different competing interests to take into account. I think this is going to be a brilliant conversation more for me, and I'm sure it will be for a lot of you who are experiencing the same challenges, just to hear from our very experienced panel. So I'll let them introduce themselves, perhaps starting with you, Simon.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Simon Armstrong, Head of Sanctions, Escalations and Alerts Advisory at Barclays.
Hi, I'm Lloyd Meadows and I work in Standard Chartered in the Sanctions Advisory team in our Africa, Middle East regional sanctions team.
Hi, I'm Gail McInerney. I work for Allianz Corporate and Specialty, and I am in charge of sanctions for the rural and Med regions.
Thanks all. So I wanted to just start with, I think a good place to kick off is just setting the scene in terms of whether you think currently there is alignment, diversion, or as I expect, a slightly nuanced version of that between the US, UK, and EU regimes. Simon, if it's okay, I'll start with you.
Sure, yeah, an interesting question. And we've already heard, I think, a bit about this today. I think the key point, is there's a bit of a fundamental difference between what the private sector think about alignment and what the public sector think about alignment. So, as we've heard, I think our government colleagues would say this has been the most coordinated sort of implementation of sanctions ever. And, they're correct when they say that. But I think when they're talking about coordination and alignment, they're looking at it from a broad sort of policy coordination point of view, and a lot of the measures are the same sort of at the broad level. But when the public sector are talking about alignment, what we're interested in is the detail, and when you get into the sort of the depths of the regulations, is the scope the same? Are the definitions the same? And I think it's fair to say once you start sort of digging into the regulations, you actually come across quite a lot of divergence sort of quite quickly. So we've always had divergence, but I think the breadth of sanctions introduced on Russia has just really brought it out. And so I think just as a brief example, all three jurisdictions have introduced restrictions on transactions with the government, non-government controlled areas of Ukraine. The UK and the US definition of what constitutes those areas is broadly aligned. The EU definition is slightly different, and I think almost requires a real-time analysis of where the front line is in the battle on the ground. And so if you're looking at a transaction, thank you. If you're looking at a transaction, which goes across multi-jurisdictions, if it's got a UK and an EU nexus, quite quickly you get into a different regulatory interpretation. And that introduces huge complexity and sort of risk because, you have to take into account multiple factors. You don't have that consistency of regulatory position. So, yeah, I think there has been, huge coordination across the G7, in particular across the UK, the EU and the US. But, as I say, there's still that divergence once you get into the detail of the regulation.
And I'd open that up to Lloyd. Would you agree or would you?
Yeah, very much so. And I think it's... when sort of EU, the US and UK authorities are talking about alignment, we have to understand that's very much in policy terms, as Simon's saying. We're not looking at alignment on the regulatory side. And that's a consequence of, we're dealing with different legal systems, different frameworks for imposing sanctions. So there are going to be differences inevitably. And, there may also be different considerations as to where place sanctions on. The EU might want to put exemptions for subsidiaries in the certain companies in the EU, whereas that's maybe not a consideration for the US. Or the US may find it easier to designate people, but the EU and UK might have to provide a statement of reasons. So the processes by which they can enforce the sanctions vary, and there are going to be naturally, I think, differences arising from that. And even when I think you're looking at a policy alignment, that can be transitory as well. And we saw that with Iran under the JCPOA, where the EU, US, and UK were aligned on the JCPOA, and then the US withdrew from the JCPOA. So we went from a period of alignment to one of divergence in a fairly short period of time.
Gail, anything to add on that?
Yes, I think it was interesting to hear from the EU perspective that it was time for enforcement, because, as mentioned, there are so many differences in appetite, interpretation, even within the EU, and it's something that, from an insurance perspective, we've had a bit of struggle. To give you an example, there is this entity that is sanctioned by the EU, and various regulators various NCAs were asked to provide advice on whether or not they considered the local subsidiaries within the relevant member state as sanctioned or not because of the ownership and the designation. And most NCAs came back with no, not sanctioned. They had noticed that there were that certain things had been put in place, and then one NCA decided to actually provide advice going against the grain, and they did so in summer 2022, provided that advice to several financial institutions, expecting them to follow the guidance, and unfortunately, a couple of weeks later, provided a different advice over email. And we now know we received earlier this month a return. So basically, the French subsidiary is considered sanctioned, it seems, again, and it's all these changes, nothing clear, nothing published, nothing clear, nothing spelled out for the private sector has been a huge impact, a huge obstacle to doing daily business. It's extremely hard also to explain to clients that actually they are affected even if there is indirect involvement of a sanctioned company. And that's, I think, been the struggle because from a policy perspective, it's fairly straightforward, clearly punish Russia for their invasion of Ukraine. I think everyone can align on that. But the issue is really the devil is in the details. We have to deal with persons who do not understand how their activities can be affected when their transaction doesn't involve even a sanctioned person. But within the bigger scheme, there is involvement. And I think that's where I understand the enforcement, the decision to move on to, from providing advice to providing guidance to enforcement. I think that's a bit too quick yet, even though we're technically 2 years after the start of sanctions.
Interesting. I think, Lloyd, just to pick up on one of the points that you mentioned in terms of policy lines and very quickly disalign sometimes. Daniel had mentioned this morning, we're looking at about 40 different elections around the globe this year. The US election, potential Trump presidency. There's circumstances unfolding in the Red Sea. There's the 13th EU package, which really shows a discrepancy perhaps, or diversity in what different EU member states think is a priority right now. How do you think that will affect kind of this pace of alignment or not?
Yeah, it's a very interesting year. May well shape up to be one. But I think it's the prospect of Trump's victory in the US presidential election later this year is very different to Trump in 2016. So the last Trump presidency, the US left, as I mentioned previously, the JCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action on Iran. And it looked like under Biden that the US would go back into JCPOA. But that didn't happen. There was no deal with Iran. They couldn't agree the terms. Now we have Iran backing all sorts of malign actors in the Middle East, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and we saw the attack in Jordan yesterday. So I think if also with the EU and UK concerns around Iran reneging on its JCPOA commitments. So whoever wins the presidential election, I think on Iran, it's hard to see there being any return to the JCPOA by the US, given the current dynamics of the situation. Where it gets potentially interesting is around Iran supplying arms to Russia, drones, ammunition, potentially missiles. So under Biden, we could be looking at more sanctions on Iran. They already have placed sanctions for some of those supply of materials. Under Trump, now this is where it could get interesting. Could he broker a deal between Zelensky and Putin? Doesn't look likely, but it's not beyond the realms of possibility. And so if that happens, will they then seek to further the pressure on Iran for supplying material to Russia? Or if the Russians aren't buying it because the war's over, that's not going to be a problem. But on the more broader sort of Russia-Ukraine situation, I think even under the first Trump presidency, we saw a lot of sanctions imposed on Russia. So Trump winning the election this year does not necessarily mean there's going to be any lifting of sanctions on Russia. There may be less support for Ukraine militarily as possible. But if that happens, or if there's a relaxation of some of the US sanctions on Russia, it's unlikely that the EU and UK are going to follow suit unless it's a deal that's acceptable to the Ukrainians. So there could be divergence with the EU and UK on Russia, depending on what happens with, if Trump wins, how he takes negotiations with Russia and with Ukraine. But it's not going to be as easy for him to lift the sanctions on Russia as it was for the JCPOA. For the JCPOA, it's very simple just to extricate the US from the JCPOA. All those sanctions went back onto Iran. For Russia, it's a much more complex situation, a whole series of different executive orders, other sanctions in place. It's very complicated. So to unravel that is not going to be a simple process, if that's what he decides to do.
And Gail, you had touched upon kind of the differences within the EU. So say the 13th directive and the issues that they're having there. Do you think that will lead to perhaps the EU taking a slightly different approach because they need to have that consent from everybody in the...
Yes, I mean, we already are starting to see different, let's say, an interest, more engagement from local authorities in the management of sanctions. And Germany passed sanctions law, so they now have a new administrative body. France is also very interested at the forefront. And so we are expecting to see, let's say, better transparency within the EU, between the regulators. However, it's a matter of time that we don't always have. And added to the fact that also the EU is composed of a number of member states. Some still, I'm guessing, don't have really the framework and regulator appetite and resources to, look at these problems. So it's a matter of really the EU pushing for the framework and then helping out member states that need for further development.
And Simon, any other crystal ball gazing?
It feels like the right question to clarify that any comments are my own, any views are my own and not those of Barclays. Lloyd set out the position, I think, pretty well. I guess the only thing I would say from the US point of view is I think it was pretty clear from the first Trump presidency that he was sort of less concerned with sort of coordination and with the views of allies. I think we did see in the Obama administration, a very concerted effort of sanctions on Iran were ramped up to do that in partnership with the EU, of which the UK were obviously a part at the time. And I think it's fair to say that Trump didn't share that approach. So playing to a sort of primarily an America first sort of audience. And I think potentially second time round he'll be maybe even less constrained. I guess we'll wait and see and
very diplomatically
cross your
put. Million-dollar question then. You are all at incredibly sophisticated institutions. You work globally. How do you mitigate risk without getting the criticism of overcompliance? Or can you? Go ahead, Simon.
With difficulty, I think the way banks have traditionally managed sort of the divergence of competing regimes is to have a global sort of policy position where you sort of take into account the, the strictest regulatory requirement, and then, you sort of take that almost as your risk appetite position and apply it, across the globe. I think with Russia, that's been tricky because of the interconnectedness of Russia to the global economy. It's much more difficult to take a blanket approach, or it certainly has been to date, to take a blanket approach because, clients who have perfectly legitimate activity, on which they rely, with Russia still want to do that. You have other, you have a lot of general licenses or exemptions where activity can still take place. You have other clients who want to wind down activity and, and have licenses to do so. So that global policy position has been, not as easy to implement as it has been for, other sanctioned jurisdictions like Iran, North Korea, Syria, etc. So that means, I think, you are in a position where you are looking at transactions and having to assess them against the applicable regulations, which adds huge complexity and nuance to these examples. And I think, we've seen it also creates maybe not a level playing field across the three jurisdictions, I think. I think we've sort of touched on, the EU might have a derogation, Lloyd mentioned, for, EU companies, Russian subsidiaries of EU companies in providing business services. The UK went a different route and didn't have that exemption, and that meant, companies in the UK perhaps had to look to shifting jobs into the EU, which sort of, created huge amounts of work and complexity. So I think what's interesting now, as we see, the US secondary sanctions executive order sort of kick in, and we just see the huge increase in trade sanctions, goods, the sectors of the Russian economy which are still sort of open for business are just getting ever narrower. So I think we are moving into a position where financial institutions and other entities will start to look at that policy position again and assess whether actually at what stage do you get to a position where Russia is just essentially, a jurisdiction you're just not going to do business with.
And Gail, any thoughts on that from your perspective?
From an insurance perspective, yes. So I think we're probably better placed than banks in terms of being able to sell, and that's what most insurers and reinsurers were able to do, and brokers being able to sell their activities in Russia. So that's what Allianz did. But we have the similar approach in the sense of it's a global policy, and then rather than, I would say, derogations more adapted per line or per region. And it also very much depends on actually screening tools requirements. It's all because within the company we rely on one screening tool that is very strong, that has all the sanctions list, that screens UBOs. And we've realized also that not all vendors or partners use the same tools. So there was a bit of the of either training or basically asking a vendor to just upgrade what they were using so that everyone was in line, so that there wouldn't be any risk that would go through. And then there's still always the issue of overcompliance, especially in the insurance sector. But I think that's mainly, at least from my own experience, is sometimes a lack of information. We've had, I think, two different profiles of clients after the war. Is one, you would have the clients that provide almost too much information and that provide information that may trigger additional questions. They tend to be the easier clients to work with because obviously we get so much information. It starts a dialogue, so that's really good. But we do deal with clients that point blank will refuse to provide further details, and then it's all the work around. So sometimes with compliance is also because not only there's the internal risk appetite to deal with, once you've set a global policy, but also when a client basically doesn't really disclose anything. Where do you draw the line? And for Russia, it's been fairly complicated to be flexible.
And Lloyd, just to layer that question a little bit further, I mean, I know that we're talking about the EU, the UK, and the US here, but of course there's other jurisdictions that perhaps have competing priorities, and they're also quite important. So, you know, Japan, Australia, Canada. Do you have any more insight into how you're kind of dealing with the complexity of all of those coming up?
Yeah, I think two things in particular. And first is Simon mentioned around risk appetite. And I think actually risk appetite and the interplay with your sanctions policy and how that, what type of business as an institution you want to take on, what your exposure is to certain geographies and the types of products you're offering and the risks that they generate. So there's quite a sort of holistic understanding of all of those issues and how they impact your business and what type of risks you're prepared to take on. But then it comes into, I think, a consistency of process. So where you're identifying a sanctions nexus, where you need to escalating it, reviewing it, and resolving that on a consistent basis. In terms of sanctions that have been generated by sort of other countries, like you mentioned, sort of Japan or Canada, that may not be something you're going to factor into your global sanctions compliance policy, but it's certainly something you have to be aware of if you're going to have a nexus to those countries, if you're dealing with those countries. So, I mean, this isn't something new from our experience in Standard Chartered, all the geographies we deal with. We have to obviously abide by the sanctions laws that are applicable in those countries. And more countries are introducing their own sanctions frameworks, their own sanctions laws. The second point I wanted to make was around sort of the de-risking aspects. And in Standard Chartered, we've had a long-standing program of de-risking through education for our correspondent banking relationships. But I wonder actually if there's utility in more sort of de-risking through education of corporate clients. And in some of the talks we had preceding this about enforcement around companies supplying goods to Russia and educating those clients and improving their capabilities, understanding their compliance controls, just as we understand the compliance controls of our correspondent banking clients.
So I think really interesting approaches, and I'm just mindful of time. I think just moving to the other end of the life cycle, enforcement, and that kind of highlights what sanctions priorities are. Do you have any thoughts around whether enforcement actions, whether it's trends we've seen, perhaps it's too early to say trends, enforcement actions that we've seen, or the rhetoric that we've heard kind of earlier today and before that, whether that's leading towards alignment and whether that's just kind of, you know, again, the foreign policy alignment as opposed to the detail? If we could start with you, Lloyd.
Yes, I think in enforcement, it's interesting developments. Obviously, it's been around for a few years now, but there's certainly welcome developments there in terms of, you know, as a financial institution, we like to absorb lots of frequently asked questions, general licenses, guidance documents, which they're providing, which is very welcome. I think on the EU side, was it increased focus by certain member states, in particular Germany, as Gail mentioned, where setting up a unit to focus on sanctions enforcement, ZSF. I won't attempt to pronounce the German name, but that's the acronym. Anyway, subordinated to the BBF. Look that up if you want to know the full name in German. But that's a very interesting development and could be very helpful in terms of the guidance they can provide, but still very early days for them. But hopefully a positive step. Though interestingly, they're only covering financial sanctions, so not covering other aspects of sanctions such as trade and specified goods and so on. But still a welcome development.
Simon, thoughts on enforcement?
Yeah, I think it's the hot topic, as we've sort of heard. Everyone's talking about enforcement at the moment, but I think it's kind of impacted by, you have sort of three sort of key jurisdictions all in different stages of their enforcement journey. I think OFAC obviously have a relatively long history of enforcement, and I think a lot more sort of confident, have a lot of more sort of mature process around their enforcement, whereas the EU, it's kind of up to the member states, and we don't really see a huge amount of enforcement. And obviously OFSI are sort of in the middle, in that there has been some enforcement, but not a huge amount. So I think we're sort of not necessarily in a position where you're going to see sort of consistency in enforcement just because they're all in different sort of different stages of development. And I think without sort of going over ground, which in the finance industry we've talked about a lot, we saw the Wise enforcement case from OFSI, which created a lot of sort of noise in the industry, I think, around the sort of the merits of that case. And I think that was, government colleagues in the room may sort of correct me, but I think that was in some instances an example of a sort of an institution or a government agency taking action without that sort of confidence, the same confidence that OFAC has. I like to think OFAC probably would have looked at a case like that and not deemed it sort of necessarily worthy of getting involved in at this point. So I think, it'll be interesting to see how that develops this year.
And Gail, I think you touched upon this earlier in terms of there's kind of the guidance step is perhaps prematurely missed in some ways before the enforcement, but any other thoughts on?
Yes, I think and it's interesting, especially when you look at the UK, US, and EU, because the US has a very, I'd say, established process in terms of getting the sanctions out, getting the guidance out generally quite quickly. The UK, I would say, follows suits in terms of getting the guidance out really quickly, but the details are not always there. It's usually very straightforward guidance. We have, after Brexit, had guidance per country, per sanctioned country, and it's very high level. I would imagine that not many people can figure out what the sanctions are just based on the guidance. They would actually need to go back into the regulations and work out the details because it's fairly high level, doesn't tell you much, and it doesn't allow for even, when you're reviewing your own internal policy, doesn't really help. So, and then we have the EU, and at least in respect of Russia, we have pages long of detailed FAQs, which are helpful, but also fairly specific. So let's say if you're in a niche sector, maybe 90% won't make any sense or will not affect you. And I think that's what the struggle is still, where basically we're still requesting for more and more guidance as to what applies to us as insurance, as banks, or as a trader, and what have almost, I shouldn't say an all price cap guidance, but almost that kind of guidance per sector. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of expectation we would have. And then the EU is fairly late in updating their FAQs and the master regulation, because some people might have noticed, yes, it takes a bit of time to be reflected.
And just keeping you on that kind of topic of enforcement, trade sanctions, I know that was kind of touched on. We have OTSI coming out in the UK. I think there's a huge kind of push. I think we heard from Leslie, trade sanctions are something that there's going to be focus on. What do you think about that in terms of alignment? Do you think they'll be able to align, the three sanctions regimes will be able to align on that?
I am not sure. It's very interesting to hear about OTSI because it's going to bring a bit of a question of how the licensing process will look going forward in the UK. Currently, it's still with the ECJU, and it's not made clear yet whether the OTSI would actually benefit from also some licensing power. So that's something to look out for. And I'm not convinced that the EU is at a point where they can really proceed with trade sanctions enforcement, because Lot mentioned so it's the Central Office for Sanctions Enforcement, the English equivalent of the German name I will not pronounce either, but it's a new administrative body that has been created in summer of last year in Germany, but still, most of the sanctions to be notified to various German regulators, actually 3 bodies now, are from a financial sanctions perspective. They're not really for a trade sanctions perspective. The only caveat would be trade sanctions relating to sanctions imposed by 3 different laws in Germany to BAFA, to the Federal Office for Economic and Export Controls. That's pretty much it. There's no enforcement power yet. So it's still very much in infancy for the EU, so I don't think there's going to be much, there's going to be a lot to look forward to, but not many actions yet, is what I'm thinking.
Sure. And Lloyd, do you think perhaps guidance or something else might come from that? Or?
Hopefully. I think it's potentially a very important development, and I think for two reasons. So firstly, we've heard several times today about the focus in the Russia sanctions on supply of goods for the Russian military. There is clear emphasis on that supply of those goods and components that are going to Russia's military-industrial complex. Secondly is the elevation of proliferation finance within the Financial Action Task Force and the consequent increased focus on this area in particular. And obviously the trade in dual-use goods is what underpins the concerns around proliferation finance. So if we could get greater clarity, guidance on these areas, and particularly the expectations on financial institutions, I think that would be very welcome. With regards to OTSI, if they're going to collaborate with OFSI, like we've seen in the US with the different US government agencies producing joint advisories, that would certainly be very welcome.
Simon, anything to add on that?
Yeah, I guess trade sanctions are notoriously difficult for financial institutions, right? Because there's not our sort of traditional real-time, screening controls aren't set up to catch goods that won't be mentioned in a payment message and things like that. But there does feel with the US secondary sanctions, and obviously that there is this sort of idea that the bank should be policing essentially our customers, and I get that that's banks have sometimes more resource. Have the frameworks already in place, but actually my hope for OTSI is that it's able to raise awareness in the UK sort of private sector more broadly about the restrictions that are in place, and it's not constantly pushing the idea of compliance with these measures is all falls on the financial institutions to police, because a lot of it is very tricky, particularly when you're looking at the concern around circumvention, and you have goods going to to third countries where there's obviously a lot of legitimate trade. It's very difficult to police, particularly in real time. And I think that education piece will be vital. And if that could be replicated across all three jurisdictions, we'd be in a much better place.
Is there anything already in place that banks do, a kind of knowing that this is coming into place, they've already put some kind of controls into place, or there's not very much that you could do?
I mean, I think in real time it's difficult. The answer really is, is client due diligence, is having those upfront conversations with clients to make them aware of the restrictions and understand, their business, exactly what goods they're dealing with. That's part of the problem, is just the complexity of the goods, right? We don't know the specific specification of a ball bearing, which means it's restricted, versus one that's perfectly legitimate, and that's the expertise that the customers have. Sure. So it needs to be a collaborative approach with the customers who have that technical understanding of their goods and whether they meet the specifications. And then I think in terms of the circumvention part, it's mostly sort of post-event analysis to identify, we've seen a spike of transactions, to this jurisdiction, and delving into that and looking at, what have we seen, is there anything of concern there? But as I say, that's all post-event to some extent. You can then provide information to law enforcement, for example, but essentially it's too late, right? The transaction's happened. So I think that education piece to make sure that private sector entities who are, potentially exporting goods in good faith that they think, is perfectly legitimate, are, have those controls around, if they're dealing with one of those third country jurisdictions, do they understand the risks of those goods being diverted elsewhere?
Great. Just as a question that perhaps I'm more interested in anything else, 2 or 3 questions that come across your desk all of the time that you absolutely loathe, and then 2 or 3 questions that come across your desk quite often, and perhaps everybody can learn from those how you're kind of responding to those. Simon, do you want to start?
Not really. It's difficult to think of. I mean, every question, it feels like at the moment that comes across my desk, I sort of loathe, because everything is so much more complicated than it used to be. I feel like, until sort of 2 years ago, I had a pretty good handle on sanctions. You had your policy position, it was set, you knew the parameters in which you were working, and it's all kind of blown up. I think my sort of main concern is just the complexity now, and in line with today's topic, the divergence means the risk of getting something wrong when you're talking about, humans sat at a computer looking at the details of a transaction and having to think about what nexus is, if that's the plural, I'm not sure if it is, across different jurisdictions, and then what regulations apply in which jurisdictions. I just think the risk of something going wrong is so much greater now than it ever has been. So I think that's, not really a question, but it's sort of embedded in every question that comes my way at the moment.
Sure, and I think Chloe kind of touched on that as well when she said it's information you have right now that you're looking through and you're trying to work out what the best solution is. Lloyd, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think it was in Leslie's talk earlier. She talked about sort of the banks spending too much time on cases that are of low interest, and I think that the type of cases that cause me the most pain is usually a Russian national buying a house in cash from someone that's just become resident in Iran, and the amount of time it takes to unravel these and work out what you can or can't do is unbelievable, and. Yeah, that's usually I sigh when I see such a case because I know how much time it's going to take to work my way through it.
That's fair. Gail?
I think I have a couple of pet peeves as well. Like Simon, there are quite a lot of questions that should not be asked to begin with. But for me, I think two stick out. One is, well, there is a sanctions clause in the contract. Is this not enough? So, well, no. That's a short answer. The long answer is obviously, unless you've done your due diligence, you cannot just rely on the sanctions clause in a contract. And that's where it gets also more complicated for me, for our team in general, because we have to do more and more investigation to figure out whether a transaction is fine, because it's from all angles. Before, it was a straightforward KYC. Now it's all of the parties involved, regardless of what you're covering. And then the other one is this enough? And that can be asked before I even start my review, and then the business says, oh, I obtained the approval for this risk from my superior, so clearly it's okay. Or a client that provides bits of the information requested, and it's like, no. Try again. If I've asked a question, it's because I need a specific answer, or I need to provide a sanctions review, so please wait for the sanctions review. Again, it's a lot of awareness and training, obviously, but whether it's internal actors or external ones, making sure that they're all aware of sanctions process is a process. It's not a yes, no. There's no longer that expectation of within a click you should get the answer right away. Mm-hmm. It's not that. It's too complex.
And I think in private practice, definitely the what's enough in terms of diligence and, especially with ownership and control issues, that's definitely something that I dread coming across my desk. I'll open it up to the floor if anybody has any questions. Stunned silence. I think everybody's ready for lunch now. Well, thank you so much, and thank you to my fab panelists who have just been great on this. Thank you.
Right, thank you, everybody. You've made it to lunch, and we've made up some time. So could I ask everyone to be back in the room by 2 o'clock, and then you will have the sharp end of enforcement at 2 o'clock, the National Crime Agency, and then OFSI. Thank you. Everybody, welcome back, and thank you very much for being in here promptly at 2 o'clock. So as I said before lunch, the first two sessions this afternoon have a pretty heavy focus on enforcement, which has been a theme from this morning. And our first speaker this afternoon, I'd like to invite Rachel up to the podium, is Rachel Herbert, who is a Deputy Director at the NEC, National Economic Crime Centre at the National Crime Agency, so very much at the most pointy end of the enforcement landscape. Thank you very much, Rachel.
Thank you. So thanks for the introduction. My name is Rachel Herbert. I'm the Deputy Director for Illicit Finance in the NEC. Delighted to be speaking here at the Economic Sanctions Summit. Thank you very much to City and Financial Global and the sponsors for inviting me. But tough gig being on straight after lunch. So I will do my absolute best, and I have said that I will take questions after my short speech. There are no slides, so unfortunately I am the only visual for the next 10-15 minutes. So most of you will know who the National Crime Agency is. I've worked for them for about 9 years. I've only ever worked in economic crime. But some of you may not know what the NEC is. So the NEC is the National Economic Crime Centre. It's existed for approximately 5 years. It is legally the NCA. So the vast majority of people that work in the NEC are from originally the NCA, like me. So when you speak to the NEC, you are speaking to the NCA. However, although it's legally the NCA, it's culturally a multi-agency centre. So we have the police working in the NEC. We have HMRC working in the NEC. We have the Serious Fraud Office in the NEC. We have some policy department officials in the NEC. We have the Financial Conduct Authority in the NEC. We're soon to get Ofcom in the NEC. And we have people from the private sector working in the NEC. At the moment, we have people in the NEC from Standard Chartered and Lloyds Bank. I will always do a pitch when I'm talking about the NEC that anyone from the private sector can consider putting people in the NEC for a couple of years. They will have to go through NCA vetting and they will have to commit for a couple of years and you will have to pay for them. It doesn't sound like a great pitch so far, but they do get access to NCA systems and they do get access to all the intelligence that happens in the NEC. So if any of you are interested in looking at whether you can second someone into the NEC, please speak to me. So the NEC exists to reduce fraud, stop the UK being a safe haven for illicit finance and take ever more proceeds of crime. There are 2 deputy directors in the NEC. My colleague, who was actually here, I think, last week on another conference, Nick Sharp, he deals with everything to do with fraud, and I deal with essentially everything else. So everything illicit finance related. So it's money laundering, bribery and corruption, asset denial, sanctions evasion, and also all the public-private partnership work sits under me in the NEC. So some of you will have heard about Gimlet, but actually our public-private partnership team is huge. We fulfill a function that doesn't really translate outside the NCA. We fulfill a function called threat leadership. The easiest way of putting it is we know everything going on operationally wise in the NCA and the system, and we match it with what needs to change from a policy, regulatory and legal point of view, hence having the regulators and policy officials in the NEC. So it's our job in the NEC to understand the threat and to decide operationally where we should all point our finite resources to have the most impact. That summarises quite a lot of bureaucracy. With great responsibility comes great bureaucracy. Someone told me that, and we run a myriad of meetings in the public-private sector. So I'm going to concentrate on 2 things in this small speech. One is what the NCA's role is in sanctions evasion, and secondly, what the NEC's role is in sanctions evasion. Most of you will have heard of the International Corruption Unit. We're the threat leadership function for the International Corruption Unit. We work really closely with them, but I'm also the threat leadership function for the Combating Kleptocracy Cell, the CKC, which many of you would have heard. And it's the CKC and the ICU. There are a whole myriad of other teams with names that don't mean anything, but for the purposes of sanction evasion, I work really closely with the CKC and the ICU. So, what's the NCA doing? Well, first of all, we're only one part of the system. So the vast majority of this work is driven by colleagues in the FCDO, which I'm sure you may have heard from this morning, and OFSI, which I think you're hearing from after me. So the huge amount of responsibility for policy development and dealing with the regulated sector is in those two bodies. If there is considered a breach of sanctions that's so egregious we think it can meet the criminal threshold, then OFSI can consider that. And I'm speaking about financial sanctions at the moment. I know there are wider sanctions, but OFSI can consider that to refer into the National Crime Agency. And then we will work to either open an investigation, liaise with the Crime Prosecution Service, which are critical in this, and look at whether we can get it over the threshold to be a criminal investigation. So to be really clear, we're only really, as the NCA, dealing with the most egregious breaches of sanctions. So, one of the tensions, and I'll be really candid from a law enforcement agency, and when I'm speaking at events like this, is sanctions is predominantly a foreign policy tool. They're not really there to create criminal justice outcomes. They're not really there for law enforcement to do a lot on. They're there to change behaviour. But a lot of the focus from stakeholders, from politicians, and from the press is about what you said, that really pokey end is, that sort of criminal justice outcome. So we understand the pressure is on, and we understand that it's really important. So look, one of the main things we've done over the last couple of years to sort of complement the work that's been going on across Whitehall is the setting up of the CKC. CKC, I think it was set up a couple of years ago, unfortunately post the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but it's not just there to target Russians. It's there to target all corrupt elites, kleptocracy, whatever people want to call it at the moment. It targets their enablers. Unfortunately, many of their enablers are UK-based. And it targets their assets. Again, unfortunately, many of their assets are UK-based. And finally, it's there to take action if there are the most egregious sanction breaches. So it's really important that, going back to that tension again, in that even the work of the CKC, a lot of what it does will not ever end up in a criminal justice outcome. So a huge amount of what the CKC does is taking assets away, targeting their enablers' assets, working with the FCDO on intelligence that ultimately could help with sanctioning someone, and other tools at our disposal. Also, of course, they are arresting people. It's generally been quite successful since it was set up. It gets a lot of publicity, which is unbelievable, because normally we can't even describe half of the work, 90% of the work it does. But it's achieved well over nearly 150 disruptions. And disruptions is the language we use in law enforcement. So that could be a criminal justice outcome. That could be sanctioning someone. That could be depriving them of the ability to enter the UK. So there's a whole range of disruptions. The CKC and the NCA does have a number of live sanctions evasions investigations at the moment. Really frustrating for everyone in the room, I know, but I just can't speak openly about them. But be reassured that we have a number of sanctions, breaches, investigations that are ongoing in the NCA. So what I can be a lot more transparent about is what we do in the NEC. So the NEC, one of the remits of the NEC is to ensure that everyone, and that includes people in this room, are working off the latest understanding of the threat. And the way we do that is everything we do with law enforcement, about saying to law enforcement, this is the threat, this is what we should target. Everything we do with the Home Office and wider government to say, these are the loopholes in the legislation that need to be closed, these are the regulatory weaknesses that need to be closed, these are the policy changes you should make to close these loopholes. We mirror that with the private sector. So we have a huge amount of investment in the NEC in working with the private sector. We do that under a large amount of governance. I won't bore you with it all. I don't know how many people have heard of GMLET, but GMLET is just a tiny bit of what we do in the public-private partnership space. What we do from an activity point of view is we have what we call pop-up cells. I didn't come up with the name. Cells was very popular as the terminology we all use. Task force has been another one. But anyway, we have these pop-up cells, and they are run by either the NEC as law enforcement or the private sector, or more often in conjunction. And we have a public-private cell purely dedicated to looking at sanctions evasion and sanctions evasion issues. And I have to give a thanks and a shout out to Neil Wiley from UK Finance and Daniel Drake, who I believe was here earlier, from the FCDO, who run that cell in partnership with the NEC. So the most visible, there's a lot of indirect benefits from that cell because we bring experts together in a room, because ultimately I can't possibly know from sitting in the NCA with a huge portfolio what exactly the issues are for people dealing with sanctions day in, day out. But what we do in that cell that's a very visible manifestation of the work is we publish alerts. I hope most of you know what alerts are from the NCA. If you don't, then we've obviously got something wrong with our communications. But there's been 4 alerts published in the last couple of years dedicated to sanctions evasion. And if you don't know what they are, or you want to look at them when you go back to your home bodies, so we published a red alert a couple of years ago on Russian elites and their professional enablers, particularly highlighting what operationally we were seeing on activity being taken to circumvent sanctions, which is what you expect, giving it to family members, giving it to trusted professionals, making sure below thresholds of ownership that would spark interest. That's quite a long alert, and I think that went out in 2022. There's been a more recent alert on gold. Gold really matters. We're seeing a huge amount. We've always seen, since I've worked in illicit finance, which is nearly 10 years, we've always seen gold as a way of moving value. So clearly it was no surprise that gold is being used to circumvent sanctions. And particularly of concern is interaction with jurisdictions of risk that are not following the global sanctions regime. Because it's Chatham House rules, it's no surprise that I mean the UAE. And then there was another very recent alert, I think it was the end of last year, on the exportation of high-risk goods, which I think introduced some sort of high priority list of goods that were essentially what could be used to further the Russian regime in Ukraine, the exportation of which needed to be on high alert for sanctions evasion. And then I think just last week, and we've got an awful lot of publicity, and the team are answering lots of queries from the press on this at the moment. Just last week, we put out an amber alert. All the others were red. I don't know why this one was amber. Someone more informed than me probably knows about money laundering in the art sector, which is another way, and this will be no surprise to many of you, another way we see the circumvention of sanctions. So what next for the NCA and what next for the NEC in terms of this topic? So for the CKC, I hope if we have one of these next year and someone, me or someone else, comes along to speak at it, we will actually have a few cases over the line. But these cases are complex. The people we're targeting are highly litigious. And for those of you that check out the stats, I think the average corruption case in the UK now is taking 7-8 years. And just to show you depressingly how long these things take, a case I was looking at this morning that the NCA is still involved in started in 2008 before the NCA had existed back in soccer days. So these cases are complex, they're global, and they do take time. But a lot of the work we've done with the FCDO and OFSI is to shorten the war, to turn it over quite quickly. So hopefully the CKC will have some successful cases. For the NEC, it's more of the same, please. If you're not involved in our public-private partnership, please become involved. I know I'm going to touch on a few things that I'm not an expert on, but I'm fielding a lot of calls from banking partners at the moment about the US executive order from December. I'm not an expert, but I'm aware that there are a lot of queries coming into the NEC on that matter. So it's something we're going to be looking at, but please don't ask me a follow-up question on it because I've exhausted my knowledge just talking about it. But my team assures me that there's lots of things coming in on the US executive order, people coming in for guidance and advice. And one thing I would like to see, and I know OFSI are speaking after me, is when we talk to the private sector on sanctions evasion, they often say anything that we can do to give early warning to the private sector on what is going to be sanctioned would be most welcome. Now, it is very easy for me to say and a lot more complicated for that to actually happen. But the NEC would like, because we see the value of what we do with the private sector day in, day out, I would really like to get to a stage where we can do something a little bit more proactive with the private sector on what is coming out in the sanctions space. Real value for us, real value for the private sector, and I'll leave it there and take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, questions for Rachel? Everyone's still needing the coffee to kick in after lunch. I'll ask a question if no one else has one. You mentioned a moment ago the speed of the process. They're complicated investigations. They're going to take time to push through. There's a sort of broader debate, which many people in this room will be familiar with, the speed at which in this country, compared, for example, to the United States, we are able to prosecute financial crime, and whether it's a sanctions violation or a bribery issue or whatever. And a couple of recent examples illustrate the point. So Sam Bankman-Fried, probably one of the biggest frauds involving crypto in history. From start to finish in the US, that took less than a year. From the time of arrest to conviction in a court was less than a year, compared to something like Patisserie Valerie, which I think is a trial date now for 2026, and the conduct was, I forget, 2018, something like that. So, I mean, just maybe unfair to compare those two side by side, but 6 or 7 years for, frankly, what looks like a relatively straightforward accounting fraud versus massive crypto case, and the Americans are able to do it in a short space of time. Do you have any general comments or thoughts from an NCAA perspective, from a NEC perspective in particular, because you're dealing with the most complicated cases, of what the UK can and should be doing better to accelerate that sort of criminal justice?
So I work with the US a lot. I'm the chair of the Five Eyes money laundering group. So yes, the system is set up so differently in the US, but they do definitely have some prosecution powers in particular that we don't have in the UK, and we are always looking at ways to, contract how long these things take. I mean, it's not all good news for America. I mean, we have some. Our civil recovery regime is pretty robust compared to what most people have. Our regulated sector is pretty robust compared to what most people have. But I don't have an easy answer. Yes, I'm aware of their powers, and yes, I'm aware of the limitations of how they translate across to the UK.
Yes, please. Question at the back. If you could just say who you are and where you're from, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. I'm Ed. I'm a reporter at the Bureau of Investigative Journalism. I have two questions. The first being that, like, so the Serious Fraud Office, for example, has an annual budget of between 50 and 70 million. Often some of the people they're investigating will spend more than that on a year just combating that investigation. Does the NCA have the same sort of financial pressures? Do you feel that you're adequately funded? And the second question is the focus on Russia sanctions in any way detracting or deprioritising, say, Iran sanctions or Bosnia-Herzegovina? So yeah, has Russia kind of eclipsed the others?
So if you ask anyone in the public sector whether they are adequately funded, you can predict what the answer will be. So look, the NCA has a huge remit, and we prioritise according to our remits, which must be very frustrating for some people in this room. I field queries every week from well-meaning individuals, especially in NGOs, asking why this is an issue in the UK, no one's looking at it, why doesn't the NCA look at it? We've got a huge remit, we prioritise, and what I will say is that illicit finance is very highly prioritised in the National Crime Agency. For those of us that have worked in the National Crime Agency for nearly 10 years, when I joined, and I'm going to be completely frank about this, there was very little prioritisation outside drugs and guns. But now illicit finance, with the development of the NEC and the development of the remit and the investment in the resources coming into the agency for illicit finance means it is massively highly prioritised. We still do drugs and guns. We do many other serious and organised crimes as well. But illicit finance is certainly a high-profile thing. Sanctions focus on Russia. So I think some of this is what makes publicity. So I really did want to say earlier on, and that's why I said it, the CKC was not set up as some sort of counter-Russian unit, but I'd say 99% of the queries that come in about the CKC work are about what we're doing about X, Y, and Z related to Russia, but it is certainly not the totality of the CKC's work, and it's certainly not the totality of the ICU's work. So in the other jurisdiction you mentioned, yes, there are investigative activity going on across many corrupt elites and kleptocrats, not just Russians. It gets all the publicity, so if you base it on what people are asked about, then I think there's a possible misunderstanding that that's all we do.
Anybody else? One more question. Yes, please.
Hey there, I'm Sam. I'm a reporter with a trademark called Global Investigations Review. I just wondered if you could speak to some of those egregious cases you talk about being referred to by OFSI to the NCA. Can you talk about some factors that have prevented cases meeting the threshold for a criminal prosecution?
So I think, and I know in terms of recency, 2018 seems a long way away, but we need to test the legislation. So there's not, that's my job, right? I look at why things don't succeed. I look at what's preventing them succeeding, and I speak to Whitehall and legislators about it. In terms of this, the SAMLA came in on 2018. Obviously, since then, there's been a really robust use of sanctioning people across many different regimes, not just the Russian regime. They go through the civil penalty. They come to the NCA almost at the end of that process, and those cases are ongoing and live. So at the moment, there's not one thing I can point to. It's just almost the passage of time and the test in the legislation.
Last question from me. Building on this, the gimlet, I think most people regard the gimlet as having been pretty successful. It took a long time for the gimlet to get set up, though, for all sorts of reasons. Can you see a world in which there is an equivalent of the gimlet, but for the sanctions community, which obviously is much wider than the banks? The banks have money in accounts, but the sanctions universe is much, much bigger than that. So can you see a world in which that might happen?
Can happen now. The gimlet is... everyone knows the gimlet. It was predominantly the banks. But in terms of what we run, that's sort of above the gimlet, is we run two public-private threat groups, one for money laundering, which includes sanction evasion, and one for fraud. Now, the fraud has actually got a very good mix of private sector in it. It's got telecoms, it's got tech, social media, insurance companies. In the money laundering one, we do have estate agents, we do have crypto exchanges, we don't have a lot of legal, we do have accountancy. So in those meetings, there are pitches from anyone, including law enforcement, on what we would like a dedicated work stream on. And as I said, we already have a cell looking particularly at sanctions evasion. That could be very bank focused. There's no reason why someone couldn't come to me and ask for something to be focused on sanctions evasion, but from a legal point of view or an accountancy point of view.
Very helpful.
That can happen now. No legal barriers for that happening now.
Thank you very much. Can I ask everyone to thank Rachel? Right, can I now invite Jonathan up to the stage and Chris Watts from OFSI.
Thank you very much. From one arm of government to another, I'm delighted to welcome Chris Watts to the stage. Chris Watts has been a UK civil servant for more than 30 years and is now Deputy Director of OFSI. He has worked in a variety of different roles: environment, transport, national security, cyber security, and the like. But OFSI, Chris can obviously say this in his own words, but OFSI represented an opportunity for him to take a fresh look at these sort of issues from a different perspective, and he's been there since 2019. So thank you very much, Chris, for agreeing to join us today. Obviously, OFSI has been incredibly busy. What were the main highlights last year from your perspective, and also, obviously, what were the main challenges?
Thanks, Jonathan, and it's good to be here. I think from OFSI's perspective, 2023 was really a big year of transition. So when the Russians invaded in 2022, we had 40-odd people in OFSI. We now have pushing 140. And so at the start of 2023, we'd just taken receipt of our first batch of 50 or so new people, and we saw further numbers come in during 2023. So the transformation of the organisation was a real preoccupation through the course of 2023, and we really started to see significant results by the end of it. So if I could just focus perhaps on licensing, on the oil price cap, and on our guidance and engagement work as three bits of evidence of that. I think in licensing, we started the year with this huge new demand because of the Russia designations earlier in 2022 for licenses, and we're really struggling at that point. And that really peaked in early summer, where our backlog was at unprecedented levels, and we really weren't getting through our cases. And basically through planned resourcing, through policy changes, including numbers of general licenses, which many of you will have seen and consumed, and through process changes, which helped us streamline things. We have, what we had by the end of November, in fact, got that backlog down to essentially controllable levels. So that was a really essential. We're essentially in a place now where we've got the cases at a level that we think is the long-term sustainable level, given our new resourcing, and that was really an essential thing for us to get through. Then the oil price cap, just more briefly, I think we've felt increasingly was of benefit through the course of 2023, was really hitting the Russian economy. So the best calculations seem to be that something like 20% cut in Russia's oil revenues 2023 as against 2022. So we think the oil price cap was effective. We think they were having to find new, expensive, diverting, resource-intensive workarounds for some of the things that we were denying them. So that seems to have gone really well. Obviously, questions still to be answered now about that, but through 2023 that went very well. And then just in terms of guidance, we were able, through some of the new resourcing, to get out there doing 100 events, both domestically and internationally. And I think the benefit of that to us is huge in terms of just understanding the pressures people are under, making sure that people are understanding our intentions as far as they can, and that we've got a real sense of the impact of our work out there in the private sector.
That's great. Thank you, Chris. And I'm sure many in the room will be pleased to hear that the licensing backlog is under control. Obviously, another critical function of OFSI is in relation to enforcement. What would you say are OFSI's expectations in relation to sanctions risk management from a private sector perspective?
So essentially, I think we're looking for proportionate due diligence. So the right amount of research in terms of customer and the chain of engagement of that customer, appropriate requests for information, appropriate legal advice received. So we won't specify a level of due diligence to apply in all cases, but we will, when we're going through our enforcement cases, look to see what the evidence is of due diligence having been appropriately undertaken, given the nature of the firm and its business and the particularities of the case concerned as well.
That's great, thank you. And I guess a related issue, and one which has vexed many people in the room, how would you suggest people do address that issue of ownership and control? What would you say is good practice?
Yeah, so I mean, essentially, it is taking those steps. It is doing your research. It is asking appropriately detailed questions to try and get under the surface. But I think we are not. This is not a sort of counsel of perfection in terms of ownership and control. We're aware that the Russia sanctions have really led to large numbers of really difficult cases in terms of ownership and control. Deliberately obfuscating chains of ownership, sort of remote control, if I can put it that way. We know that stuff is difficult, and we're not trying to hold people to an unreasonable standard, but we will work through in where we're doing our enforcement investigation to just check that those steps have been taken. As I say, we know this has been difficult, and we gave specific guidance working with the FCDO. I don't know whether Daniel talked about this morning after the Mintz case and the obiter dicta in Mintz about our intention when it came to public officials. I know that had caused some alarm in the sector. I think you wrote about it yourself, Jonathan.
I did.
Just to try and make clear that where we were talking about public officials particularly, we would seek to designate to try and provide clarity when it came to those bodies that the designated public officials might be seen to have control over. And I'd like to think that shows our kind of direction of travel more generally, just to try and provide clarity where we can through designation, rather than leaving you to deal with these difficult cases alone, where that doesn't have to be the case, really.
Yeah, that would be great. And obviously, the government has information, intelligence in its hands that isn't necessarily accessible by the private sector. So are you looking, on a sort of forward-looking basis, to designate more owned and controlled entities in their own right, as opposed to leaving the private sector to try to make its own judgments in this regard?
Yeah, that's, it's not OFSI, obviously, who does that. It's the FCDO in the vast majority of cases. But yes, absolutely, I think that is the direction of travel. We'll try to provide that clarity through making designations rather than leaving people to wonder.
Great. Turning to a slightly different topic, we've heard obviously from OFAC this morning, we heard from the Commission. How are you working with international partners to implement and enforce financial sanctions?
So I think that's going pretty well. We all struggled a bit at the start, and there was kind of, as you might imagine, really frantic dialogue between the key parties, so particularly between us and the US and the EU and individual member states in the EU, over difficult cases, over the alignment that we were trying to bring around in the designations that we were all putting in place. And I think, from my perspective, I've been pleasantly surprised how well we've done to actually achieve broad alignment in terms of designations and approach. But I do absolutely appreciate that every single one of those divergences creates difficulties for people in the room. So that's entirely understood. So we are working on the difficult cases together where, where our lack of alignment causes problems for the private sector. So we have licensed and our allies have licensed kind of in our favour to try and make things work where there was that lack of alignment. That's been quite cooperative, but also just in terms of the policy and our approach, we've really built the relationship with OFAC in particular, so there's that enhanced partnership, and you've heard from Leslie from OFAC, who's seconded into OFSI at the moment. We have another Treasury secondee into our part of the Treasury too at the moment, US Treasury, and we've also got somebody going out in due course to work with OFAC in the US. So that's been a really great thing. I hope some of you were able to be at the senior implementation group that we did back in October when the US were over, where we did a joint sort of industry consultation event. So all of that's been excellent. I think the oil price cap again has been a really good example with the G7 of stuff that we've done to really give effect to something. I've talked already about the effectiveness of that, but it's been a good and tricky collaboration, again, just given the number of interests at play. But making that work was not easy, but it's something that I think we're very proud of. And then also with the G7, we've had this enforcement coordination mechanism and a lot of work. I think increasingly this will come to bear, and Rachel was talking about some of this just now. You'll see a lot of consideration of evasion of our sanctions and how we can tackle that. And so I think increasingly we're doing that in a kind of overlapping trade sanctions, financial sanctions space. And a lot of that work has been done with the US and the EU, but other G7 partners as well.
Very interesting. And coming back to licenses, how are you prioritising licensing applications at the moment?
So we generally have an approach where we prioritise humanitarian and threat to life cases first. So if there is any evidence of that, then it will go to the top of the pile. And then we're looking, when it comes to businesses, just at business impact. So if there are particular deadlines around court hearings or, expiry of or loan deadlines, those kind of things. If there's anything which is kind of existential in nature, we will be looking for those next. But I would say, again, we're in a better place now than we were this time last year, just in terms of actually being able to progress as we are all of the cases on our books. We have the resource to do that now. We've whittled them down to a number where we're satisfied they're all moving. There may be some more complex ones still in the system from a while back, but if you were to submit one today, then I'd be confident that I won't be here next year talking about any of those cases being in a backlog.
Great, thank you, Chris. And we are still in January, just about. What would you describe OFSI's priorities as being for the rest of this calendar year?
So I think enforcement first and foremost. So in terms of enforcement, we would expect the first of the Russia monetary penalty cases to come forward from 2022. So I think that obviously that's not entirely good news for this audience, but I think at least it will start to provide you with some clarity about our direction of travel and the kind of cases that are coming through, and that give you a sense of how we've treated those cases. So I think there'll be a number of those over this next year. And then intelligence. So we've really beefed up what was a very small intelligence team in OFSI at the start of all of this. And that team is really getting bedded in now and is starting to pick up really useful information to inform our enforcement cases. So I think putting us on a more proactive foot when it comes to enforcement, rather than just dealing with the cases that come in through reports, is very important to us, and we'll see more of that in the course of 24. There's development of the oil price caps I alluded to earlier. We've got the new requirements in place in terms of attestation. That seems to be quite well received, but there'll undoubtedly be more to do on the oil price cap. And then lastly, I think from me, industry engagement. So just more of this type of thing, but as the year goes on, as some of these enforcement cases come to light, we'll just want to engage more in order to understand industry reaction and try and provide a bit more clarity.
Sounds brilliant, and sounds like another very busy year ahead. Chris has very kindly agreed to take questions from the floor. So if I could have hands, please. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Galia from Fieldfisher. What, if any, information will OFSI be publishing about the voluntary delisting route, which was briefly announced in, I think, October or November last year?
Sorry, voluntary delisting, is that divestment?
No, it's the route available for designated persons to engage in a voluntary conversation with the government.
So actually that was one for Daniel Drake of the FCDO this morning, really. So that was an FCDO publication. So they are, I think, still looking at how that will be framed. I can't answer, I'm afraid, on whether they'll be publishing, but I will make a point of asking Daniel when I next see him.
Thank you.
Hello. My question is, could you reveal to us some of the reasons why OFSI may be refusing licenses for the provision of legal services, for instance?
Why refusing licenses? So when it comes to legal fees licenses, we're actually generally quite positive in our responses. It isn't very often that they get turned down. Occasionally there's a question of the reasonableness of the legal fees, and I think particularly early on after the new Russia designations, there were some cases where the fees to us just didn't seem reasonable, either in terms of disbursements being attached to them or actually the fundamental hourly fees, hourly rates themselves. And we've tried to provide a bit more clarity on that, I think, through the general licensing process and having slightly more clear benchmarking. And beyond that, the only other thing I'd probably draw attention to is after the publicity around the Prigozhin case and the licensing of legal fees there, ministers were of the view that they did not want any more. They wanted a presumption, at least, against the licensing of fees when it came to defamation and similar cases. But generally, I mean, legal fees tend to be at the easier end of our case scale when it comes to licensing, unless they appear excessive.
A question from me, whilst others consider what they might like to ask. Obviously, Oak Tea has been announced. where do you see the line falling between trade and financial sanctions and your responsibility versus their responsibility? Because obviously from the perspective of many clients, financial institutions and others, it's a blurred line.
Yeah, and I think it will be for us as well. I think one of the things we really welcome about OTSI and its inception is just having an organisation of hopefully a similar sort of scale that we can interact with on those difficult cases where they appear to include features of both, so that we can both work on those cases together, and that's starting to happen even now, but also just collaborate on guidance and provide clarity to people like the audience here. So I think just before Christmas there was a joint NCA OFSI, DBT, HMRC product on sort of signs of circumvention, and I think I'd see similar such products coming out from us and OTSI in the future as we bed down. I think the other thing that we're already starting to talk about is just where it might make sense to collaborate more, just so, you know, are there services which we are now on top of, which we can help them by providing for them, just to try and build the relationship, but also make it better value for money too.
Great. Thank you very much.
On the subject of enforcement, the Wise case last year sent this charity a ripple through the sanctions community, I think, when OFSI assessed the level of severity as being moderate on a high, moderate, low scale. And the conduct in that case, you know, briefly involved a £250 withdrawal, I think a matter of days after a designation, and then a voluntary self-report. Is there anything you can say today just to encourage people or reassure people that the enforcement focus for OFSI in the next 12 months will be on less the technical footfall cases, to put it that way, rather than anything else?
Yeah, certainly what I'm envisaging, I think I've hinted at this already, is that some more significant and weighty cases at the more severe end of the scale will be those that come forward and will take the form of monetary penalties. That's what we're expecting. So I think that will be reassuring. But I think that's why I also said what I did before, Marcus, about just the importance of getting those decisions into the public domain so that they can start to inform people and give you a sense of the sort of calibration that we have of these cases. I mean, I think we've talked a lot about Wise and the implications of it, if not the detail of it, to forums like this, but also to UK finance, to legal bodies, etc., just to try and get a sense of what people's concerns are and to try and lay those as far as we can. But again, it goes back to what I was saying about a proportionate approach and about knowing your business, knowing the risks of your business, and having appropriate risk mitigation in place. Those were the things we were looking for there, and we've obviously felt that Wise hadn't quite made it. But I do hope that we'll be talking about cases of a different scale and just giving people a better sense of where our mind is on that in the future.
Fantastic, thank you. Question at the back.
Hi, my name's Lucy and I'm from the Bureau of Investigative Journalism. I was wondering how closely OFSI works with the Crown dependency and what that looks like.
Yeah, thank you for that. So Crown dependencies we work reasonably closely with, but they are clearly independent in matters. They run these things, they do the OFSI's function for themselves. We talk quite a lot to them, both in forums of the Crown dependencies and overseas territories together, and individually on cases where there's overlap. So just trying to give us a sort of sense of best practice and just be as helpful as we can. So we have a technical assistance unit, small technical assistance unit, which has provided help in the past and will carry on talking to them both about the individual cases that crop up across our jurisdictions and about the sort of generality of policy and practice, just to try and assist.
benefit. I think we probably have time for one more question. Francis, I'll give the floor to you. Apologies to the other questioner.
I was going to say HMRC and ECJU occasionally have this slightly unhelpful practice of anonymising compound settlement notices, so you don't know the parties who are involved, the sector, etc., just the level of the fine. OFSI obviously generally do publish the details, which is helpful. Do you know if OTSI are going to follow the OFSI model, or might they continue on this kind of HMRC route?
I don't, I'm afraid. It's an interesting question. I will ask my counterpart when I next see her. Apologies for not knowing that yet.
Well, as that was a very quick question, I think we probably can squeeze in one more.
Thanks. I had a question about whether what steps have been taken to iron out the problems that arose in the Peter Arvan case, where a licence had been granted to draw down funds from an account that was frozen on suspected sanctions evasion.
Sorry, so I can't talk about individual cases. Obviously, we try both on the enforcement side and on the licensing side to learn the lessons when things have gone wrong. You know, despite the fact we've grown, those teams are very much working closely together, and so, you know, where cases are handed over one way or another, we'll find that they're working both to try and ensure that we are able to enforce against breaches where possible, but also where we're learning the lessons in a licensing sense. But I can't, I'm afraid, go into the details of that particular case.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. That was brilliant. Much appreciated.
Thanks very much to Chris and to Rachel. As I said at the beginning of the day, it's entirely voluntary that people like Chris, people like Rachel, come to these sorts of forums and give their time and answer all the burning questions that we have. And if the future of private and public sector engagement is going to make the sanctions world a better place, then more of that needs to happen. So I'm particularly grateful to them and to the speakers this morning from the public sector. Can I invite Shireen and Shireen's panel to come to the stage for the next session? Thank you.
Truck on the stairs. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me, hopefully? Want to thank the conference organisers and the sponsors. And hopefully today's session, I'd like to make it a bit interactive and maybe a bit practical as well. And I will start. We're going to have, hopefully, Richard is going to be beaming in. Unfortunately, he's unwell, but his sort of unfaltering commitment, he is going to be on the screen there. There you go. Hi, Richard. Can you hear us okay? You there?
Hi, afternoon. Sorry, I can't be there in person.
Excellent. So Richard is the head of sanctions at SMBC, a huge amount of experience as a practitioner. During his time, he sort of led implementation of EU-US sanctions and no doubt UK as well. And prior to that, he was at Credit Suisse and is also the chair of one of the chairs of UK Finance. And I'm also got to my right Sinead, who is here in person, who is the international head of AML, ABC and sanctions at Citi. Prior to that was trained at CMS Cameron McKenna and joined Citi in 2007 and basically been in your role since 2014. Mm-hmm. So I'm Shireen George. I've been in, I started life as a trader and then the last sort of 20 odd years in investment banking. So always sort of in financial security and sanctions. So covered this topic myself in quite a lot of depth. So a lot of you, may be aware of sort of the topic of aligning sanctions, AML, ABC, CFT or CTF, however you may choose to speak about it, has really gathered pace, I think, over the last couple of years, and something we're probably all grappling with ourselves. I certainly am. And I think this is a useful conversation because I think you've all probably got experience that we can talk about questions at the end, but if you've got anything burning, please don't hesitate to sort of jump in. So Sinead, I guess, and Richard as well, because there's just two, as I'm sure you may see. I think it's interesting to sort of unpack this conversation, really starting with why is this such a hot topic now? What has been happening in the industry and sort of the regulatory landscape that has brought about sort of, you know, the sort of sudden rush, I guess, that's even more important than it might have ever been?
I'm happy to kick off, Richard, if that's okay with you. I mean, the short answer, without sounding facetious, is Russia. And I think, you know, with the understatement of the millennium, that it's been a sort of a seismic impact. And it's not, I think that this sort of potential overlap between AML, financial crimes, and sanctions wasn't there previously. But I think the Russia situation has brought that very much into focus. And I think it is a new area of challenge for financial institutions and for other participants in the market. Because I think historically, you wouldn't necessarily have all of those subject matter coverage areas within perhaps the one organisational structure, or certainly within the one team. But I think we're seeing increasingly an expectation from the UK authorities that this is considered holistically. We see that a lot with the red alerts that are coming out, and that sort of correlation between sanctions evasion, the reason for sanctioning, corruption, money laundering. It's all sort of one big sort of cycle. So I say it's not that it is a new frontier necessarily, but I think it is coming more and more into focus in terms of the expectations of the authorities, both law enforcement and regulatory.
Richard, I don't know if you've got any additional thoughts or anything else you wanted to touch on.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with Sinead around the kind of the political agenda and conflation there, and the broadening of sanctions as a tool to be used by governments. I guess the other interesting point, right, is that even where the priorities are changing, the impact is still there. I think Sinead and I basically did a panel with basically the same title as this time last year, and obviously that was coming off the back of 2022, huge numbers of high-profile designations, and I think we spent most of the panel talking about ownership and control aspects and how KYC, this kind of big reliance fund. We all know exactly we can do ownership and control assessments through our KYC, and we were kind of explaining the challenges around that because the requirements aren't aligned to the sanctions regulations and guidance. And I think what's interesting is 1 year on, not that ownership and control has gone away at all, but as kind of the Russia dynamic has moved really from kind of reacting to mass scale designations, we're very much in an evasion environment now, and clearly that is also a political priority amongst the G7. But again, when we're looking at something like evasion, then that AML crossover is clearly there again in terms of wider criminality and movement of funds. So it does just seem to be moving with the regulations, but also with the political priorities, and therefore kind of especially in terms of the regulated sector of the private sector overall, we clearly have an expectation and an obligation to try to fulfil these political objectives as best we can.
Thanks. I think it's clear, as you said, it's sort of a priority, and certainly within the industry, we understand it's been on the agenda for some time now, but for people that maybe are not looking at in the depth that maybe banks or other FIs are looking at it, what would you say are the key benefits of aligning your programs and actually sort of trying to, in a more meaningful way, converge these different, which have historically, I guess, been quite, separate, distinct areas?
Richard, feel free.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the advantages, I mean, I guess the first one really is around our own liability in terms of reporting obligations, right? So I think certainly in terms of my own institution and as Sinead said, looking at red notices and speaking with peers, the reporting obligations around, in particular, evasion typologies and investigations, there's clearly crossover, and there are thresholds that are met under one piece of financial crime legislation, but potentially not with others. So I think the first thing is, if you are having that synergy, you need to have that crossover of information sharing and wider consideration of legal and regulatory obligations in order, one, to ensure that as an institution you are protected. So that kind of feels like the first advantage. I think the second really is understanding your holistic kind of risk footprint. Ultimately, right, we all kind of will feed up into like an MLRO, SMF 17 type function, right? And overall, they have the overarching responsibility, typically for all of these activities within the regulated institution. So I think having that overarching view of where the risk lies, irrespective of whether you're very specifically caught under a set of sanctions regulations or under the Proceeds of Crime Act, it's really important that you're catching those synergies in terms of being able to expedite and escalate, both externally but also, I guess, internally with senior management as well, and keeping them apprised of the risk footprint that the bank or other institution is operating in.
Yeah, and I would echo the same thing. I mean, I think it essentially boils down to the ability, if in theory, it provides you with a, as you say, Richard, a much more holistic view of your exposure, your risk, whether that's clients or suppliers or the other third parties that you're working with. When you combine all of those streams together, it enables you to have this sort of, well, in theory, it should be a sort of a self-feeding beast, where you're getting this sort of management information feedback loop from sanctions, which builds into your risk assessment, which brings into your money laundering assessment, which brings you back around into sanctions again. So it should provide you with a more detailed understanding of the risk environment in which the institution is operating. As I say, on paper, that's not new. I mean, that in theory at least has always been the concept. But I think some of the, like I can remember historically, and obviously I'm not here to speak for Citi, and whatever I say may or may not reflect what Citi does or doesn't do. But I do remember having historic conversations, particularly around US sanctions in context of SAR filing, for example, and having discussions around whether we needed to file SARs where we had blocked property under OFAC sanctions. And I remember having a discussion about, very roughly speaking, political sanctions as opposed to sort of crime sanctions, for want of a better way of describing it. So if someone had been designated by the US authorities as a kingpin, a drug, lord, then I think it would be a relatively small step to say that a SAR probably needed to be filed if we thought we had the property of that person within the bank. If, however, they had been designated, and I use the term advisedly, purely for political pressure purposes, because they are part of a regime or a government representative, it wasn't necessarily a natural step that there was a criminality behind that. Now, that's not to say you can very black and white go criminal, not criminal, but I think particularly with Russia, that line has been blurred even more. I mean, we were talking about this earlier, Richard, as sometimes in the actual designation statements that OFSI uses when they sanction people, there are pieces in there which talk about the basis for designation, which I think sometimes it's worth thinking about those from an AML perspective, because they can provide insight, particularly around corruption allegations, which could strengthen any concerns that you may have had previously. So I think that it's on paper, as it's sort of an AML lawyer and a sanctions lawyer, I don't think I would ever have said that the two things were separate, but I think there is a greater crossover and a greater expectation of crossover than perhaps there was historically.
Yeah, I would agree with the comments you've made there, and certainly I think larger institutions benefit from, the scale, the resource, the technology, the systems, and often the know-how. And certainly, even in a large bank, we are sort of seeing the challenges there, certainly in the cost and, in the tech, and how we can harness what was maybe built for AML purposes now to enable sanctions, all the other disciplines, and that's an ongoing challenge. But I'd be interested to hear your thoughts around how smaller institutions may be able to achieve something along the lines of what we are trying to do in firms. I guess we're sort of already quite well geared to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in some ways, large organisations have some benefits in terms of, like you said, the budget and the technology and resources. I think at the same time, we probably also are the most vulnerable types of organisation in terms of siloing of staff and resources as well, actually. So breaking down those boundaries, which may have been established over a long period of time, is also a problem. So I think, I think clearly small and medium-sized enterprises shouldn't be looking to try to replicate, right, what large FIs do, for example. I think it has to be scalable. I think you have to try to, I would say, go back to your risk assessment ultimately, and look for the convergence, I think, between the different financial crime themes, and assess your systems and controls, and basically look to see where those things could be harmonized. I think again, right, the advantage, I guess, of being a smaller kind of or medium-sized organization is that maybe actually merging those things can be somewhat easier with smaller teams and maybe more shared resources as well around financial crime, rather than having very dedicated, like I said, siloed SMEs. So I guess it's about understanding the risk footprint and then actually looking to take advantage of the fact that maybe it's a smaller, maybe less political organisation, and look to, again, right, really just to get to Sinead's point, kind of that overarching oversight of risk footprint and to have it overseen at an appropriately kind of senior level, I think, right, in order to understand what is capable. I think we should be clear, right? Yes, large financial institutions have big budgets and big technology, and ultimately we're still constrained in many ways by what we can achieve. Like you've said, in terms of the technology, right, reshaping sanction screening or sanction or transaction monitoring, right, which we use for AML purposes, it takes us years and years, right, to get those systems kind of set up and calibrated and resourced to a point where we really feel that they're optimized, and then suddenly, if your risk profile changes or your kind of policy or priorities change, actually turning that round can be very difficult. So I think, yeah, it's trying to stay nimble and agile. Don't be overly ambitious beyond where you need to be. And I think giving relevant management sufficient oversight of the risk and where they need to be thinking would be a good starting point.
To be honest, the risk of sounding like a mutual appreciation club, I mean, we hadn't actually prepped that particular answer, but I was actually thinking exactly the same thing as you asked the question, Shireen, which is I'm not sure large organisations are actually better placed necessarily. Sometimes it's a bit like trying to handbrake turn an ocean liner, where I think smaller places sometimes can be a bit more nimble. I mean, the principles, of course, are the same. You know, obviously the legislation and the regulatory, framework doesn't necessarily differentiate between the sizes of the organisations. But I think it is, without wishing to get sucked into a fascinating discussion about how one reconciles in the regulated sector the FCA's framework around risk-based approach to systems and controls and obviously strict liability regime, which is in itself a whole exciting area of discussion. I think it is reflected relatively clearly in OFCE's enforcement guidance that, at least in terms of mitigation, they will take into account the size and scale of the organisation and what the control environment looked like. So the expectation is not that smaller firms have exactly the same, or at least my understanding, to be clear, is that the expectation is not that smaller firms have the same sort of regime in place that the bigger organisations do, but that it is appropriate. I mean, it sounds almost trite, but it is the same fundamental principles. Know your customers, know your risk, have controls which are appropriately designed to address that risk and ensure that they are successfully implemented. And to your point, Richard, I think perhaps the larger organisations, it's all about information flow and information sharing. And that applies, of course, whether it's small or large. I mean, if you've got a small organisation and your first-line business people know something but they haven't told the second-line people, then arguably the organisation knows, but the control environment won't reflect it because it hasn't been fed back up through. That's as much a risk for a small organisation as it is for a big one. So I think it's partly about education and ensuring that holistic understanding of what the risk looks like, that it is not just a business risk or a commercial risk, to deal with a counterparty in a particular jurisdiction, for example, but there are other consequences that flow from that. But I think personally my understanding is that it's relatively clear that the expectation of the authorities is intended to be proportionate to the size, nature, scope and exposure of the organisation. I mean, clearly if you have a small organisation that does nothing but trade in Russian oil, then they will probably have a fairly high expectation of what your control environment would look like. So it's all relative, I think.
I think just to pick up on a point on the sort of MI and senior management, I think that's always a really challenging area to make sure you've got the right information that management can see, that you can actually draw some useful conclusions from, and that's something even, our bank, we're constantly looking at have we got the right data points, and, for small, medium, large, I think that's the sort of the same type of challenge we are seeing. Is it meaningful? How can we sort of calibrate that to sort of see the trends? And, ongoing challenge. In terms of the obstacles and the challenges, have you got any other thoughts around any pitfalls to avoid? We've probably been guilty, like many institutions, of overspending on tech that maybe never ended up getting launched, or doing things that haven't, have missed the mark and been launched too late. And but I don't know if you've got any other sort of elements that, it would be useful to share that we could learn from.
I mean, I think from my perspective, my main thought would be picking up on what we just said, and I think I probably mentioned this last year, is making sure you're using the information that you've got, that it's been looked at the right way. So I think we've mentioned before the challenge around if you're AML regulated and you've got your KYC records, those are, of course, or CDD records, customer due records, those are built to comply with AML legislation. So in terms of the ownership thresholds and how those work, those are normally built to reflect what your obligations are under the AML law. As everybody in the room knows, I'm sure the sort of 50% ownership rule works differently. So in screening your 25% beneficial owner who will correctly come up on your system as a 25% owner, that doesn't mean that they don't own your customer from a sanctions perspective. So, and that information, of course, is information that the entity has. You have that information. You are pregnant with that information. So, from a lawyer's perspective, in terms of trying to defend why that didn't get picked up, I think that could be a challenge where that is, within the information that's held on file. So I think it's, as I sort of said, that it's that making sure that you are using all the information that you actually have, and that your systems are calibrated to pick that up and make sure that it's in the right format for the right people. But Richard, you're more on the compliance side than me, so you have more practical points, I'm sure.
Yeah, I guess in particular it's about finding ways, I guess, that education and communication piece that Sinead referred to already, I think in a practical sense has been a big one for us. I think like prior to probably the summer or autumn of 2022, we probably never had like meetings on a regular basis between sanctions compliance investigators and AML investigators. Like they were very separate entities, and we would like, obviously if there was a specific reason to have an ad hoc crossover, then it would happen. But to that point, right, it was only happening on an ad hoc basis. Now we have those meetings on a weekly basis. Basically, to just share, it doesn't even need to be that there's a specific nexus between one investigation between the two teams anymore. It's really making sure that those typologies and information sharing is really taking place on both sides. Because I think a lot of what we're seeing these days, especially in things like the trade sanctions space, right? We talked a bit about reacting to designations, but clearly the trade sanctions is also a hugely complex area that does have this blurred line into financial sanctions, given the financial services prohibitions that appear in pretty much all of those regs. And in the Russia context, where you have a globally significant economy, where you can still do a lot of things with that economy, right? But there's a whole load of things that you can't do. That it's really important that you have a good crossover of and to Sinead's point again, right, recalibrating systems and controls needs to be kind of an ongoing effort, but at the same time, it takes a lot of time and can be can be very difficult. And Shireen, to your point, right? Sometimes you could try forever to get something to give you the output that you want, and find that the system actually doesn't actually have that capability in order to do so. So I do think you have to manage to have those manual handoffs and information sharing practices in place as well. And again, I kind of highlight, I guess, that trade sanctions and sanctions evasion piece in particular, because typically, if you look at the red notices and what people are seeing, sanctions evasion, it's not a new topic, but it's something that currently it feels like, from a risk assessment point of view, has moved up the scale, in particular, I guess, for UK and European banks. And but typically, it's following more typologies that you would associate typically with money laundering, in terms of the use of front companies, the use of opaque structures, transshipment routes, third-party countries. So having that kind of knowledge embedded not only within your AML team, but also within your sanctions team, and then, like I said, having your AML team understand specific industry sectors that maybe previously haven't been associated as a high risk from a money laundering perspective, but now are from a sanctions evasion perspective. I think that kind of cross-training, cross-skilling, cross-communication effort, alongside your more strategic, right, systems and controls, evaluation, calibration piece, I think those two things really need to run hand in hand if you're going to be successful.
Thanks, Richard. On the circumvention part, I completely agree. Certain patterns we are seeing, absolutely, and the actions that we're having to take as a result are probably very different to what we would have done a few years ago. My particular bank, we are, French bank, but obviously very much follow the US and UK. And one of the challenges we've certainly seen is that sort of dual reporting, multiple reporting, and then US, EU, and other regulators. I wondered if any of you've got any comments on that side, because that's certainly been a challenge for us and almost slowed down because of the number of stakeholders that have been involved, and sort of almost the different thresholds of who and what one would need to report to. So just interested on your takes on that.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line, to state the blindly obvious, is that you need to make the reports that you have to make. I think what can be, I'm going to go with interesting, is that sometimes the same fact pattern can have different outcomes in the different regimes because of the differences in the sanctions laws. That's just a fact. The laws are simply built differently. The policy objective, of course, is probably the same, but the granularity of the law could have different outcomes and different fact patterns. Where that is the case, and obviously, this would depend on your organisation. I think even if it's not, strictly speaking, something which needs to be reported, I think sometimes thought is probably worth being given to whether there would end up being lateral communication between the authorities, which could then raise questions as to why you didn't report it. So let's say you report something to OPSI because you think it's a breach of the UK sanctions. You don't report the same fact pattern to OFAC because you've determined for various reasons that the sanctions don't quite work the same way. I think it's obviously very clear. OPSI says this, frequently, that they're working very closely with OFAC. So it is, of course, possible that that might get spoken across the two organisations, and the same, of course, on the regulatory side, between the bank regulators and the sanctions authorities. So I think it's worth thinking about what needs to be reported, and what you may nevertheless decide to flag in order to manage those interactions. There is, of course, no one-size-fits-all answer to that, even at an organisational level. I think that's very much a fact pattern level. It would depend on the nature of the relationship you have with the various parties involved. But it does, it increases the complexity many-fold. I think the other thing that's, again, sort of slightly stating the obvious is there's an extent to which you need to make a risk appetite, reputational franchise decision about some of those things, because, Shireen, I assume this comes up in your organisation. Strictly speaking, you may not have to comply with the UK sanctions, for example, in any given vehicle or any different thing that you're doing, or, City may not, strictly speaking, need to comply with the EU sanctions for a particular transaction or a particular vehicle, and so on and so forth. But I think there is an extent to which you need to make a determination as to whether you're going to try and walk those lines, or whether you're going to take a higher level sort of risk determination, policy determination around application of the sanctions even outside the jurisdiction which they strictly apply. The swing to that roundabout, of course, is that you could then end up with client difficulties if you are essentially enforcing sanctions where you have no legal basis or requirement to do so. So you need to take into account your terms and conditions with your clients, your customer obligations, treating your customers fairly, discrimination legislation, and all sorts of other fun factors. But I think that layer upon layer upon layer piece is becoming harder and harder to navigate, even when, in theory, as with Russia, you have coherence of policy objective, because the policy objective and the legal outcome are not necessarily the same.
Yep, definitely seen that. Richard, I don't know if you've got any other thoughts, obviously, given your sort of connectivity and also your particular institution may have some slightly vary into a sort of EU French bank.
Yeah, no, we definitely have the challenges around. So I'm a regional for EMEA, and basically all of our EMEA sanctions function all currently sit in the UK. So basically, irrespective of whether we basically create a UK nexus, even if there isn't any other one. So that understanding of what needs reporting where, depending upon where certain transactional activity is taking place, as Sinead said, it's kind of important to assess that really on a specific fact pattern basis, depending upon where your touch points are from a jurisdictional perspective. I think the other thing, I wouldn't say it's necessarily troubled us. It's something that we've had to talk about internally, and it is something that I just worry about holistically, is that I think, again, as we move further and further into the evasion space and seeing less direct exposure to Russia with de-risking and etc., it is the kind of the volume of SAR reporting, I think, is going to go over and above the sanctions reporting, and I do worry about filing kind of high volumes of SARs to the NCA and not filing things into OFSI, right, where it's clear that we haven't reached the legal threshold, or OFSI in the future kind of trade sanctions space. And I think, and the reason that I'm saying that is because the whole point of evasion, right, is that ultimately we're unable to establish that goods are going over a border into Russia or Belarus. So, we're seeing a transaction which bears all the hallmarks of sanctions evasion, right? But it's practically impossible to prove. But depending upon, right, the level of suspicion that you have over third parties involved, or payment flows, banking routes, etc., then I think increasingly we're going to be hitting that SAR reporting threshold, but it's not going to be reflected formally in the sanctions reporting space. And I think that'll be something that's going to be interesting in terms of NCA, FCA, OFSI, OTSI. One, kind of how does that information sharing work on the government side, right? But two, from an institutional perspective, I guess, like Sinead said, right, we think about these things very carefully in terms of how and when and to whom we report. But I think, right, there's also potential risk going forward for some of this to potentially be misinterpreted or misunderstood. And it feels like a topic that probably needs a bit more kind of industry thought leadership and consideration going forward, potentially.
Thanks, Richard. I agree. We've had some very interesting cases, exactly as you said, where, there's certain reporting, for example, SAR versus, intelligence and what we actually need to do with that. So, but I think one of the things that we've been trying to do a lot, and certainly on the evasion side, and just generally, is outreach to clients, because one of the sort of things I think that was really apparent from Russia is everyone has sort of a different compliance framework, if they even do have a proper compliance framework, and certainly with your sort of suppliers, vendors, and your clients even, they're not all necessarily sort of regulated banks. And obviously that poses a lot of risk. I guess I'm just interested to hear about how you're working with your clients vis-a-vis this sort of merging of the worlds, and how you're tackling that to see exactly how that's embedded within your clients, and obviously, you're banking those. So just any thoughts on that side?
Yeah, so I think probably like two different scenarios. Again, one is the proactive piece, right? So again, potentially looking at risk assessment and other tools, right? Are there specific desks or product lines that are particularly susceptible to these types of risks, right? And looking to see whether you can work with relationship teams in order to further educate clients, I guess, both internally on our own policies, risk appetites, what they can expect in terms of due diligence, why the due diligence is important to the bank, how problems can arise if clients aren't kind of transparent with us, and the types of information that we would want to receive, right? And there, I think, right, we obviously don't have endless amount of resource to be able to do that type of work, right? But it can be done. I mean, the challenge comes where it's more reactive and you have a problem with a client. And I think clearly in that space, you need to be much more mindful around that education piece. And again, right, especially if you're into SAR territory, then you have to worry about tipping off. Then it becomes much more challenging. But I'd say that we have generically, right, like similar thoughts around, right, the majority of our clients are not regulated. A lot of them are kind of regional or local subsidiaries of large corporates in Asia, right? They don't have that global compliance framework that you typically see in a large regulated institution. And again, it's something really that I think needs to be, and I think it'd be really interesting to see where OTC look to go in this space, because again, I think like predominantly, right, those types of entities are going to be more susceptible to trade sanctions and sanctions evasion risk with provision of goods and services, probably rather than dealing with designated persons. And again, right, I think financial institutions, especially those of us that are large, kind of sophisticated organizations, yes, we can do what we can do to try to help elevate clients' understanding of their risks and how they would go about mitigating some of those. But at the same time, I also think, right, the kind of the public sector, government stakeholders, I think there's also a lot more that can be done, in particular focusing on the non-regulated sector to look to bring them up to a level, right, that financial institutions can actually be more comfortable with.
And I think probably on with my legal hat on, I think I would caution perhaps the extent to which reliance is put on attestations or contractual language. Obviously, it has its place, but I don't think it can replace sort of appropriate diligence and ensuring that you know your customer piece. It's sort of almost, to me, the last bastion in a way, of demonstrating that at least you asked and they gave you some assurance. But I think depending on the nature of the relationship between you and that entity and the role that you're playing in various transactions, that may or may not be deemed to be sufficient, at least in my opinion. I mean, it acts as a diligence tool, and it acts as something that you can point to. But if it's the only thing you did, in circumstances in which you had a direct customer relationship and you could have gone further and done more diligence, I'm not sure it's a sort of a cure-all by any stretch of the imagination. I also think it's an environment, Richard, you were saying this, or touching on what you were saying earlier, which is going to continue to evolve, because the reality is as things stand, we're still waiting for OTC to sort of emerge and exactly what the legal and regulatory framework will look like around OTC. I mean, at the moment, as a matter of the legislation, there is no positive obligation to report potential breaches of trade sanctions from a UK perspective. Whether that will change with the creation of OTC, I don't think we know. And the same thing around the threshold, which of course for financial sanctions is strict liability, and for trade sanctions remains at knowledge or suspicion. Again, we wait to see whether that will change, and if it does, how that then has a knock-on effect on the level of diligence and work that one has to bring to these fact patterns. I think it's fair to say the challenges I find strict liability, even in the financial sanctions context, I think strict liability in the trade sanctions context would be particularly difficult in light of how much harder, I mean, cause I don't want to be dismissive, because financial sanctions, of course, is not just screening, but at least screening plays a huge role in that. I think it's much more questionable on the trade sanctions side. To your point, Richard, you may have a very good suspicion that to use the phrase of one of my internal investigators, someone's at it. But it's very hard to demonstrate that they're at it, and the goods have actually left Turkey and gone to Russia, for example. So that sort of tolerance and what that looks like, I feel like we're at an edge at the moment in terms of what the regulatory regime expects. But I think in terms of what the regulators expect or what the national competent authorities expect, that I think remains slightly uncharted territory, particularly because we have this new body which is going to be created.
Thanks. I think from the conversations we've had, it's clear, it's an evolving landscape, it's a challenging landscape. The skills that staff may need now, in the future, even in your sort of world of tech, et cetera, it's forever changing. So I wonder if you've got, to sort of wrap this up and then we can take some questions at the end, any sort of final thoughts on this? Sort of maybe a little bit of a crystal ball gazing where you see, obviously we know OTSI and that's going to take some time and maybe be a bit grey. If you've got any other thoughts on what is a difficult area.
I mean, not particularly, in all honesty. I mean, I said it's sort of everything we've just talked about. It's that lack of ensuring that you're not working in isolation, that sanctions is not a siloed function, that it is part of an overarching financial crime approach, and that you have that feedback loop. I would say objectively that better and further clarity and guidance from the regulators and the national competent authorities, and in particular the interface between those two sets of expectations, would be very much welcomed. Richard, have you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I'd really just re-emphasise that public-private initiative kind of side of things, right, in order to avoid miscalculations on either side. I think OFSI have done a huge amount to get to a point now where I think they clearly see the compliance community, I think, amongst the regulated sector really as allies now, as people to kind of work with in order to maximise the effectiveness of the sanctions regime. But I think that clearly now needs to be extended beyond just the financial sanctions piece. And I think that's well understood, and that's why OTSI, or I imagine there's a big reason why OTSI is being driven forward. But I think both on that regulatory expectations piece, but I also think on that intelligence sharing side of things, I think there's still a cry out from industry that we would like to, obviously through safe and appropriate channels, still understand more around intelligence sharing in order for us to be able to safeguard our own institutions and to be able to assist government stakeholders with their ultimate kind of political objectives. And I think that increased transparency, again, right, I think it would just help essentially kind of avoid kind of miscalculations or poor decision making, and ultimately, right, we're all trying to get to the same outcome. So I think that kind of strategic level dialogue, I think, would be really welcome going forward.
Great. Well, I know it's probably everyone's desperate for a cup of coffee, but I don't know if we've got time for any one or two questions. I don't know if anyone, please go over.
Outside the UK. So basically new member states who don't have the same framework as in the UK, where you are offered within 7 days a response, a defense, or if there's no response, then you can assume that defense is granted. In new member states, you don't have such a framework. You submit the report and it goes into a vacuum to a regulator that you don't know what will do with that reporting. So have you had this experience, and if yes, how have you handled it? Meaning also, how long have you kept the funds blocked in such a situation? And second, your particular three institutions, how do they deal with companies who are not designated, but as Sinead said, they appear in the designation reason of an individual? So like Mr. X is on the list and he is identified owner of company Y. How would you handle company Y? Thank you.
I will sneakily take the second question, Richard. I'm not sure you heard the first part. I think the microphone wasn't quite on. Apologies, I think it was a question around SAR filing in the European Union jurisdictions. I think on the second piece, the particularly unhelpful answer is it would depend what the statement said. So I think if it said Sinead Goss owns Serene George Limited, then I think there's an extent to which, at least as an initial position, we would take the view that Sinead Goss owns Serene George Limited. I think the second part on that, though, is if I was banking Serene George Limited and I knew that Sinead Goss definitely didn't own it because I'd done my KYC and it's up to date and all the rest of it, I would probably reach out to the relevant authorities and say, I'm not sure that this is accurate. I would say the same thing for list vendors. I think if you know more than they do, I would probably raise your hand and say that's not consistent. Where it is less clear than that, I think there's no good answer other than you have to take a risk decision on what you do with that information. Everyone knows EVRAS is the sort of controversial statement, which in the original designation, I think expressly stated that Roman Abramovich controlled EVRAS. I think there is an extent to which you have to decide which risk you are looking to ameliorate. If you're looking to ameliorate sanctions risk, you frankly can't go wrong by taking the conclusion that EVRAS is a sanctioned entity. The UK government said it was being controlled by Abramovich. They must know better than we do. So you sort of roll with what it says. To the point that I was making earlier, that can, of course, then create client risk. I think I would say objectively, it's probably reasonable to conclude that an entity is sanctioned if an authority of the status of the UK or another European authority, for example, has said this person is controlling this entity. But that would be very fact specific, depending on what terms and conditions you have and what situation you're trying to defend yourselves against. But from a sanctions compliance perspective, obviously you can't go wrong. But it's that debate and weighting of the two risks. On the EU SAR filing piece, I have to say I personally don't have any direct experience, Rich. I don't know if there's anything you can say to that piece.
Just so I understood the question correctly, is it essentially certain jurisdictions in the EU, if you submit a SAR, you don't hear back from the national FIU within a certain period, basically that payment can be released? Was that the premise of the question? And to what extent do we rely upon that?
Yeah, that is your decision whether it can be released or not. That they just don't comment.
So I could only talk about the sanctions context, right? But this has arisen in certain jurisdictions where there's a very low reporting threshold and time constraints over reporting on alerts that are generated out of systems. That basically we won't rely upon that time scale given by the local legislation even, right? So if we have reason to submit a SAR in relation to an alert and we have a request for information that's out with the customer, if we hit, let's say the limit is 5 days with the national FIU, and if we don't hear anything back, then from a legislative perspective, we're able to release the payment. We won't do that typically, unless there are, would be very case-specific extenuating circumstances, basically until we've concluded our own internal investigation.
We're the same. Absolutely. And one point, just to say about the narrative, that's where internal lists can be useful to monitor transactions, and then you can make your decisions, and that's how many of us operate. So.
Hi, I'm Floor Koeps. I'm from ING, based in Amsterdam. And I can relate very much to what was said about breaking silos between AML and sanctions in a financial institution. And I was wondering, one of the challenges we have is how sanctions risks relate or translate into CDD risk level, which are also historically based on AML and other types of FCC risk. Do you have any framework for it in your institutions, or is it more on an ad hoc basis that sanctions risks are translated into CDD risk levels?
I don't think I'm in a position, I'm afraid, to comment for Citi's own actual infrastructure. I don't know, Richard, if you're able to comment on that.
I mean, I don't know whether I would call it a specific framework, but I mean, sanctions is is clearly like a substantial component of our overall CDD process now. So even where there is the misalignment, right, around things like requirements over ownership versus what you might need in order to strictly be able to make an assessment of ownership and control, we clearly have like those considerations built in around certain thresholds. As Sinead kind of mentioned earlier, right, it all comes down to your own risk appetite. But in order to, I think the most important point is to have those handoffs at certain at the relevant due diligence points, right? So kind of highlighting where are the key due diligence elements, not beyond ownership and control as well, right? In terms of nature of business, exposure to sanctioned markets, etc. I think it's having those touch points that are relevant to sanctions kind of pointed from a due diligence perspective to be able to address kind of your sanctions policy and risk appetite framework, and to have those handoffs and escalations in place during that KYC process so that it kind of gets to relevant, if you have like dedicated sanctions advisory staff, right, that where necessary in those internally established kind of thresholds are met, that you kind of have that handoff to relevant sanctions staff. I hope that's somewhat helpful.
Happy
Yes,
to
thank you.
During coffee. I mean, I would echo what Richard has said, and I think we definitely have baked in and revised our model, partly because of some of our history with authorities in 2014, and we changed obviously certain approaches. And I would say sort of the customer questionnaires that we send out are very sanctions focused, so a lot of the information we receive as well as the due diligence, that's helpful, and that's how we can perform the assessments that we feel we need to do for sort of the risk assessment parts and the understanding the client into quite granular detail. So yeah. Okay, I think we're out of time, but thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, everybody, you've nearly made it. There's going to be a short break now, tea and coffee. If everyone could be back in here, please, at 4 o'clock. There's one more session. Genuine rock stars from the sanctions and the anti-corruption community on the final panel. So I'll see you back here at 4 o'clock. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, crikey, sorry, that woke everybody up. Welcome back. We're going to make a start. The aim is to have you all out of here in the next 40 minutes. So you've got 40 minutes to go. And as I said before the break, the rockstar panel I have assembled on my right-hand side are going to address some of the thornier, more complicated, impossible to answer questions in this panel. So that is the idea at the end of the day, to try and draw some threads together, perhaps introduce a little bit of controversy, no idea is a stupid idea, etc. So very quickly, I'm just going to save time and do introductions. To my immediate right is Neil, UK Sanctions Advisor. I don't think there is a Whitehall advisory body in which Neil does not sit, on which he doesn't sit and provide input and advice from the private sector. To his right, Susan Hawley, who is one of the leading, if not the leading, anti-corruption campaigner in the UK for the last few years. And to her right, Sam from ACAMS. ACAMS, you will know, is one of the leading, if not the leading, just to give it a plug, advisory businesses, historically obviously specialising in anti-money laundering, and now very much front and centre on the sanctions front. So a true rockstar panel, as all of them have been today. And we're going to start with a simple question, which I will address to each of them in turn. Neil, if I can maybe start with you. Very simple question indeed. Do all these sanctions actually work and make a difference, or are we all wasting our time?
Well, I think the easy answer is yes, no, sometimes. I think they're misunderstood. I think a lot of people think that if you impose sanctions on a jurisdiction or a group of people, that you'll absolutely stop their behaviour dead. That's clearly not the case. You know, the Cuba sanctions have been there since 1960, and they're still there. The Iranian sanctions, late 79, 80, and they're still there. But what you can do is make life a lot more uncomfortable for those nations, groups, individuals, and I think that's where sanctions can influence and impact, but they're not going to cause a complete change of behaviour in their own right, I don't think.
Susan.
So I think they can work, but there's certain preconditions for them working, and one of them is that they are properly enforced. So I think, you know, there were some kind of worrying stats last November that a year ago, 73% of people in the UK, compliance people, were doing sanction screening of new customers, and that had dropped to 25% in November. I'm sure all of you are the 25%ers, but that's a pretty alarming statistic. And whether that's because the kind of goodwill of like we're all in this to kind of tackle the, you know, the Russian invasion has dissipated, or whether just the lack of enforcement and the fact that, you know, actually it doesn't really matter, you know, we can kind of get away with this, has kind of crept in. So I think, you know, there are certain circumstances in which they can work as a very important symbolic gesture, and as Neil says, make them kind of life uncomfortable, but they do need to be properly enforced, and the loopholes need to be addressed.
I mean, I think that if you're asking the question of whether they work, you should also be asking what's the alternative. I think that there's a lot of criticism you could make of the current sanctions regimes not being fully efficient, etc. But if we take outside of the Russia example, for example, DPRK, where we've seen significant sanctions for a very long time, I don't think many people would sort of be advocating that we just relax all of those sanctions and start importing North Korean coal, etc. They may not have been as effective as they could have been, and we see stories in the Russia context all the time of sanctions evasion and the Western goods being used for missiles, etc. But I think if you speak to people based in Eastern Europe, and I do quite a lot of work in the Baltic countries, and at the time of the invasion of Ukraine, their perspective was that we're going to be next in only a matter of time. I think from their perspective, the sanctions regimes do work because of the damage that it's done to Russia's military-industrial base and complex. We were at a conference with an advisor to President Zelensky back in April, and he gave quite a startling account of how much of an impact they think that it makes in Ukraine, in particular the difference between the number of ballistic missiles that are hitting Ukrainian territory on a day-by-day basis back in 2022 compared to now. So yes, they're not perfect, and I think if you read any sanctions textbook, the first line will always be that the intention of sanctions is to cause a change in action. And I think we can all agree, yes, in theory, for sanctions to work, they should be causing an action and causing a change of behavior, but I think we all know that in the case of Russia, DPRK, Iran, etc., it's probably quite unlikely. But nevertheless, a lot of good is still being done by those measures, despite a lot of challenges, complications, collateral damage, costs. So in conclusion, yes and no, like Neil said, and maybe.
Thank you. Maybe, Sam, if I can stay with you, just from your perspective, from an ACAM's perspective, because you help people around the world comply with sanctions. And the focus of today, understandably, has very much been on the UK. We've had a lot of talk about Europe. We've had DG FISMA speaking today, and the US and OFAC. But there is a world outside of Europeans and Americans and the Brits. So what is the view around the wider world, for example, India, China, to take a couple of examples, about so-called Western sanctions?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I could necessarily speak to India and China because we don't have many customers in India, for example, who we talk to on a regular basis. But I think the perspective on sanctions really does change a lot depending on where you're sitting in the world. I mean, it goes without saying. We do a lot of work with US stakeholders, and there's a similar view, I think, to those of us based in the UK and based in Europe, that these measures are really important. But I think there's also quite a lot of nervousness for sort of supporters of sanctions about what the implications of a 2024 presidential election might be and the potential implications for the regime that we see. I think, for example, in the US as well, there's a lot of appetite, I think, for implementing potential novel new restrictions against Russia and other regimes. So we had the price cap that was obviously a G7 initiative, but led, I think, by the US, which happened previously. And in the China case, we saw the CMIC restrictions. So I think there's a lot of thinking being done in the US and Europe and UK about how we can implement new types of restrictions that might have more of an effect. And we'll just have to wait and see probably on what some of those might be.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on from that question. Question 2. We've only got 4 to get through, so we're nearly halfway there. Again, another theme of the day, more global conflict, whether it's Russia, Ukraine not coming to an end, more conflict in the Middle East, that conflict expanding and becoming more regional and possibly even global. More conflict equals more sanctions? Question mark. Discuss. Susan, can I start with you?
Well, yes. I think yes and no in terms of conflict. I want to focus on something slightly different, which is the kind of promise, not about conflict, but the promise of sanctions is about ending impunity for certain types of behavior, and particularly corruption, and the kind of underuse of certain regimes like the global anti-corruption regime. So regardless of what happens in terms of whether you do sanctions in, conflict areas, this is a regime which, really has been so underutilized in the UK, just 7 designations in the last year compared to 32 in the US. Last year, just 10% of US sanctions for corruption were also designated in the UK. And actually, we had a lot of talk after the Russian invasion. We're going to tackle kleptocracy. We're going to close down the UK as a centre for corrupt elites. But we're not seeing that translate into more use of the global anti-corruption sanctions regime to actually tackle kleptocracy. But then that relates to a kind of separate issue, which does cut to your point about conflict, which is about the credibility of sanctions, the long-term credibility, and whether they're being applied in a really fair and consistent way. And I think there's that, the geopolitics and the different use of sanctions in different conflict situations could really undermine their credibility. And I think that's why, certainly from our perspective, we think that, we should go back to the Amal Clooney recommendation, actually, she made in her big report on sanctions in relation to media freedom, which is we should have an independent expert panel who advises the Foreign Secretary on a kind of fair and consistent basis about designations to kind of slightly remove some of the political poison from them and actually have them used in a way that is consistent with international law and has certain principles behind it. Because I think the danger of rushing between, where's the next conflict, the next sanctions, we need to stop and really think about how are we using this regime, how do we maintain its credibility so it doesn't have diminishing returns.
I'm sure there's more than one reason, but I mean, the single biggest reason why you think that anti-corruption, Magnitsky-style sanctions haven't been adopted or used in the way that they could have been?
I mean, some of it at the beginning was about just the overload of Russian sanctions. I think it's just a lack of interest and a kind of withdrawal of the UK as a kind of anti-corruption leader on the international scene, sadly. Whereas you've seen, the US playing that role more. I mean, we've certainly had, people from within the FCDO saying this will only be a kind of small but beautiful regime. But, there are other things that need to happen with that regime, like expanding the legislative basis so we can actually tackle abuse of function, not just theft or bribery, and it would make it much more useful. So there are ways of revamping it to make it more effective, but it requires political will and interest to actually use it.
Thank you. Neil, more conflict, more sanctions, discuss.
So I think we've had a few mentions today of the way that sanctions is starting to shape up for 24 and beyond. So we've heard about OTC, so we're definitely seeing trade coming in. Sinead and Shireen were talking about AML, ABC, and other areas of financial crime starting to encroach into the sanctions world. As Susan's just mentioned, thematics. It used to be drugs and terrorism were the two thematics, and then we started off on a load of jurisdictional-based regimes. But thematics are starting to come back now, and I think there are places where those, not tied to a jurisdiction but to an actual behaviour, they have a place in the framework. I think what we've seen in 22 was volume, so that was undeniable. Last year we saw less volume, but it was much more complex, and now everyone's talking about enforcement. But the other thing I'd just like to flag is we're also seeing other bits of legislation being used. So Terrorism Act 2000, there's a prescription element to that, which is very sanctions-like, but much blunter. And we've got real concerns about human rights when that gets used, because there's no licensing grounds, there's no exceptions. It's an absolute no business with that group, jurisdiction, whoever it is that gets designated. And I think we need to take a little step back and think about what is it we're actually trying to achieve with this, because there's so much legislation and frameworks, and yeah, everyone talks about Russia, but I just flagged, 29 other UK regimes also changed in 22. It wasn't just Russia, it just dominates the headlines because there was so much volume for Russia, but there were another 29 programs that were still moving along. And sorry to go back to this morning, but we had Daniel here from the Foreign Office, and he looks after Belarus and Russia. But Nicholas, his co-director, looks after everything else. And he's not doing anything. He's working, so you can bet your life that Libya, Iran, Lebanon, all those other ones that Nicholas looks after are absolutely being changed all the time. And I think it's this expectation that somebody in an institution can have a handle on ABC, AML, CTF, sanctions across the 80 or so jurisdictions that they operate in, and be across all the other bits of legislation that creep in and around. It's impossible for that people. And the big question is, how do we get those teams to work together effectively and get the regulators and governments to understand the art of the possible? Because sometimes they want the moon on a stick, and it's just not possible. And back to the PPP work that we have discussed earlier today as well, it's really important that we work together, because if we don't work on this together, it's never going to work. So I think that would be my ask, is let's just sit down, blank sheet of paper, think about all the chaos that's going on, what's our best path through this, and then where can we actually start impacting people that we're targeting, not ourselves, because we see too much reflective collateral damage.
Thank you. Sam, ACAM's perspective?
Yeah, thank you. I feel like I'm relatively well positioned to talk about this because I have the unenviable task as part of my job of doing a monthly webinar where in half an hour we have to try and squeeze in all of the sanctions updates that have happened over the previous month, and usually it's quite a rush to try and get through everything. I mean, I think, Neil, like you mentioned about how many other developments we've seen on the UK side outside of Russia. And then if you add in that you're also, you know, for organizations looking at US developments, EU developments, it just becomes such a big mishmash of developments happening at an almost constant rate, with various differences between how those different jurisdictions, you know, who they're targeting, the nature of the restrictions, etc. And I think what also complicates that further is the growth that we're seeing in other jurisdictions introducing respective sanctions regimes. So, for example, we just saw Australia do its first designation under its autonomous cyber sanctions regime. That's been in for a while, but they did the first designation. And over the past month, for example, if I just give some things that have happened tied to geopolitics or otherwise, you know, we've had designations on Iran for drone procurement on behalf of Russia. We've had designations by China under its anti-foreign sanctions law for US defense companies providing arms to Taiwan. We saw at the end of December that it was Anti-Corruption Day, so there were a load of corruption designations by the US and partners. We also had the 75th anniversary of the ratification of the UN Rights Charter, so there was a number of coordinated human rights sanctions for that. So I think when it comes to trying to keep track globally of sanctions, it's tied so closely to geopolitics, criminal activity, and otherwise, and it's really hard to keep up to date with, and I think it's only going to get harder and harder to keep up to date with it. I would also just mention as well, just picking up on the thematic regimes that Susan and Neil both mentioned, that on the cyber side in particular, and I have a bit of an interest in this, I do quite a lot of focus on ransomware. I think 2024 is going to be a year where we're going to see cyber sanctions regimes or cyber targeting under country regimes happen with increasing frequency, particularly in relation to electoral interference, given that we're having elections in, I think, half of global democracies or something along those lines, but including the US and UK, for example. Just recently, for example, the UK designated under, I believe it wasn't under its sanctions regime, but designated under the Russia regime, officers who are linked to the FSB, and some of the activities that they were designated for included targeting of parliamentarians from multiple political parties from at least 2015 through to this year, the hack of the UK-US trade documents that were leaked ahead of the 2019 general election, and a number of other hacks of universities, journalists, public sector, non-government organizations, and others. So I would expect that we're going to see a lot more designations of this nature across the next year, but we're going to see designations of every other kind as well, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you. Question 3, rolling into question 3. Neil, you talked about Cuba, North Korea, and the history of sanctions there. Strong argument to say that they haven't done maybe everything they should have done, and we've still got sanctions, and have they really changed their behaviors? And Sam made the counterpoint. But Russia is obviously a completely different ballgame. The size of the economy, its integration with certainly the European economy and indeed the global economy, just completely different to a Cuba or a North Korea. What lessons can we learn from at least the last 2 years of Russia sanctions, whether it's counter-sanctions in Russia or the West's reaction and the imposition of sanctions? What sort of reflections, if I invite each of you to offer maybe 1 or 2 reflections on the key lessons learned from the last 2 years?
I think the key lesson we're learning from Russia is moving from, typically sanctioning an economy that's outside the top 50 in the world. So when you, maybe Iran's not a great example of that, I think they are just in the top 50, but, the likes of Myanmar, DRC, etc. These are quite small economies. They're very far away from the UK. There's little, if no, integration with the UK economy. So for us to impose measures, very painless for us, potentially quite painful for those guys. When we switched to an economy that in 2022 was in the top 10 global economies, is super integrated with Europe, is right on the doorstep of Europe, was encouraged to integrate with Europe since the early 90s, that's a very different ballgame, because this is not a poor country that's reliant on one thing that it's extracting from its soil. Russia's got a complex economy. I'll drop the C-bomb in there. China will be much more complex because that's a much more sophisticated economy. It's very difficult to target Russia. You can go after oil and gas, but they've got lots of other stuff, diamonds, gold. We're starting to see these rolling out now. And I think it makes it really difficult. And there are areas where when Russia is such a big proportion of whatever material it is that we get in Europe from them, we're cutting out our major supplier. So we've now got to go shopping globally and hope that it's not Syria, Iran, China that are the other people that have got this commodity or product. And the classic is oil and gas. We've seen all the, lots of talk about the oil price cap today. Nobody's mentioned gas because there are no measures like the measures against oil as there are for gas, because that will cripple Europe. So they can't sanction Russian gas in the same way. Norway and the UK can't step up to fill that gap if Russian gas was taken out of European pipes. So that's my thoughts. We've got to be really careful. And when the economy is massive, it's going to be a much longer road, much harder. And despite what the press may say, the reality is this isn't something you can impose and get an answer next Tuesday. It takes a very long time.
Susan?
Yeah, so I've got 4 lessons. The first is it takes a long time to scale up to an immediate challenge, and that it would be a disaster if Russian sanctions, say Russia, left Ukraine tomorrow, for everyone to think, oh, that's all right, let's just dissipate all this expertise. I mean, I think everyone probably in this room knows, they've had to go, whole new teams created, often with people who had no experience of these areas. So I think there's something in there about maintaining expertise and really investing in proper kind of legal expertise to do these sanctions designations, because it will, pay off the next time we have to implement something this, wide and that speedily. I think the second is, do things at speed. What's the phrase? Repent at leisure. There's obviously been a fair bit of that, mistakes made. Things that were brought in too quickly without proper thinking, and that was inevitable in terms of responding to an emergency. But those lessons do need to be learned. So I think that's kind of, the third lesson is actually we do need to do what Neil has said, which is actually have a bit of a step back now. Like in an ideal world, this would be done by an independent reviewer. What were the lessons? Almost like a kind of COVID inquiry style thing in relation to sanctions. What needs to happen now? How do we maintain this capacity? What works? What doesn't? I think the government shouldn't be marking its own homework on that, but it would require kind of almost like the independent review of terrorism style access to stuff. And then the final is, being joined up is the only way, whether it is between jurisdictions and allies, but also internally the kind of information sharing between not just the private sector and enforcement, between different parts of enforcement, between government and enforcement. All of those need a lot of work, really, to make sure sanctions going forward are effective.
Thank you. Sam?
Thank you. Yeah, I think my kind of sort of one of the key takeaways would be to be prepared. I mean, it sounds super obvious, but I think there were a lot of organizations that only really started thinking about their Russia exposure after the invasion had already started, and there's really no excuse to have done that, considering that it was seen as to be fairly likely as to happen sometime before that. And I think similarly, when it comes to China, as Neil mentioned in particular, but also other regimes, organizations should really be ensuring that they're prepared for sanctions escalation. And that can include, for example, wargaming different scenarios, testing their controls, screening, etc., to ensure that you're not only starting to think about what that might mean for you when it actually happens. I would also kind of maybe add to that from a government perspective, I would kind of say a lesson that could be learned from the Russia experience is educating outside of the financial sector, and also sort of focusing beyond the financial sector. I know that a lot of financial institutions quite frustrated even to this day about the amount of focus on them to police export controls and ensure sanctions evasion isn't happening. And I think we're seeing a lot of efforts now from governments to try and outreach to organizations outside of the financial sector, so whether it's oil and gas, transport, logistics, other corporates, etc. And we're seeing increasing enforcement actions outside of the financial sector as well. So one that comes to mind, it's not in the Russia context, is the OFAC enforcement action we saw against British American Tobacco some time ago last year, which I think was $500 million was the fine, and it was the highest ever for a non-financial institution. So I think there's a real takeaway there for governments to ensure they're looking outside of the financial sector exclusively. And I think when we look at the ongoing sanctions evasion happening in the Russia context, and I bring in the Baltic countries here again, a lot of it that's happening is being done by willful blindness by exporters who really should be kind of thinking a bit more carefully about the fact of how, if they were exporting washing machines into Russia directly, and suddenly they're not allowed to do that anymore, and the next day a Kazakhstan company says, oh, I'm very happy to fill in and I'll have the exact same number of washing machines, please. And then the company doesn't think to ask, well, maybe that might be going on somewhere else, is just an example of, I think, how the responsibility should be perhaps more evenly spread when it comes to sanctions evasion.
Yeah, and I was just going to add, I'm sure you all wrote the number down, but Leslie did mention this morning that 75% of OFAC cases are not against banks. So as Sam said, this is definitely not just bank focused. And then the other thing, I'll just pick up on the expertise. I've worked in banking over 25 years, and I am absolutely clear I do not understand banking. I understand the bits I've worked in, but the bits I've never worked in, I've got no idea what's going on. So to expect government to understand that when they're putting measures in place is unrealistic, and this gets back to the PPP. We've got to engage with government, with the right people that understand the area that they're putting the prohibitions in. If they just talk to general people from general industry sectors, they're not going to get the full picture. So we all need to be honest and say, I don't know about that bit of banking, but I know someone who does. You need to speak to them because they'll give you the right information, we'll get the right measures in, and we can point to ones that have not landed particularly well. Legal services ban being one that's your favourite, I'm sure. And this is, down to not engaging with industry properly ahead of a measure. We get for designations, that's much different, but for measures that are going in that have already been announced, that we've seen landing in Europe the previous October, we know these are coming. It's not a big secret. It's just let's make sure that they're drafted appropriately.
I just want to pull on this thread a little bit more. A question for you, Susan, with your anti-bribery, anti-corruption hat on. Focus on financial institutions for sanctions, and in the old days of asset freezes and so on, that's kind of fairly obvious because the money sits in a bank account, so that's understandable. For all the reasons Neil and Sam have just given, though, the sanctions now is a much, much broader beast. It sort of always has been, but it's particularly broad now, and as trade sanctions develop, it's going to become even broader. And people have made the point about trying to link within banks, the money laundering team, the sanctions team, and so on. Susan, question for you. When the Bribery Act came in, and the Bribery Act was for everybody, it wasn't just for the regulated sector, and the Bribery Act said every single company in the UK, there's no sort of de minimis, if you want a defence, you've got to have adequate procedures in place if someone pays a bribe, if you want sort of corporate protection. Are there any lessons learned, do you think, from that experience and the experience that small widget companies in Cornwall or Northumberland or wherever they might have been, who'd had no exposure before to these sorts of requirements, suddenly had to figure out, risk assess their exposure, had to figure out how to do this? Are there any lessons that we can learn from that or not?
Well, they did manage, is what I would say, because if you look at the kind of some of the surveys of SMEs after the Bribery Act, they were like, yeah, this is not a problem, and they didn't find it disproportionate. It didn't cost them a huge amount of money, So, I think there are questions that's often raised in forums like this about whether there are ways that there could be greater kind of skill sharing between large companies and small companies, because obviously large companies have whole teams doing this and small companies are just trying to work it out. I think a lot of it is about government education as well, and making sure that, you know, the sectoral kind of bodies are on board with educating the different sectors, whether it's SMEs or, you know, particular kind of industries. So I think, but I think also the hard edge of the law and it being enforced was also pretty key to making people take that very seriously.
Yeah, the boards of large companies now know what a DPA is, but it's taken a while for us to get to that stage.
Is it fair to point out the Bribery Act is only 19 pages long, and the Russia Sanctions SI is 428, and there's another 38 to go with that?
And that's just Russia, and there are 26 other regimes.
Yeah, that's just the UK, and UK finance cover 111 jurisdictions.
Yeah, I think that the attempt I made at a parallel was ill-advised. I take it back. Okay, last observation from each of you, and then if there are questions, we will have 5 minutes for questions, and then we're done. One prediction, prognostication, concern, whatever it might be, one reflection on the next 12 months on the sanctions landscape. Anything you like, one each. Sam, do you want to start?
I think to try and just pick one is a bit challenging, but I'll maybe go with, which talks to a point I think Neil made earlier, which is, I think, don't be too focused just on the big regimes like Russia, for example. I think we're going to see developments across a number of different regimes, and even outside of the more quote-unquote obvious ones like China and Iran. You know, for example, Venezuela, we're seeing a bit of a change in how that's sort of looking from a sanctions perspective, with ongoing tensions in Guyana, and a bit of a rollback from what were some electoral concessions between Maduro and the opposition party. And obviously we're also going to see more targeting of Hamas and all the other things we've talked about. So I would say just to reinforce that message of, you know, making sure you're prepared and keeping an eye on China being the big one, but also these other things. And I think, just to give an example, we did a session at the start of last year, a webinar, and we polled those who were on the webinar, and they were massively focused on China developments, but also cryptocurrency sanctions developments, which at the time seemed like that was going to be the big focus. We had just seen measures against Tornado Cash and Garantex and other things where the US was pretty aggressively targeting cyber criminals and their laundering schemes. We haven't seen so much of that over the past year, and instead there's been other things. So I think it's just trying to get the big picture and the full picture.
Thank you. Susan?
I think the so-called bridging jurisdictions and the kind of offshoring of behaviour is probably going to be, you know, really a major issue, because, you know, those jurisdictions have done very nicely, actually, out of sanctions. And so I think tackling that and, you know, I don't think those jurisdictions will willingly want to give up the benefits that they have had from, you know, huge investment coming into them that is no longer coming into the West. In terms of kind of predictions, I think this issue I mentioned earlier about credibility, I do think if Trump wins the election in 2024 and then sanctions just come to be perceived once again as a kind of just very narrow, you know, one country's interests, targeting, you know, random pet hates, then we could really see a dissipation of global support for sanctions, but also just a fatigue, I imagine, in the compliance industry to enforce them.
Yeah.
So I think the word I'd use is convergence. I think we've already seen trade sanctions massively ramp up, and it not just be the responsibility of those responsible for enacting and shipping. It's this expectation that everybody is aware of all of the 6 types that can be imposed under SAMLA. So we're seeing OTC coming up the path. We expect those to be kind of up and running mid-year this year. But I'd point to the Department of Transport as well, because the shipping and aircraft sanctions are starting to ramp up. We're seeing it's only about 5 of our regimes have currently got those, but they're starting to get more powers. We can expect to see more measures being put in place there, and it's the expectation that all of you, irrespective of which industry sector you're in, have an understanding of sanctions across the whole of SAMLA AML, ABC, CTF, probably fraud as well, just to make sure that you are a rounded financial crime professional, and then duplicate that for every jurisdiction that you're operating in. So for some people, I'm looking at Rakesh or Sinead here, that's quite a big number. For others, that may be slightly smaller, but it's this expectation that everything is coming into almost like a black hole of knowledge, and you're expected to know it. So good luck.
Okay, that's pretty sobering. All right, time for 2 or 3 questions. There's a microphone on its way.
Thank you. Henry from South Africa. Taking a cue from your question, Marcus, Western sanctions. I mean, we've got sanctions from the West, from the East, all over the show. Your speakers have actually answered my question, but I wonder if they can do it in a crisp and in a nutshell. Susan speaks of something conforming with international law. And your speakers, I mean, Sam, Neil, talk of designations coming in every day. I mean, long term, after the next 5 years, we'll have more sanctions than anyone can recall. Is there no way that there could be an international way of regulating how sanctions are going to be meted out? Because the problem with sanctions, for some of us who come from poorer countries like in Africa, the victims of those sanctions sometimes are the poor people. The victims of those sanctions are the ordinary people, when the targets are the big guns that never actually suffer from these sanctions. What would you say? Should we go on having designations as a designation of others, or should there be an international law way of regulating how and who should issue sanctions? Thank you.
Okay, 30 seconds on that. I've got 2 observations, and then I'll invite everyone else. The first is, I guess, an obvious point. 20 years ago, any discussions about sanctions was really focused on the United Nations, and the United Nations was the body responsible for implementing international sanctions. And it was easier, it would have been easier to answer your question if we were still in that time, but for obvious reasons, with the permanent members of the Security Council, the United Nations isn't really the main show in town when it comes to sanctions anymore. So that would have been one answer to your question. It isn't anymore. The second observation I'd make is sort of linked to one of the things that we were talking about earlier, which is the measuring effectiveness. Because I tend to agree with you that it can't be the case that in 5 years we're sitting at a conference like this and people are saying, well, this year there were another 398 designations, because it will come to a point where simply it doesn't work anymore if you just keep designating everybody all of the time. So some piece of work needs to happen, probably sooner rather than later, that looks at effectiveness, compliance with international law, and so on. But those are my quick 2 thoughts. Neil?
I think one of the fundamental problems we have is we don't really understand how sanctions work. We put them in and we hope they're going to, and sometimes they do, and we think, brilliant, that works. But we don't really understand what caused it to work. And I think, to your point, the UN sanctions was the right place, but it's broken. But the benefit of the UN sanctions, and we did a lot of work on this via the Trisector group, which is another group that I belong to, where we got humanitarian exceptions in across all of the UN regimes, which was then replicated out across all the US. European Union are just catching up, and I know that the UK is doing the same. But that puts humanitarian exceptions in, because those guys aren't the targets. And I think back to a point Susan was making earlier around information. We don't really have a legal vehicle to share information between banks at a sanctions level. If we can get that and we can share that data so that we have a much better picture of what the individual target actually owns, and we can feed that back to government, then the designations are much more targeted, whereas sometimes they're quite broad, and that's what causes the problems. So I think, again, back to working together, or it'll never work. We need to use the information and the intelligence that we have better.
Susan?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Marcus. I think that, the UN could have been a place where you could have these discussions, and they're not anymore. But I think that, there is a responsibility on the kind of, the leaders of democratic countries who are using these sanctions to really have a look at how they're working and take factors like your talking about into account. You know, it's not that very rarely gets talked about actually, like the knock-on effects on very poor countries and how those get mitigated. It's often kind of left off the agenda.
Yeah, I think I'd just add that ideally it would be great to have more harmonisation, but I think going back to prior to the full-scale invasion of Russia, you had, for example, the EU and US not just having a difference of opinion and interpretation, but completely opposed on the issues of Nord Stream 2 and the JCPOA as well. And we saw a lot of talk about the EU blocking regulation and development of other anti-coercion measures, and we may well see those discussions again. But I think, unfortunately, if you struggle to get the EU and the US to agree on when it comes to some of the kind of core sanctions elements, it's very unlikely to get greater agreement amongst more countries. And I think it just links back, unfortunately, to the fact that geopolitics and sanctions are completely interconnected, and sadly, geopolitics is incredibly complicated.
Thank you. It's a great question, and in 5 years' time, I hope we can give a different answer. Time for one more question.
Thank you. So in 2022, Li Jianshun, China's top legislator, says, you know, the anti-foreign sanctions law is about upgrading China's legal toolkit to oppose foreign sanctions, to stop interference in long-term jurisdiction. So my question is, well, in two parts. How successful do you think China can be in that regard? And in the case of a Taiwan contingency, would for example, the sanctions that have been laid out by US, UK, EU towards Russia, would they be able to have a similar effect, given how even more, as you say, China's integrated into the global economy?
Right, I mean, China and Taiwan, we could do a whole day on China and Taiwan. It's a great question. I don't know who wants to go first. Sam?
Sure. Just a reminder to everyone, this is Chatham House. I mean, I think when it comes to the anti-foreign sanctions law, I think when it was announced, if I recall correctly, and I'm not a sort of legal expert, so other people may take a differing view, but my understanding from speaking to legal experts was that it was very unclear what it actually meant. And I think even to this day, China's sort of domestic sanctions program leaves a lot to the imagination. Let's say it's not entirely clear. Others may view differently, but I think there's still a lot of room for more to happen on that. I think a lot of the designations we've seen from China that have sort of been counter-sanctions or designations have been sort of US defense companies or Western politicians or private individuals. So I think if we were to see in the future some actions on big multinational companies, that would sort of put that question on the table a bit more, and I'm sure some of those in the room, and I'm not going to look at anyone, are probably quite fearful of that scenario. In terms of my just on the Taiwan contingency thing, I think that Neil raised the point of just how complicated the measures on Russia have been because of the size of the economy, and I think it's almost beyond human comprehension how confusing it would be if they try to apply similar measures on Russia. I think, somewhat pessimistically, that it will be, if sort of there was a Taiwan contingency scenario, it would be quite simple for sanctions professionals in that we wouldn't probably be worrying about restrictive financial measures, because I think the response would be more kinetic, and I think that there would be a lot more problems sort of that we'd be worrying about, because I think, you know, we'd be potentially looking at some kind of nuclear response or, you know, in an escalation from military action. So let's all hope that that doesn't happen. But keen to hear my other panelists' views on that.
We can't finish on that, so Neil.
I think that, you know, this is just my opinion, and as Sam said, Chatham House. I think the problem we've got is we won't get a Western alliance against China in the same way that we do against Russia, because they're not invading a country that's in Europe and on our doorstep. If they invade Taiwan, it's a very, very far away country, and unfortunately, I think the West will probably do some symbolic measures, but it won't be anything like the coordinated effort that we see against Russia.
Susan, the last word.
Gosh, the big C word. I'm not a China expert. But I guess I worry a little bit that, you know, actually having watched how easy it is to evade Western sanctions in relation to Russia and actually whole new trade routes, you know, opening up, it's kind of slightly paved the way for sanctions not to have much impact on China if they were imposed at all, and that they would be, as Neil says, fairly symbolic. So it's that diminishing returns question a little bit. So then it does, I very much hope that they will find other means than nuclear war.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm just going to draw some threads together. Someone in my office emailed me earlier today and said they weren't able to come and said, what did I miss? What happened today at the conference? So I would say, when I go back to the office and talk to that person, I would say there are three themes probably to take away from today, and it's really where we started. Number one, enforcement. There are lots of flavors of enforcement. It's going to come from lots of different quarters. The evolution of enforcement is going to change dramatically this year in this country. It certainly needs to change in Europe. The Americans are already a bit ahead of the game. Enforcement's number one. Secondly, a big theme of today has been more public and private engagement. And many of us have been sort of banging that drum for a while, and I think it's become acute now as everything gets more complicated and the more measures are introduced without the understanding on both sides of how they're going to work. It is imperative, and this goes in more than just, for example, UK finance and the banks, across the entire economy, we've all collectively got to find a way of doing a better job of working between the public and the private sector. And then the third piece is really where Neil finished his remarks a moment ago, which is that many of you in this room are tasked with doing the impossible, which is being experts, probably previously on financial crime, and now on sanctions regimes which are global and increasingly complicated. One of the speakers this morning described it as flying the plane and fixing it while it's in the air, which is an expression I rather liked. And it does feel like that a lot of the time. But all of those themes, more enforcement, more public to private, they're going to involve all of you. So I suppose I'll sort of wrap up the day and finish today by saying good luck, and I genuinely mean that, because the next year is going to be really, really hard. So there we go, that's what I'm going to finish on. Thank you very much to the conference organisers, thank you very much to the sponsors, thank you very much to all of you for coming, to those online who are still listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your week.